Based off their poison typing, you'd assume that the Bulbasaur line had a pretty decent chance of taking me out, even with just the Bulbasaur. But nowhere in their dex entries does it mention anything about poison, which makes no sense, but I'm not going to argue with that, because I get a better advantage in a fight when there's no poison involved. So I'm going to say Bulbasaur. I kill a Bulbasaur, pretty easy. It's small enough, no poison, just sits around in the sun all day, pretty easy. Ivysaur, I think I still have the advantage, but I mean it's a bit bigger, so it's obviously going to be a bit harder. But Venusaur and Mega Venusaur, they are taller than most humans, or they're taller than most average-sized humans, so I think they have the advantage here, definitely. But I say I've got a decent, I've got a chance. I have a small chance, like a 5% chance. I think I'd have to wail on them, but yeah, that's where I'd put them, and I'll probably make a table about this in the future. Much like with Bulbasaur and Ivysaur and Venusaur, Charmander's dex entries don't mention its ability to shoot fire out of its face, so funnily enough, I have the advantage over Charmander to the point where I think I would straight up win. There's not really anything he can do against me, according to the dex, other than die when his tail flame goes out. He's also only 2 foot tall, so I reckon I got that in the bag. Charmeleon and Charizard, they're much different. They're far more brutal and can incinerate things with their mouth, and also just are really scary good with their claws as well. So I think I'd lose to Charmeleon and Charizard. I'm also going to include their Megas here. I'd lose to those as well, but I'd lose to all of those. But Charmander, I'd get a Charmander easy. Charmander's dead. The rest of them kill me though. The Squirtle line is very stingy on details about how powerful their water is, or their foam is, up until about Blastoise, so I had to sort of guess. But given the fact that they have a really naturally high defense due to having a shell, I'd say that I have the advantage over Squirtle, but he's still got more of a chance than the other two starters. Wartortle, again, it only talks about how its tail is a sign of longevity and not really about how powerful it is, so it's a bit stronger, it's a bit bigger, so I'd say that this is a fair fight, you know? I'd have to do decent damage, he'd have to do decent damage. It's a fair fight in my opinion. Blastoise and Mega Blastoise talk about how they can shoot through concrete and how they're as powerful as tanks and can shoot through steel as well. So yeah, that's a loss for me. Caterpie, Metapod, and Butterfree are cute little bug dudes, you know? I mean, they're not really threatening, and this extends into their entries for the most part. Caterpie, it talks about how Caterpie is easy pickings for small birds, so I think Caterpie is a done deal. I think I'd beat up a Caterpie pretty easily. One stomp's all I need, really. Metapod. Here's where I thought I might have a bit of difficulty, but it does talk about how its shell is hard as an iron slab. However, it does also say if you push it over, all of its insides will spill out. So it might take a while, but I think I could do in a Metapod just as easily as a Caterpie, just a bit longer. Butterfree has poisonous scales, so as much as I would beat up a Butterfree easily, if I get caught by the poison, it is going to really suck. So I'm going to call this one a fair fight, actually. Yeah, didn't expect that to happen. The Weedle evolutionary line, unlike the Caterpie line, is far more dangerous. Weedle and Kakuna both have the ability to project a toxic barb off their body. Not off the body, but it comes out of them. And if you touch it, you are in danger. So I wouldn't say this is an outright win for me. Fair enough, if I get a good hit on Weedle, it's done. And Kakuna, so long as I know where the pointer comes out, I can sort of do him in. But Beedrill, Mega Beedrill as well, I don't feel like I fare nearly as good against them, purely for the fact that they are bees, well they're actually wasps, which are already scary in the real world, but this one's 3 feet tall and has many stingers and is really fast and can fly still, and is poisonous, like proper poisonous, not just painful. So I'd say Beedrill, Mega Beedrill, loss for me. The other two, I have the advantage. I thought that my chances against the Pidgey line would be much better than they currently seem to be, but I didn't realise any of their dex entries being what they were. So Pidgey, I have the advantage over a Pidgey, definitely. It's a foot tall, it weighs about 1 kilogram. It's got sharp claws, yeah, but unless it fights me like Levi fights a Titan, it's a done deal. But I have the advantage, not an instant kill. Pidgeotto, very territorial, very dangerous as well, is very aggressive. So I'm going to say that Pidgeotto has the advantage over me. It's in his favour. Pidgeot and Mega Pidgeot, like with most fully evolved forms, they can fly at Mach 2 speeds and would absolutely decimate me. It'd be like fighting a bigger eagle. So yeah, I lose to those two. Rattata and Raticate are, quite obviously, rats, but they are big. Big rats. Big teeth. I was reading through their entries, and they do talk about the teeth, obviously, and how they have strong bites, but not to the point where I feel like I would lose to a Rattata. I feel like I have the advantage, because it is still quite small. I've got quite a big strength advantage, but the teeth will hurt. And have you ever tried picking up a small animal? They skitter like crazy. So I'd say I have the advantage over a Rattata, but it's still got the chance. And Raticate, I'm just going to say I lose outright to a Raticate. It is a ginormous rat that can chew through concrete. Now I know bones are strong and all, but concrete bones? No. So I think the rat wins. Rattata, I have the advantage. Raticate, I just lose. It kills me. I die. Spearow and Fearow are quite like Pidgey, in the way that they are just birds, so they have the advantage. Well, they don't have the advantage, they have a advantage, due to being able to fly. However, Spearow apparently can't fly very well, and it doesn't talk about how, sharp its claws are, about how angry it gets, and it does talk about that, but just not in the way that I thought it did. So I have the advantage over a Spearow because it's a small bird, but it still has its own chances. And Fearow, it doesn't talk about how fast it can fly, or about how incredibly dangerous it can be. It just talks about how good it is at hunting prey, and about how good it is at flying. So I'd say a Fearow has the advantage over me, but my chances aren't zero. They're just really small. Ekans and Arbok are snakes. Poisonous snakes specifically, and that makes them far, far more dangerous than I have any reason to defend against. But Ekans has a bit of a weird entry that says when it's first born, which I assume works as if when it's a newborn, it does not have any poison, which makes its bite painful but harmless. So I think for Ekans, I'm gonna say I have the advantage. It's a snake still, and it's gonna suck, but I have the advantage because all it'll take one swift stomp, but it will still bite me and it will still suck and it will still have, the chances of a snake. Arbok, I ain't even gonna pretend I got a chance. It can crush steel oil drums by wrapping around it. It's bone-crunchingly painful, and it's very poisonous and will kill me very easily. So yeah, Arbok, I just lose against an Arbok. Pichu is more likely to shock itself and start crying than it is to kill me, so right off the bat, I'm giving myself this one. I kill a Pichu easy, all up to one kick, that's all I need. And then we move up to the other two, which my chances immediately drop to almost zero. I think even a Pikachu will kill me. Straight up just kill me. I don't have an advantage. Or it doesn't have an advantage either. It just kills me. It wins. Because one Emerald Dex entry for Pikachu says that by releasing its energy, it can do an equivalent to a Lightning Bolt strike. You don't live those normally. It's quite unlikely. So Pikachu beats me, and Raichu is out here killing elephants. Raichu wins easy, it's not even a question. So Pichu I kill, the other two kill me. I'm giving myself this one, don't argue. Sandshrew and Sandslash may not be the most competitive Pokemon, but in the real world, they would be dangerous. They've both got extremely tough hides, and they both have sharp claws. Right off the bat, I think Sandshrew is a fair fight, because while I think it could definitely take me out, and it has the defenses to keep me going, I think I could get it, eventually. It has a soft stomach, and if it doesn't eventually expose itself, it can't throw off attacks. So, Sandshrew, that's a draw, I'd say. Sandslash, I die. It's a 3-foot tall porcupine with spikes. I die. But yeah, I get killed by a Sandslash. It's a fair fight against a Sandshrew. The Nidoran female line is weird, and I'm gonna need you to trust me on this. Nidoran female, fair fight. It's not a particularly defensive or offensive, and it's pretty small. I can take it out easy, but it's apparently highly lethal with poison. So I'm going to say that it has a chance. So it's a fair fight. Nidorina. Apparently still quite docile because it is trying to look after its children more than anything, and that makes it more defensive. But it does still have claws. It is still a bigger Nidoran female. So I'm going to say that they have the advantage for sure. And Nidoqueen, I need you to trust me on this. Nidoqueen has the advantage, but they don't outright win. They've got tough scales, really tough scales. They've got sharp claws. They're still pretty docile though, and they are still not that big. So they have the advantage, definitely. My chances are small, but I'd say my chances are still there. You gotta trust me on this. The Nidoran male line is in, obviously, quite a similar situation to the Nidoran female line. Nidoran male is small, pretty defenseless, but it's still got poison, pretty dangerous poison at that, so again, a fair fight for them. Nidorino is bigger, a lot more aggressive, but I think it's just small enough and it's not tough enough that they have the advantage, definitely, but I've still got a chance. Nidoking? I'm gonna cut my losses at Nidoking. I know it's not much taller than Nidoqueen, but it is far more aggressive and far more dangerous. Nidoking wins outright. I get that in the games and in the anime, these are bulky Pokemon with some devastating attacks, but according to the Pokédex, they might as well be limbless. They are timid, they hide away instead of being seen, they are just, nothing is said about their offense, their defense, not even their ability to escape. They can just skip and fly, sort of. I think I have to say that I win both of these outright. I mean, it just talks about how timid they are and how rare they are and how they live on the moon. So, yeah, I win both of these. Apparently, pretty easily as well. Vulpix and Ninetales are fire types, so they're scary right off the bat. Vulpix, I thought maybe it'd have a chance. Small fox creature. Maybe it doesn't mention its ability to control fire. It does. It, like in Gen 3, I think it mentions it. So, Vulpix, if it catches me on fire, I'm probably likely to lose, but I can maybe dodge it. Maybe. I'll give myself benefit of the doubt. And I shouldn't take too many hits to get a Vulpix down. So I'd say, fair fight, me and Vulpix. Ninetales, it tells about it laying 1,000-year curses, it controlling fire, it hypnotizing people and controlling their minds. So yeah, I think it's fair to say Ninetales beats me in a fight pretty easily. Both Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff are not very threatening Pokemon, I'll be honest. But Jigglypuff has one ace up its sleeve in that if you hear it singing, you're very, very, very likely to fall asleep. And I think I have a counter for that. I will simply cover my ears and run at it and then boot it in the face. I think there is no way a Jigglypuff can kill me, even if it does get me to sleep, I reckon. I know it's capable of it, but not really. So I'm going to say I kill a Jigglypuff. Wigglytuff, however, I'm going to call it a fair fight, because it mentions it being able to use Body Slam. It also mentions it inflating up to potentially 20 times its own size, and considering it's about 3 feet tall, that's 60 feet. I don't want to get Body Slammed by that, but I'll call it a fair fight because it's soft and squishy. Sounds about right. At first glance, I thought Zubat and Golbat were both going to be problems. I mean, they both got sharp teeth, they both fly, they're bats, but upon reading the Dex entries, Zubat does not stand a chance. It literally only talks about how it has no eyes and how it uses ultrasonic sound waves to map its area, and how also the sun burns it incredibly bad. It doesn't talk about how well it can fly or how dangerous it is, nothing like that. So Zubat, I kill Zubat, easy. Golbat, on the other hand, is a 5-foot bat who's mostly mouth with fangs and can drain 10 ounces of blood in one gulp and will not let go. I'm pretty sure I lose to a Golbat, but that's just me. Let me know what you think in the comments. Oddish's Pokédex entries say nothing about poison, so already that's an instant win for me. I beat an Oddish, just talks about how it wanders around at night time. That's easy, I can deal with that. Gloom, I'm gonna say I have the advantage, but I'm not gonna say I win outright, because apparently it smells like the worst thing you can imagine, times like 1,000, and apparently it can cause fainting and paralysis, so I'm gonna say I have the advantage if I hold my breath and just beat this shit out of it. Vileplume. I'm gonna say I lose to a Vileplume, straight up. I mean, I knew it was toxic, but I didn't think it was, you know, the breathe in and die kind of toxic, so it's not going as well as I thought it would. So Oddish, I kill an Oddish. Gloom, I have the advantage, and Vileplume, I just lose to. I breathe in one thing, I die. It's simple as that. Thought maybe Paras would have a chance because of the whole mushroom spore zombie thing, but apparently that just makes it unable to grow properly because it steals all the nutrients. So Paras, it's a foot tall bug. It's a pretty easy win for me, I'd say. Parasect, however, just had to go and scatter poisonous spores, didn't it? It's not even poison type. This goddamn game making everything poisonous. But other than the big claws it's got, the poison's all it's really got going for it. And if I knock the mushroom off, the host stops moving. So really, I just gotta hope it doesn't poison me, and I gotta go kick its mushroom off. And it's also not that big still. So Parasect, I'd say it's a fair fight, because poison is a bad thing. But other than that, it's not much of a threat. So I'd say it's a fair fight. Venonat is not as much of a threat as I thought it was going to be. I know it's a base form, so it's not really a threat anyway because it's small, but it doesn't talk about its poison very much. It just says it has a coat of poison oozing out of its body, which is a problem. But you know what? It's a bug. It's a small little bug. It doesn't do much. It's barely even got teeth. I beat a Venonat easy peasy. Alright? I'm giving this one to myself. And I thought, finally, I'll beat a fully evolved poison type. And then Venomoth had to come in and ruin it. Apparently, I stand no chance pretty much. It scatters scales every time it flaps its wings, and they are poisonous. And it mentions it paralysing you to not being able to stand. So, I don't see a way I can beat a Venomoth. It wins easy. This goddamn poison types. Here we are with another evolution line where the base form is so simple and easy to defeat, and then the fully evolved form becomes a nigh unstoppable killing machine. Diglett is so easy. All it does is burrow and move underground, but it doesn't say anything about how good it is at fighting or anything. It just says it eats vegetables. Diglett, easy win. Dugtrio, it can go 60 miles down, and it can go 60 miles an hour, and it is also apparently very, very tough. Like, its skin is tough. So, a Diglett, I beat a Diglett. Dugtrio, I lose to a Dugtrio. This game is not giving me a break with these sudden jumps in difficulty, and I do not appreciate it. Dugtrio whoops my ass. Now, I would never hurt a cat in real life, but in this scenario, oh, I would decimate a Meowth. It only talks about how it loves coins. It loves shiny things. It has claws, but it kind of just uses them to sneak around. It's quite easy for me. However, I thought Persian would be a big problem, but I'm going to say that it has the advantage, but it's not an outright win, because let me tell you something. Whoever decided that it would be the height of a lion, but weigh 100 kilograms less, that thing, I could make it fly. Like, actually, I could throw it very far. So, it has the advantage. It's very mean, it's very aggressive, it's got sharp claws, it's a big cat. But I don't say it outright wins, because somebody made it, you know, too light. Now, I thought Golduck and Psyduck would be pretty easy. I knew they had psychic powers, but I didn't know if the Pokédex would mention them. I knew that, Psyduck, it talks about headaches all the time, and it does. It talks about its headaches a lot, but it also says it emits a mysterious power. Now, since I'm only using the Pokédex, I can't say whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I think for now, I'd say I have the advantage, but Psyduck with its psychic powers, it might be a bit of trouble, maybe. Golduck, I'm gonna say that it has the advantage. I was gonna say it's a fair fight, and then I realized it's like 3 inches shorter than me, so I think it having claws is a big bonus for it. But it's apparently really fast at swimming. and it's big, it's scary, it's got claws, and it has psychic powers. So I'd say it has the advantage, but it doesn't outright win. I think we all know where this is going. Mankey is dangerous, so is Primeape. Literally almost every single Pokédex entry talks about how unbelievably furious they are every second of their life. So Mankey, I'm only going to say that it's a fair fight because it is half a meter tall and it weighs 30 kilograms. So would I outright win? Absolutely not. But I think it's fair because I have a big size advantage, right? I think that's fair. Also, it's got no claws. If it had claws, I think I'd probably lose. Primeape. I lose to a Primeape. It's triple the height of a Mankey, pretty much. And to boot, it apparently will chase you until the end of the world if it is angry at you. So Primeape is a loss. We all knew this. We all saw this coming. There's no surprise here. So I didn't have particularly high hopes for the Growlithe line, but thankfully for me, the Pokédex has saved me a bit here, because Growlithe, it doesn't mention anything about fire, which is perfect, because that gives me a chance already. It is still a big dog, and it talks about how it is fearless in the face of even bigger opponents, so it does bark and bite. I'd say I have the advantage here, because again, it is just a dog, really, but it is still more aggressive than the other things we've seen so far. Arcanine. Arcanine does not mention it biting or its fire, it just talks about how goddamn awesome it is. And I will agree, it is awesome. I didn't think it was taller than me, but it is. So really it'd be like fighting a bear, and I think I'd lose that. And also, if the Pokédex is to be taken 100% seriously, it can run at about 260 miles an hour. So yeah, I lose to an Arcanine, flat out. When it comes to the Poliwag line, I've not got any arguments with this. It makes sense. Poliwag is an instant win, pretty much. I mean, it's got very thin skin, and I know that it deflects fangs and stuff, but it is still just a Poliwag, right? Not really much of a threat. So I beat a Poliwag. Poliwhirl, much bigger. It's got hands to fight back now, but it doesn't talk about how it's good at fighting. It's sort of just like a drowsy. You know, it makes you drowsy. It's a hypnosis-inducing Pokemon, so I think a Poliwhirl is a fair fight. It could put me to sleep and probably take me out that way. But other than that, it's just a decently sized Poliwag, really. Poliwrath, I lose to a Poliwrath because of one entry that says it can turn boulders to dust in one square punch. And also the fact that it is 0% body fat and all muscle. So yeah, I lose to a Poliwrath, fair fight against Poliwhirl, and I beat a Poliwag. Very even, and I've got nothing to argue with here. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I beat Abra straight up, because while it does teleport and that's all it does, so it can't hurt me, you may think that it's no contest, I can't hurt it, but according to Ultra Moon, if I clear my mind I can get close to it, and that's really all I need to just land some hits. So yeah, I'd say I beat an Abra. Kadabra, just like Alakazam, is very psychically strong, you know? I think it's probably just going to win outright. Kadabra and Alakazam, they just win. Their psychic powers are immense. Horribly immense. I don't even think I can get near them. They probably just push me back and rip me apart. So Kadabra and Alakazam beat me outright. Mega Alakazam, yeah, Mega Alakazam destroys me into the ground. So Abra, I win. Kadabra and Alakazam, I just lose. Yeah, so going into this, I knew that Machoke and Machamp would be a huge problem, but I thought I could maybe get a Machop. No, I couldn't. It has the ability to throw 100 adults at once, and since it is only muscle, pretty much, it's incredibly tough. So this thing that is not anywhere near the size of an adult human would beat me in a fight. Straight up, I've got no chance. Machoke, its body is apparently hard as steel, and it can just lift sumo wrestlers with one finger and throw dump trucks and stuff. I lose to Machoke, easy. Machamp, same thing, it moves mountains, it can throw 1,000 punches in 2 seconds. I mean, who made the dex entries for this line? They are just unbeatable. I lose to every single one of them. Machop, Machoke, Machamp. And we're back to the poison types. I thought Bellsprout, it's a little plan. I know it's poisonous, but look how thin he is. I could beat a Bellsprout, right? Wrong. Bellsprout has the advantage. I thought it'd be easy, right? But apparently it is quote unquote blindingly fast, and also it spits acid that can melt iron, and since I'm not made of iron, it would kill me. So it has the advantage. Bellsprout has the advantage. Weeping Bell is apparently able to cut through, flesh with its leaves and spits acid that dissolves pretty much anything. Brilliant. I just lose to Weeping Bell. And Victory Bell, same thing. Its acid melts anything, and it is also really big and could just eat me, to be fair. So I lose to Victory Bell and Weeping Bell, and Bellsprout has the advantage. I hate poison types. Now I know in game Tentacool can sort of just chill on land, it just floats there and does its stuff, but I'm doing this based off Pokedex entries, and according to the Pokedex, once it's on land, it just dries up and dies pretty much. So Tentacool, I am going to say that it's still a fair fight, because it's a poisonous, acid-spitting, annoying thing that has tentacles that, poison you. And it's still quite dangerous. And also apparently it fires beams of light, which I don't know how powerful it is, but I'm just going to assume it's like a regular laser beam and will hurt. So I'm going to say it's a fair fight, but it will dry out. Tentacruel is a Tenta bastard. He has 80 tentacles and he will wrap you in them and they will not let go and they will slowly poison you to death. So yeah, Tentacruel wins because it's unfair. I can't beat that. And it doesn't say anything about it drying up on land either, so yeah. I lose to Tentacruel, fair fight with Tentacool. Okay, these fellas are weird, right? They're weird. Geodude, it is a rock, but it is a small rock. And I think if I just grabbed its arms and swung it into something hard enough, constantly enough, I reckon I'd beat a Geodude, so I'd say I have the advantage over a Geodude. Graveler, I think I just lose to Graveler. As much as I would like to say it has the advantage, it doesn't win outright. It can curl itself into a ball and roll into me, and apparently, with the right momentum, it can exceed 60 miles an hour. So, I think Graveler just wins. Oh, and also it's 105 kilograms, so what am I going to do to a 105 kilogram 3-foot rock? And Golem mentions how it can blow itself up, and it uses that to shoot itself up mountains, and how its body does not even get hurt by dynamite blasts. And since I am not a dynamite man, I can't beat Golem, so Golem and Graveler, they just win outright, and Geodude, I have the advantage. Rapidash, I pretty much knew I was going to lose against Rapidash, but I thought maybe Ponyta, it's shorter, it's a newborn-ish, maybe I'll have a chance, but apparently I only have a chance if it is newborn, like just born, like I have to fight it straight out the egg, because otherwise it has hooves as strong as diamonds, which is already unfair. And it's just a fast runner, and also can leap over the Eiffel Tower, like Pokemon Stadium says that, so yeah. I'm gonna say that unless it's newborn, I lose to Ponyta. And even if it's a newborn, I think it's a fair fight still. Rapidash, I lose to Rapidash because it can run 150 miles an hour in 10 steps. And is a horse. With fire, so, I was never gonna win that. Slowpoke is a funny little fella, and as much as I want to give him a win, or even a chance, he doesn't have one. All its dex entries say it's an idiot, and it's so stupid, it's so lazy. And I think that's a bit harsh, Pokedex. Maybe he's just hiding it, maybe he's bored. But no, he doesn't stand a chance. I kill Slowpoke pretty easily. Slowbro, I'm gonna give it a chance. I'm going to say I have the advantage, but it has a chance, because it is just as stupid apparently, and it doesn't care unless Shelter bites its tail, then it feels a bit of motivation. So that, I'm going to say it has a chance. Mega Slowbro, I'm going to say Mega Slowbro wins. I want to give him this one, because apparently he gets decent power from it, and he has impenetrable defenses. I can't fight impenetrable defenses. So he wins. It's just by proxy, he wins. So I'm going to give him that one. Mega Slowbro wins. Slowbro has a chance, and Slowpoke does not. Now I thought maybe I stood a chance against Magnemite and Magneton. Maybe just a little one, Apparently, no, I don't. They are just iron spheres that shoot electricity and zip around. What do I do against that, I don't know what you're thinking, Poke them in the eye. According to Legends Arceus, it's separate and therefore probably organic. Problem is, if I poke them in the eye, what does that do for me? All of a sudden, I've got an angry metal ball zipping around, shooting off electricity. What do I do against that? Smash me against the floor? No, they will zap me and I will die eventually. So, Magnemite and Magneton is unfortunately a loss, but I saw that coming because they were Steel and Electric type, which is like a double whammy in things I can't deal with, really. Farfetch'd! We all know Farfetch'd. He's like Marmite from Pokemon. You either love him or you hate him. There's no in between. I personally quite like him. I just think he's a funny little duck. I don't think there's anything wrong with a Pokemon being a funny little duck. And if you've noticed, I'm putting off the topic of fighting him because, yeah, it's easy. He's a 2-foot tall duck with an onion. I win. I win pretty easily, actually. I have a personal problem with Doduo and Dodrio. Doduo's dex entry says it can run at 60 miles an hour, and Dodrio's dex entry says it can run at 40 miles an hour. Did it get slower when it evolved? And I don't know why. I am more scared of Doduo than Dodrio. If I get hit at 60 miles an hour, it's not good for me. And also, its legs are apparently well developed enough to leave 4-inch footprints. You gotta be pretty strong to do that. So I'm gonna say Doduo and Dodrio, they both have the advantage for sure. They're big birds with beaks and they're strong and they run fast and everything. So I'm gonna say they have the advantage. But I'm gonna say Doduo is scarier than Dodrio according to the dex, and that's weird, and I don't fully agree with it. The horn on Seal's head is apparently thick enough and hard enough to bash through icebergs, so I'm going to say that already off the bat it's got a chance. But other than that, it doesn't mention much other than its ability to swim really well. And it does mention that it doesn't have the greatest time moving on land, so I'm going to say I have the advantage, but if it does hit me, it's going to hurt. But it's not likely because it can't really walk, it sort of just pushes itself. And Dugong is way bigger, way heavier, but it doesn't mention its ability to attack whatsoever. I'm gonna say it's a fair fight though, because it's still got the horn, you can see the horn, it's still got the teeth, it's also got a tail that if it slaps me in the face with that, you ever been slapped by a fish? It hurts, it stings. So I'm gonna say fair fight for Dugong. I have the advantage against a seal. When it came to Muck and Grimer, I didn't think I had a chance. And I was right, I don't really have a chance. Grimer, the best I can do is, according to Pokemon Moon, I can just dump it in bleach and hope that that gets rid of all its germs and bacteria and that it dies. Muck? Apparently Muck just kills plants and trees on contact and it smells so bad it can cause fainting. I don't reckon I would be able to last long against a Muck, so I'm going to say Grimer has the advantage, definitely, but there's a chance for me, maybe. And I'm going to say that Muck wins, because it's a giant pile of poison. That I think that's all the explanation that it really needs, to be honest. Like with most of these, I thought I had a chance, and I was not completely wrong. Turns out, Shelder is actually quite easy to beat. In fact, the Ultra Moon dex entry tells you how to beat it. Yank on its tongue, and then its body becomes exposed, which is described as tender. So I think Shelder's an easy win. It literally only has perfect defense, but it's got a way of getting through it, so it's not really that perfect. So I think Shelder, I beat a Shelder. Cloyster, however, has impenetrable defenses and can fire spikes while defending itself. So I think I just lose to a Cloyster, so Shelder I win, Cloyster I lose. It's unfortunate, but you know, that's how it goes. Now before I start this one specifically, I'm going to come up with a caveat that if they're a ghost type, I'm going to just say that I can hit them, okay? Because otherwise, every ghost type will be a loss. However, Ghastly is made of gas, which I cannot touch, and it brings that up. It says it's completely impalpable, which is a word I'd never used until just now, which means I can't hurt a Ghastly, and it can knock out an Indian elephant with its gas in 2 seconds. So I lose to Ghastly, and I think I lose to the other two, Haunter and Gengar. They haven't got very specific dex entries, but Haunter says if it licks you, you will grow weaker until you die, and it can slip through any obstacle. So I think Haunter's a loss as well. And Gengar, apparently, according to a dex entry I can't remember from which game, if one is chasing you, give up. So I'm going to say that I lose to all 3 of these, because it's just unfair, to be honest. I will give you 5 seconds to determine what the outcome of this fight will be. That's enough. It's a loss. Obviously, it's a loss. It's a goddamn snake that's over 20 foot long, and it's made of rocks. And it apparently only gets stronger as it ages. It becomes tougher,
And also, to put icing on the cake, it burrows underground at 50 miles an hour. I don't want to get hit by a giant 50-mile-an-hour rock snake. It will kill me. So yeah, Onyx is a loss. Who saw that coming? I know I did. At the start of this, I was pretty scared. You know, with the whole hypnosis thing. Turns out, Drowsy is pretty chill. So he'll put me to sleep, he'll eat my dreams, yeah sure, but when I wake up, oh, I will stomp him to death. Drowsy doesn't stand a chance, I beat Drowsy easy. Hypno is much scarier, but it's sort of in the air whether it can put you to sleep without the pendulum or not, but I'm gonna say that it needs the pendulum. It brings up the pendulum way too much for it to be unnecessary. So I'm gonna say, if I don't look at that pendulum, it ain't putting me to sleep. But you know what? Even if it does put me to sleep, I will wake up eventually, and if I land a hand on him and close my eyes, I will bash his skull in. I think Hypno still isn't that scary considering. So I'm going to say fair fight, but I'm going to say that it's not as scary as you think, and he's not that tall or heavy, so go crazy. Krabby and Kingler are crabs, which are scary. I don't like crabs. Well, I like crabs. I think I actually really like Krabby and Kingler. But Krabby is apparently quite strong. Its pincers are apparently quite strong. And I'm going to say that it's a fair fight, right? It's got strong weapons, but it's only a foot tall. So if I get hits in, it dies. If it gets hits in, I probably don't fare very well. Kingler, however, you'd think with the massive claw, it's a surefire win for it. But apparently the claw is almost a detriment to the Kingler. If it hits me, I'm dead. Straight up, I'm dead. But if I can dodge it, which is apparently a decent chance, I could beat up the 4-foot crab, but the problem is it's still 4 foot, so it has the advantage for sure, but my chances aren't completely zero. I'm not going to beat around the bush here. Voltorb and Electrode, the bomb balls, they win. It's unfortunate, but they're electric type. A massive problem. But even if they couldn't shock me to death, all their dex entries talk about is exploding. Like, they explode for no reason. Electrode explodes for fun. It says that it does that for fun. And, you know, I ain't living in an explosion. As much as I'm like, yeah, I could maybe live in an explosion. No. A Voltorb and Electrode will simply blow up and kill me. I will be dead. I stand no chance. This is not fair at all. They win. No contest. Thank you. Goodbye. I will not accept any comments telling me that I could not eat or crush every single one of these eggs/seeds. I do not care. It is done. No amount of psychic powers could stop me from doing that, and they don't even have that much apparently. All they can do is drive away Crabrawler, and I'm a bit bigger than that, so I think I beat and execute. Executor, however, much taller, much heavier, has legs. I think Executor, I'm going to give Executor the win purely because I'm not going to be able to do much to a tree that's taller and heavier than me. I can't throw it. I probably won't be able to get through the bark because, I mean, I'm only human. So, Execute, it's a win. Executor, it's a loss. Yay. Honestly, I feel bad for Cubone. I mean, it's probably the saddest, loneliest Pokemon. And I'm going to feel even worse when I smash his head in with my foot. Unfortunately, Cubone does not stand a chance. Its bone does almost nothing for it, and it's just sad, it's lonely, and it's small, and it's weak. Unfortunately for Cubone, and for my own sanity, Cubone doesn't stand a chance. Marowak stands a bit more of a chance, you know? If it hits me in the head with the bone, which it's apparently very good at throwing, I might be in trouble, you know? It doesn't take much to knock someone out with a bone. So I'm going to say, you know what, Marowak, small as it is, it's vicious, it's got a weapon. I'm going to call that a fair fight. So, Cubone, I beat Cubone. It's sad for everyone, including me. But Marowak, fair fight. It might knock me out, and it might bash my skull in, which would be revenge, I guess. So yeah, that's how that stands. Much like Machop, I thought I might have a chance with these ones, you know? I know they're fighting types, and they're, you know, decently tall, and probably very good at what they do, but I thought I might have a chance, you know? Maybe there's a weakness. No, Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan will decimate me. Hitmonlee can kick with incredible force, and it can turn the sole of its foot hard as diamond and stretch it almost any distance it wants. I don't stand a chance against Hitmonlee. I thought Hitmonchan, it doesn't stretch, so maybe my chances are better. Wrong. It punches so fast you can't see it, and if it even touches you, it will cause a burn. It's not even fire type. So yeah, Hitmonchan can also break through concrete, so it's a loss. I lose to both these Pokemon because of course I do. They're fighting types. So, Lickitung stands a chance. But so do I. Because Lickitung, while it is short, and it isn't too heavy, which is good for me, because I could, just punch it to death. Lickitung is, in possession of a tongue. And that tongue is apparently well over 6 foot long, so it has the reach advantage, I'd say. And I'm guessing, since it can control it so well, it's quite muscular and it's going to hurt. So I say, this is going to be more of an all-out brawl than I thought it was going to be. And apparently Lickitung doesn't stand too bad a chance, so I'm going to say fair fight. But if it does lick me once and I don't clean it off, it itches forever, so do I really win even if I win? Oh my god, it's coughing and wheezing. Poison types. How do you think this is gonna go? I lose! Yay! This is getting harder the later into the decks we get. I liked it when I was fighting bugs. This isn't fun. Coughing and wheezing beat me because they are poison types and they expel poisonous gases. That is obvious, but coughing apparently also has the added benefit of exploding, which is bad for me. Because like I said with Voltorb, I don't live explosions. I'm human. Those kill me. And wheezing, apparently, the more it mixes its gases, the more toxic it becomes. And so, I already didn't stand a chance, but it's making it even worse for me. So yeah, coughing and wheezing, they both win. Who knew? Oh boy, do I die to these creatures. Already, rhinos. I'm not gonna mess around with a rhino in real life. And then they went and made it worse. Because in Pokemon, anything could be, like anime levels of strong, and they just get away with it because they're Pokemon. Rhyhorn, the smaller one, he has bones 1,000 times harder than humans and can tackle through buildings. I die. Rhydon, one sweep of its tail destroys buildings, and it can live in lava. Lava. I'm not lava. I don't stand a chance. Rhyhorn and Rhydon obliterate me and leave nothing behind. Chansey has a reputation as a happy-go-lucky Pokemon, It's very kind, it's very compassionate, but despite all this, it's not going to stand much of a chance. There's not much I can do to give it a chance. It's bulky, sure, but it doesn't hurt. So, unfortunately for Chansey, this is a wash. I could kill a Chansey. It can run really fast, and it is quite bulky, so it might be a bit of an issue to kill it, but it ain't killing me back, so yeah, I beat a Chansey flat out, and as much as I don't want to do it, it won't be that hard. I thought maybe Tangela would have a chance, what with the vines and the whole, Bellsprout situation, but apparently they snap off quite easily and are at max ticklish. Now, I don't want to say that I can be tickled to death. You can tickle me, sure, but the only thing it's going to do for you is land you a solid punch to the face. So Tangela is a loss for Tangela. Unfortunately, I win because it's a small vine creature that I could just punch to death or rip apart if needs be. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. Now I need you to all be honest. How long do you reckon I would last in a fight against a 7-foot tall kangaroo that will kill me if I even attempt to harm its child? That's right, probably not long at all. It's bad for me. It also mentions that it uses Comet Punch, which is also bad for me. So despite it being, just a kangaroo with fists, it's also still 7 foot tall and insanely angry if you try to hurt its kid. So yeah, I lose against Kangaskhan, but I've come to terms with that. I pretty much knew it was coming anyway. So yeah, whoops. As I mentioned in a comment a while back, these fights take place on land because if they didn't, I would probably lose to every water Pokemon, and this is an example of that. On land, Horsey and Seadra don't stand as much of a chance as they would in the water. Horsey doesn't really stand much of a chance in either of them. All it does is run away if it sees a bigger opponent. So on land or in sea, I take out a Horsey pretty easily. But Seadra, in the sea, formidable opponent. It can create whirlpools that can suck in fishing boats, and it's got poison on its back. That screws me in the water, but on land, it doesn't have the whirlpool part. It's just got spines on its back, and with that, so long as I keep my attacks away from the spines, I've got a decent chance. So I'm going to say Seadra, fair fight. It's still dangerous, but it's a fair fight, I'd say. And yeah, Horsey is a loss for a Horsey, unfortunately.
I would say that for Goldeen, I have the advantage. You know, its size and weight mean I could probably just keep bashing it against the floor until it becomes a paint splatter. But it can apparently shatter through even the thickest glass with one ram of its horn. And, you know, I'm not made of glass, but glass can be a lot harder to shatter than people give it credit, so that would suck. It would suck bad. I'm not so lucky with Sea King, because it can apparently bore holes in boulders by spinning the horn on its head like a drill. Now, contrary to what some people I know might say, I'm not a fucking boulder, so my chances are dismal, but it is small enough and light enough that if I manage to stay away from the horn, I might have a chance. And I'm going to give myself that one, so I have the advantage over a Goldeen, and Sea King has the advantage over me, which I think's fair. This is going to be a difficult one to explain, so just bear with me. First off, Staryu. Not a single mention of its attacking capabilities, no water stuff, no psychic stuff, nothing. It does mention its incredible regenerative abilities that allow it to effortlessly regrow any torn limb, and that no number of injuries can bother Staryu. So, I'm going to have to say that this is a draw. Flat out, Staryu regenerates so fast that I can't do anything to it, and it's so small and weak that it couldn't kill me. So yeah, our first ever draw. Starmie also doesn't mention it being able to do anything other than glow and swim. I'm going to give it a chance based purely on the fact that it spins like a propeller to swim, and it is decently big and heavy, so maybe it could get me like that, but not likely. So in the end, Staryu was a draw, and I have the advantage over Starmie. This dex has done these two no favours. Okay, Mr. Mime is a weird one, and I'm not just talking about his "have you seen this man" stare. Physically, all it can do is slap the shit out of you, which sucks, but I don't see that stopping me from stomping his head in. However, as some of you may know, it can create invisible walls that are actually there. Upon reading the dex, I've learned that it doesn't just stop at walls. Any object it can make you believe is real becomes real. So basically, if I manage to not be fooled by his apparently wonderful pantomime skills, it's a win for sure. But if it manages to convince me that the double-barrel shotgun it's holding is real, it's game over for me. Because of this, I'm going to split it down the middle and say that this is a fair fight. Either I clean house or the weird man creature does. So, here's a question for you. What do you do against a praying mantis with scythes for arms that can move like a ninja, is faster than the human eye can track, and is capable of cutting through thick logs in one stroke? That's right. Nothing. Scythe is cool as shit, but you can't even pretend that it wouldn't kill your ass in seconds. Even if I had a weapon, it's so fast you can't see it. What am I supposed to do? So yeah, Scythe kills me. No arguments there. This is going to be a quick one. Jinx is a small, creepy woman with hair. That's all she is, and luckily for me, possesses no attributes other than the ability to make people schmoove without their consent. So despite some potential boogie time, I'd have no problem messing up a Jinx, absolutely not. It's even got hair to pull to keep things in my favour, and for anyone thinking that's a dirty move, this is life or death, fucker. There are no dirty moves. I kill Jinx, thank you, good night. I would lose against an Electabuzz, but it's not quite as clear-cut as I was expecting, so give me a minute and I'll explain. Electabuzz is another Pokemon that suffers from lack of info in its dex entries, which is good for me, but there's just enough that I can give it the win. It mentions plenty about it eating electricity and getting struck by lightning, but not much about it using it to attack. Once or twice it mentions it punching and potentially using electricity in those punches for some extra buzz damage, but I think the real kicker here for me is that it constantly discharges electricity. We all know electricity can be dangerous and potentially fatal, but even though it doesn't mention how powerful its electricity is, with the right amount it could just paralyze me, cause muscle spasms, hell it could potentially stop my heart. It could then finish me off while I'm down, that's what I'm expecting it to do anyway. And also he's sort of based off a tiger ogre demon and has sharp teeth, so like bonus points. Yeah, Electabuzz wins, but he has my respect for not being as overpowered as I thought he was. Oh, you thought Scyther was bad? Pretty much every dex entry Magmar has tells you how you would die. Let me list off the reasons I wouldn't be able to beat a Magmar. Its body and flames shimmer like the sun, so I can't actually look at it without blinding myself. It can heal by taking a dip into lava. You know, lava's not around, so maybe I've got a chance there. It sneezes fire, it doesn't calm down until it's burned its opponents to ash, and finally, it burns at 1200 degrees Celsius, which is 2200 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about over a sixth of the heat of the surface of the sun. So it would make my clothes melt off my body and sear into my skin, while touching it would simply burn me to death, and I'm not about that. So unsurprisingly, Magmar, to put it lightly, kicks the shit out of me. I didn't expect to handle a pincer very well, and I was right to assume so. This nearly 5-foot tall bug can pick up opponents that double its weight with its claws, and will then just shake you around and jab you with the thorns in its pincers until it tears you in half. I mean, even if it just rammed into me, it's still knocking my ass out, because that's apparently enough to split apart a large tree. And like, I'm not a tree, so that's good to know. Mega Pincer, in case you were wondering, is just a more dangerous version of Pincer, except it will find never-ending joy in flying me into the air at 30 miles an hour and tearing me to shreds. So surprising no one, Pincer and its Mega will send my body to hell and my soul to heaven. What did I think was going to happen when I tried to fight a big-ass bull who is famous for being violent? Now, Tauros is a very simple-minded Pokemon. It's angry at all times, and nothing calms it down very much except taking its anger out on people, trees, and various other things that are minding their business. It also really only charges at people and Pokemon to attack, but honestly that's all it needs. I'm no Matador, so avoiding a Tauros before it gores me with its horns is unlikely. Any creature that will whip itself to pump itself up is not to be fucked with, and Tauros is no exception. A Tauros would trample and stab me to death, and would then dance on my corpse and continue to trample me. Magikarp is the easiest win I've been given so far because literally all its dex entries talk about is it being weak, pathetic, and useless. All it does is splash as well, so there's that, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say that it could definitely hurt me. I mean, if we ignore the dex here and just look at its physical properties, it is a big ass fish, and getting slapped by a fish stings. It still doesn't stand a chance, but at least there's something there. Gyarados is an entirely different story. I could already tell that I was going to get fucked up, but like, goddamn. They really went all out on his entries, burning cities, fields, and mountains to the ground during even harsh storms, extremely violent and aggressive, only calming down once everything around it had been destroyed, and mention of it actually using the move Hyper Beam. Yeah, I don't think there's ever been a clearer loss for me. Oh, and also its Mega is the same, but angrier and faster. Shit. So Magikarp's a big win, and Gyarados chews me up, spits me out, and incinerates my remains. Lapras is such a sad fight for me, because I didn't realise that the reason the dex entries don't really talk about how good Lapras is at killing is because it talks about how sweet and kind it is instead, and how it rarely fights. It loves helping people, and used to be on the verge of extinction. However, just because it doesn't mention it shooting ice cold water or blasting freezing temperatures, doesn't mean that it isn't still an 8-foot tall, 200 kilogram dinosaur that can move on land and is slightly armoured. I think based purely off the physicality of a Lapras, I am in the shit. I'm gonna say I stand a chance though. A small chance, but a chance. Lapras is very sweet. If I take advantage of the kind-heartedness of this Pokemon, I might be able to deal some potential damage quickly. More than likely though, it will swing its head and break every single rib in my body and then crush me under its weight. And honestly, for attacking a Lapras, I deserve it. Before we get into the killing part of this short, I'd just like to clarify that Vaporeon, Jolteon, and Flareon are going to have their own short dedicated to them, as going through 4 Pokemon in 60 seconds is a hefty task. So, Eevee now, the other 3 in their own video. All good? Cool. Eevee is a very cute Pokemon. Small, light, and without any weapons or armor on its body. It's a done deal. I would smoosh an Eevee into goo. I wouldn't enjoy it, but that's just the way it is sometimes, you know. This fluffy dog-cat creature is not a threat to my health, and so that is a win for me. Let's just hope that the other 8 evolutions treat me nearly as well as Eevee did. First off, Vaporeon. None of the evolutions are particularly big, and Vaporeon is no exception. Since it's so small, it's going to have to rely on its ability to take or give pain. Now, it doesn't explain fully what it means when it says molecular composition closely resembles water, whether that means that when it's in water it can turn into water, or if it can just become water anywhere. My main problem, however, is that it can supposedly freely control water, and so with some clever tactics, it could absolutely just suffocate and or blind me and take me out. I'm going to say Vaporeon has the advantage. Jolteon is far more clear-cut. It can shoot the sharp fur on its body towards me and stab me with them, covering me in needles pretty much, and as if that wasn't dangerous enough, the motherfucker shoots 10,000 volt lightning bolts. To finish me off, Jolteon wipes the floor with me, and much like its spiky brethren, Flareon would turn me into a pile of ashes with intense flamethrowers and the fact that its body burns at 1700 degrees Fahrenheit. So unlike what I'd hoped, the evolutions are currently giving me what I'd like to call a hard time. Vaporeon has the advantage, and Jolteon and Flareon kill me outright. Okay, Porygon is weird. Like, I cannot discern how this fight would go because of my lack of knowledge. So what we do know is that Porygon is made entirely out of computer code, which is obviously a fictional thing. That has yet to be done in the real world, and this obviously raises the question, what the hell does a Porygon feel like? Would it be like touching crystals, or stained glass, or is Porygon, God forbid, squishy and fleshy? I don't know the answers here, and to top it all off, it can survive any environment pretty much. It doesn't breathe and has no heartbeat, so I can't just, choke it to death. Unfortunately, it doesn't say that it hurts, or anything that would kill me. So I can't say that a Porygon would beat me, or that I would beat a Porygon. So what I have to say is, it's another draw. Congrats, Porygon. You make literally no sense. Lord, forgive me for my sins and all the bad shit I'm about to say about you. Omanyte is easy. I think my biggest problem is definitely going to be that shell for sure. The Dex describes it as hard, and that's annoying enough for me. However, the body is squishy, I assume, so all I gotta do is slam Omanyte against a rock or something till it cracks open and I can get to all that gooey goodness inside and murder it. Omastar, however, clearly is more powerful, and what can you expect from the Lord himself? Omastar is much scarier, with good control over its tentacles and razor-sharp fangs. If you get caught by an Omastar, it would fuck you up, and by that I mean it would kill you. But the thing is, Omastar is apparently slow and sluggish, because its shell has grown too large for it to move very well, and this is why scientists believe it went extinct. So if I don't get caught, I could feasibly bash it to death with something, but if it catches me, it's game over for sure, so I have to say it has the advantage here. Omanyte I kill, Omastar has the advantage over me. When it comes to this series, I don't think there's been a fairer fight than me versus a Ditto, and I'm telling you now, it's just because Ditto transforms into its opponent. And that's it, and it transforms into me, since I'm its opponent. And me versus me is a decidedly fair fight, as long as the Ditto is fighting back proper. So yeah, this is a fair fight. I assume that when it transforms it does not remain squishy. I hope so anyway, otherwise I might have a lot more death to look forward to than I'd like. But as it stands, this is a fair fight. And I'm sorry for making this one late, I straight up just skipped past it. I love Ditto though, Ditto's awesome. Yeah, fair fight for me and Ditto. Fair fight. Kabuto and Kabutops are personally my favourite fossils, and for what I believe to be good reasons, but let's see how well they stack up in a fight. First off, Kabuto. Despite having scary as fuck eyes and a tough shell, it apparently cannot flip itself back onto its feet if it falls onto its back. So my game plan is to flip Kabuto over where he will starve to death while drying out in the sun. I win, good game. Moving on to Kabutops. Well, it's odd for sure, and does look quite like a Scyther got a giant croissant stuck on its head, but that doesn't change the fact that he also has scythes for arms. Now we know it's a fast swimmer but on land, we have no info. What we do know is that it has a shell. Is the shell the brown parts of its body? Who knows? Certainly not me, so I gotta say that with the size and the armor, it's a done deal. I'm pretty sure this old ass Scyther would kill me. Kabuto I win, Kabutops I lose. Aerodactyl is terrifying because it's a dinosaur, and I gotta fight that fucker. Now it doesn't mention how fast a flyer Aerodactyl is, but even without speed in the air, I can't fly at all, so really what does it need speed for? Combine the power of flight with saw-like fangs and a ferocious temperament, you have a recipe for death, and that is what I imagine will happen to me. I mean, it can even shred steel-type Pokemon with its teeth, so even if I had fucking armor on, I would get mauled. Aerodactyl kills me for sure. And Mega Aerodactyl is angrier and covered in pointy stones, so fuck that. I don't stand a chance against the flying dinosaur with sharp-ass teeth. Go figure. I know what you're thinking. Snorlax is lazy as balls and doesn't move except to eat. How could you lose to him? Well, hear me out. Not only is he fucking massive in size, but he's just bulky. I can't imagine anything I do would even affect him. I mean, children bounce on its stomach, and it doesn't care at all. But eventually I just wear him down, right? Wrong. it would simply pick me up and make the sweetest Attack on Titan cosplay by shoving me in his mouth and eating me. Well, even if I didn't die from getting swallowed, its stomach acid can dissolve any poison and also pretty much anything else. And apparently, when it wants to move, it can display, and I quote, awesome power. So yeah, the big beefy dude will either eat me or crush me, whichever he's feeling on that particular day. I don't stand a chance either way. Well, here's the first legendary I have to fight, and we're starting off strong with my favourite icy bird, Articuno. Now obviously I was expecting it to be like one ice beam, I'm done, but there isn't any mention of ice beams. It does, however, mention its ability to freely control ice, which is cool, but it doesn't tell us what that means, so I was struggling to decide whether that would kill me or not. But fear thee not, I die for sure, just not in the way I expected. Articuno can create blizzards, and if it just flies above me where I can't reach, and summons a blizzard on me, I will eventually die to hypothermia. And if needs be, it has talons to finish me off, so yeah, I still lose here. Articuno will turn me into a sick-ass statue and then promptly rip me apart. Score 1 for the legends. Okay, hold the fucking phone. Literally, the very first dex entry for Zapdos in Pokemon Red says that it is said to appear from the clouds while dropping enormous lightning bolts. And then in Black and White, it says it freely controls lightning bolts. What the actual fuck were they thinking when they wrote these? How was I supposed to beat that in a fight? All the other dex entries also talk about it dropping fat lightning bolts and causing thunderstorms, so it's pretty obvious which direction this is going. It doesn't even need to get near me because it can fly, and in case the actual lightning doesn't work for some reason, it has a sharp beak and big ass talons. Zapdos is quite a calm name for a Pokemon that should be called Explode Your Fucking Body with Lightning Dose. I lose. Fair play. Now Moltres has far fewer dex entries than Zapdos that talk about its abilities, which I was thinking, okay, so long as it doesn't mention it controlling fire, we should have a good chance maybe. It mentions it controlling fire. Pair that with the talons and the beak and the fact that it's able to fly and it's literally just on fire, you got a loss for me again. To be fair, in Japan Moltres is just called Fire, so this makes sense. The rubber chicken of death would probably overcook me and ruin the meal of whatever decided to eat me afterward. Dratini is described as weak and that its skin is soft. Just after it sheds anyway. So I think my chances are higher than Dratini's chances and that I have the advantage. But I think the reason it isn't an outright win for me is because it's still a big ass water snake at this point. So it isn't completely dead in the water, but come on, it's described as weak in the dex. Onto Dragonair, and why does the dex insist on mentioning it being able to fly? Like, what the shit? It can control the weather, which may not be too much of a problem depending on what it does, but I think that its length is going to be a problem because it could just wrap around me and kill me. But the problem is, it weighs 16 kilograms, which is nothing. I could just swing it above my head and slam it on the floor like Hulk versus Loki, so I have the advantage here. But it's not dead in the water again. And down goes my confidence because Dragonite is said to be as intelligent as a human and is capable of flying around the globe in 16 hours, which clocks in at about 1550 miles an hour. Also, when it gets mad, it smashes everything to shittereens. I am DEAD dead. Mewtwo isn't even a question. It's a cruel-hearted, vicious Pokemon who thinks only of beating the shit out of you because it was tortured relentlessly at the beginning of its life. It's described as a combination of overwhelming power and a savage heart, and while it doesn't mention what its overwhelming power is, it would be ridiculous to assume it was anything less than murderous. Mewtwo is the closest a Pokemon has gotten to being a serial killer, and I would be just another one of its victims. And also both of its megas would turn me into a fine goo, either with its hands or with its mind. And with Mew, its victory is given in the form of its Crystal Dex entry, which spells it out for us. To quote the entry directly, because it can learn any move, that's it. It can learn any move. Hypnosis, Ice Beam, Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, Shadow Ball, Hyper Beam. There are 1,000 different ways that a Mew could kill me, and that is all that matters here. Both of these Pokemon would kill me, and they would barely have to exert any effort to do it. We're back, baby, let's go. Chikorita. Tiny, teensy tiny little pear dinosaur. I would smush it into 1,000 pieces. It's very small, it doesn't weigh much. It's a grass type. It'll be destroyed. Remember that weird clip of that dude cutting up a Chikorita? Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's what it'd be like. It'd be like that, but more smushy. Bayleaf next. Hands down one of the coolest secondary evolutions for a starter Pokemon ever. However, it doesn't mention it doing anything. It does mention it has spices in its neck that make you want to fight and that make you energetic, so pretty much it has smelling salts in its neck that's going to help me beat the shit out of it.
Now, Meganium is much bigger than Bayleaf and Chikorita, yes, but it's not that much bigger than me. And I could take it out. It's a dinosaur, but it ain't got no teeth by the looks of it, and that doesn't mean much for it. So I think I could take out a Meganium if it didn't emanate a scent that made you chill the fuck out. That's a problem, because me chilling out means I'm less likely to win. So I'm going to say it's fair fight. Bayleaf, Chikorita, I win. Meganium, fair fight. Cyndaquil is supposedly quite timid, but that isn't stopping it from having a raging flame on its back, which it will use for protection from, say, I don't know, a random dude trying to stomp its head in. However, this is apparently all it has in forms of attack and defense, so still not too difficult. Now, Quilava is obviously more dangerous. It's bigger and has more flames, and according to Ruby and Sapphire, it's outstandingly nimble and can dodge and attack with flames at the same time, so that's really fucking annoying. Despite all these things, it's still small. So honestly, I could still kill it in one swift kick, which would be phenomenal. It's a threat still, but nothing that I don't think I could handle. And finally, moving on to the enormous Volcano Badger. I lose. Yeah, it's not only capable of creating blazing explosions, and also of becoming so hot that if you touch it, you will erupt into flames, but also it's a fucking 5'7" badger, one of the most notoriously dickish animals. You wouldn't see me getting involved with a regular badger, let alone a tall-ass, fire-breathing, explosion-making badger. I'll say Cyndaquil I win, Quilava's a fair fight, and I lose against a Typhlosion. Right off the bat, we have a problem with just the baby croc. It mentions it being able to cause serious injuries when it thinks it's being playful. Fuck. Now what that means is that if I value not only winning the fight, but also making it out with all my limbs, I cannot get caught in Totodil's jaws. Luckily it's still quite small, so I can do damage, but I feel like I can tell where this is going. Now, I'm definitely not the only one that thought the way they shaped Croconaur's mouth was weird. Turns out its mouth looks like that so that its teeth can act like barbed fish hooks and become impossible to remove. Also, it's apparently not going to let you go until it loses its teeth or you stop being alive. My only saving grace is that it's short and relatively light. Now, of all the Johto starters, I would not fuck around with Feraligatr most of all. It's over 7 feet tall and is a crocodile, which is already pretty much all I need to know to make a conclusion, but I digress. It bites with massive and powerful jaws, fun, and then shakes its head side to side to savagely tear you up. Double fun. Perhaps it's slow and you can wear it out? Nope. When attacking prey it moves at blinding speed. Do not ask me how. Totodile's a fair fight, Croconaur has the advantage, and Feraligatr would fucking murder me. Sentret is just a little dude, incapable of violence, and very ball-shaped, which would only be helpful for me. It's supposedly really good at looking out for and spotting danger, and presumably it's quite quick to flee. However, that's not the game we're playing. The fight between me and a Sentret only lasts as long as it takes me to get my hands on the little monster. Once I have them though, there's a number of options. I think I'd go with grabbing the tail and swinging them into a wall or a fence, something tasteful like that. And continuing the trend of being adorable is Furret. Look at that face, what mischief could he possibly get into? Well, not much according to the decks, very slim and very long. Furret is quite nimble and speedy, but again, that's it. It wouldn't take much to put a Furret out of commission forever. However, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He's decently heavy and quite fast, so ramming speed could do some damage to me, but ultimately, I don't see it going Furret's way. I think it's safe to say, Sentret I win, and Furret I have the advantage. Hoot Hoot is a cute little owl, and while it can fly and has talons, I'll be damned if I say it could beat me in a fight. It hoots at the same time every day and is used in place of a clock in some parts of the world, which is fun, but like how most people feel about alarm clocks, I'm gonna smash Hoot Hoot against the wall until he hoots his last hoot. Now, Noctowl is far more intimidating because some sick fuck at Game Freak said, yeah, that owl? Let's make him 5 feet tall. And like most owls, it is completely capable of silent flight. So a 5 foot tall owl with a beak, talons, and is not able to be heard by human ears is going to cause me a lot of issues. However, a point for me can be found in its weight. It's quite light for a massive damn bird, so if I can get a hold of it, I might be able to stop it from flying about like an asshole and splat it against the floor. So to those points, I'm going to say Hoot Hoot, I win, and Noctowl has the advantage over me. Poor Ladybird. I've always thought Ladybird was quite cute, and I've wanted to use one, but unfortunately, this whole line have not been blessed in the stat department, and according to the decks, they've not been blessed in nature either. They're extremely timid, and can't even move unless they are in a swarm of other Ladybird. They don't attack either, so unfortunately, I must smush this bug. Now, it's all well and good that Ledian uses the stars for energy and scatters mysterious glowing powder, but if the deck says that the power of your punches are, and I quote, piddly, then I'm going to murder you. Ledian is not tall, it's not heavy, and it's very weak. A recipe for victory if I've ever heard one. I would win against both Ladybird and Ledian.
Spinnerack is a little itty bitty spider and does classic spider stuff such as lay traps and inject poison. Now, 1 foot tall is big for a spider, but I still don't think it's laying traps big enough to catch me, nor do I believe that I'm stupid enough to walk into them. And I know what you're thinking, well, the poison will get you. Unfortunately, you're an idiot if you thought that, because apparently its poison is not strong enough to kill its prey, just weaken it. Its prey is Cutiefly, and I am much bigger than a Cutiefly, so Spinnerack's gonna die. Now Ariados, it's much more believable that I would get caught in their webs because they're like 3 times bigger, and also their silk is known for its strength, so maybe it could get me like that and sip my bodily fluids despite how weird that sounds. Problem is though, he's still kinda small, not for a spider, but compared to me, a thorough stamping could sort him out. So Spinnerack is a win, and I'm going to say that Ariados is a fair fight. And now for our first new evolution of an old Pokemon, and a damn good one at that, Crobat. Right off the bat, we have a huge problem. This big bastard is massive, nearly 6 foot. Now I'm going to assume that that's the wingspan, but still, what the fuck? That would still mean that it has the wingspan of various eagles. Combine that with the fact that its fangs are so sharp you don't even realize you've been bitten, and the fact that it flies so silently and quick that you might not even notice it when it's really close, well, I'm just dead. Also, it drains blood, like a vampire. Very unhelpful. So starting off the new evolutions with a bang, because I'm a fucking skinny pale corpse and this eagle bat gets to fly off content with the fact that I probably didn't notice him. I lose against a Crobat. Arguably one of the cutest Pokemon out there, Chinchou is based off one of the scariest creatures that the deep dark sea has to offer, the anglerfish. Now Chinchou can produce electricity, but this electricity stuns and faints. And this gives me hope, because obviously it's whoever dies loses. But enough electricity can kill just about anyone, so I've got to keep dodging and hope I can take it out before this little taser boy stops my heart and wins. Moving on to Lantern, and uh-oh, somebody sound the "this Pokemon has been shafted" alarm, because if I were to read its dex entries and compare it to Chinchou, I would rather fight a Lantern. Lantern's entries say that it uses its blinding light on its head to paralyze prey and swallow them whole. It only has 1 dex entry that mentions it using electricity at all, and it says that it does an electrical attack, so Lantern is actually an easier fight than Chinchou in my opinion. This is a first. So when it comes to the results, I'm going to say Chinchou's a fair fight, and Lantern, I have the advantage. Okay, so I don't even have to make the joke about where this is going, because look at it! It's so tiny! It literally, and I mean literally, stands no chance. Cleffa is 1 singular foot tall and weighs 3, count them, 3 kilograms. In the description, I'm going to put a link to a website telling you other things that weigh 3 kilograms, but just as an example, I'll tell you one now. A newborn baby. It's literally a fucking baby. Like, dudes, it's gonna die so bad. I win against Cleffa. Yay. I would literally fucking eat Igglybuff. It's small. It weighs almost nothing. It's squishy. What I'm saying is, it would be so easy to kill. Pick it up in one hand and hold it underwater until the bubbles float to the top. Hopefully it will bring me peace to see those glaring red eyes close for good. Why'd they do that? Anyways, I win against an Igglybuff. Nice and short. Thank you for watching. Apparently, Togepi's shell is filled with joy. Well, as you may have guessed, once I'm done with it, its shell will be filled with dead Togepi. Seriously, it's half a kilogram away from being a yellowish Igglybuff trapped in an egg. Set up some sticks and a net and you can have a wicked game of football and win the fight. 1 kick would actually be more than enough. And they say that Togetic will appear in front of kind-hearted, caring people and shower them with happiness. That's not me, but the only way a Togetic could live this fight is by not being there. Unfortunately, them's not the rules, and this flying fairy baby is going to become a functional doormat by the time I get my hands around it. Togepi I win, and Togetic I also win. Natu got fucked over here because they made it a flying type, but it can't even fly. It just jumps and hops real good, and apparently it carefully observes you, and if you approach it, it'll hop away. But I guarantee you that I run faster than this little dude hops, so all I gotta do is hit him with a jumping leg slam, and he's got a one-way trip to the afterlife. And I know what you're thinking, but Chris, Xatu can see the future and just dodge his shit. Well, guess what? No, it won't, because the deck specifically says that while it can see the future, it cannot change the future. So if it sees me running at it like the ultimate warrior and absolutely tearing its shit up, well, that's just how it's gonna be. Predict that, bitch. So, yeah, I win against both Natu and Xatu. Okay, so touching a Mareep's fleece will apparently give you a painful shock, so my way around this is I'ma just punch it in the face, where it has no wool. But it mentioning that it's painful gives Mareep a chance still. I have the same problem with Flaffy, but its pink spots are mentioned to be non-conductive and safe to touch, so that's where I'll have to hit. The downside here is it can apparently shoot off hairs that will zap you on impact, so if it zaps me and then just lays on top of me after I've been effectively tased, I may be done, so we'll see. And they fucked over Ampharos. No mention of electricity or anything like that, but I'm not letting something this cool be ruined by bad entries. So for once I'm going to make some assumptions. The light on its tail is visible from space, and I'm going to assume that it shines at more than 10,000 lumens, which would basically be enough to blind me constantly, and with its weight and height, Ampharos could definitely stand a chance here by just beating me up after it blinds me. I have the advantage over Mareep, and Flaffy and Ampharos are fair fights. Blossom is so adorable. So it's with heavy heart and incredibly big muscles that I must announce their untimely passing. It was untimely because I had only just gotten my shoes shined at the time of death, and then I had to immediately get them redone. I've been picking leaves out of the cracks of my soles for days now. Poor thing. It never stood a chance. I win against a Blossom. Right off the bat, Meryl can't do anything to me. No mention of super water bullshit attacks, and to add salt to the wound, look how perfectly grabbable that tail is. It's like Meryl was designed to be swung around. Throw in a couple of rough stops against a wall or a floor and this little water mouse is done. Okay, Azumarill was not given any form of attacking in the dex, just good hearing and camouflage. However, Azumarill is based off a rabbit and not a mouse, so it's not too far-fetched to say that it has kicking power similar to a rabbit but scaled up for its height. And while I still don't believe it would kill me per se, it definitely hurt and could do some decent damage, so I'll throw it a bone. In the end, I win against Meryl and I have the advantage against Azumarill. So we all know Sudowoodo's gimmick. It looks like a tree, but it's not. However, the dex is skimping on details again and is only saying its composition is similar to a rock. Even Professor Laventon from Legends Arceus says it feels like a rock. So I'm sort of at a crossroads here. For the sake of giving an answer, I'm going to say that it has really rough skin, but its body can still be bent and flexed. With the dex specifically calling its arms out for being supple yet strong, I think I'm going to call this a fair fight. Defensively, Sudowoodo is quite solid, but offensively, I'm much bigger. So yeah, Sudowoodo is a fair fight. Politoed is a weird case, because while Politoed itself is not a threat at all according to the dex, I may have a problem with the fact that it can summon an army of Poliwags and Poliwhirls with just a cry. I didn't know this. Did you know this? No one read this froggy asshole's dex entries. Poliwag isn't really a threat either, but if you'll remember, Poliwhirl has the ability to cause hypnosis, and all it would take is like 3 Poliwhirls to guarantee I fall asleep, and then they could just shitpile me until I die. So, breaking cuteness stereotypes, Politoed would fucking destroy me. Hoppip is an easy one for me because its dex entries just reinforce the fact that it gets blown away by gusts of wind. It weighs almost nothing, and I'd be more than capable of just punting it sky high or crushing it in what would be some very gooey stomps. And Skiploom is literally just a green Hoppip. Super light, not dangerous, and again, it could be unceremoniously dispatched with very little effort put into it. Hopefully Jumpluff is at least somewhat exciting. I was wrong. So very, very wrong. Jumpluff's most dangerous dex entry talks about how it can cause what I would gently label as hay fever. Once it runs out of cotton spores, it'll die, so I could quite literally just shake it to death. This line is so unacceptably weak. I win against all 3 of them. Okay, it's super cool that Aipom's tail is pretty much a hand and all, but the problem lies in the fact that it's still a 2-foot monkey. He's gonna be killed. When I said Meryl had a tail made for grabbing, clearly I'd forgotten about Aipom. My tactic to get this mischievous asshole is as follows. Go in for a handshake with the tail. Firmly grasp it, and then just start swinging. Walls, floors, trees, grandmas, all will become deeply connected with this purple monkey. I win against an Aipom. Sunkern is adorable. I don't know how they made a sunflower seed look so cute, but when even your dex entries are saying you're weak, then you may have a problem. Its only defense mechanism is, and this is a direct quote, shake its leaves violently. Now I'm no mortician, but I don't believe death by really shaky leaves is quite so common. I'm gonna eat this little guy. I'm not gonna do any shit build-up jokes. It's a teensy ass sunflower. I would rip it to shreds before its smile could even become a frown. None of its dex entries help it in any way in a fight. Cute as it may be, that will not save it from death. I win against both Sunkern and Sunflora. Finally,
After a long string of bitch-ass Pokemon, something dangerous. Yanma may not look like much, but this 38 kg, nearly 4-foot dragonfly is packed with survival skills. It has 360-degree eyesight, is very good at making tight stops and turns while flying, and to top it all off, its wings can flap so intensely that it can cause windows to shatter with shockwaves. They're also apparently capable of throwing a house skyward. How realistic is that? I don't know, and I don't care. I'm just here to get beat up. I still have a chance though. Yanma has the advantage. Wooper is just a little guy. We all love Wooper, but as you may have noticed, he's just a head with some legs and a body. Nothing scary. It does, however, cover itself in a slimy toxic goo when on land, and that can apparently cause shooting pain. But realistically, that isn't going to stop me from sending it into the stratosphere, especially if I'm wearing shoes, and just give it a big damn kick. Quagsire doesn't even get the luxury of the goo that Wooper has. This is pretty much another slowpoke situation. It doesn't move much, and it's pretty stupid. It's a decent size and weight, but if it's truly as lazy as the deck says, then this isn't going to be a problem. I'm going to say that I win against Wooper and Quagsire. Wooper's too small and not really that strong, and Quagsire's too stupid. Espeon is badass and definitely a top 3 evolution. The problem is, the dex doesn't give it the entries it deserves. It does luckily mention it wielding psychic power. Unfortunately, it doesn't say to what extent, but combining that with the fact that it can actually predict incoming attacks means I'm going to have a hard time while still having a somewhat decent chance. Call me basic, but Umbreon is the man. Super badass design, the perfect moon counterpart to Espeon's sun, and much like its pink pal, the dex has told Umbreon to go fuck himself. However, it does mention it's secreting poisonous sweat, and specifically aiming for the eyes, so that's something. And it also says that when it goes hunting, it goes for the throat and then eats it, meaning it does kill and eat living things. I know that it talks about mysterious power, but I'm not going to base a fight off of mysterious powers. I think for both of these dudes, it's a fair fight. Now Murkrow's whole deal is that it is apparently unlucky if you see one at night, and this has led to it being feared and hated by many. But here's the thing. I don't believe in superstitions. It's a crow. I'm gonna rip his stupid little hat head fur off and then ditch him in a bush or something. I would personally beat the shit out of a Murkrow. Before we do anything, you motherfuckers need to explain to me since when was Slowking 6 foot 7 inches tall? That is unacceptable, and I feel like no one has mentioned it. I also was not expecting it to kick my ass, but apparently that's how it's going to go, as Slowking has full control over its psychic powers, it has the intelligence of an award-winning scientist, and to top it all off, it's 6 foot 7! Like, I don't think I'll ever get over this. But yeah, Slowking wins. Okay, Mischievous is an odd one, because if it can scare me, it will be able to absorb my life energy, which I'm going to guess means I just straight up die. However, it has to scare me, and it apparently can't deal well with people who aren't easily frightened. Now I can be frightened quite easily, but in this specific scenario, this is a fight to the death and we are both knowingly in it, and since it can't do shit to me unless I'm scared, I can steal my nerves since I know that I'm fucking around with a Mischievous, a tiny little witch ghost, so I think I have a better chance than the Mischievous at winning this fight. Also a reminder that ghosts are corporeal unless stated otherwise. I have the advantage against the Mischievous. Unknown is a Pokemon? It's certainly weird, and despite its lack of almost anything worth caring about, I can't help but love these little alphabet fuckers. That being said, they're shite in game, and they're shite in real life. The dex has nothing to say about them, because they're a big ass mystery, which is probably where their name came from, and if that's the case, shame on you Pokemon researchers. Supposedly, if there are more than one unknown in an area, an odd power emerges. But thems ain't the rules, bitch. It's a 1v1, and I'm gonna turn him into soup. I win against Unknown. Wobbuffet is dumb. I know it's a beloved character from the anime, but the actual Pokemon and its whole gimmick are stupid. It has no attacking moves, it only has counterattacks and endurance moves, but since the dex doesn't mention it being able to counterattack, Wobbuffet literally cannot do anything to me. As goofy as this guy is, he is so fucked. I don't know what to make of Giraffrig's entries. It never mentions the main head's ability to do anything really, it focuses exclusively on the smaller head on its tail. It mentions it having a brain, but the brain is too small to think, so it just acts on instinct. It bites, it keeps watch, but the weird thing is that it uses, quote, some sort of mysterious powers to drive away the enemy. What are these powers? What do they do? It doesn't say. But because of Giraffrig's incredible spatial awareness, ability to attack from the front and the back, these odd psychic powers, I'm inclined to say that it's a fair fight. That is, if I don't acknowledge that it's a fucking giraffe. A small one, but they're still dangerous.
so I'll say that Girafarig has the advantage. I wish that I could just say, it's a pinecone, and I would destroy it, but unfortunately that's not the case. Pineco are made of bark, and while bark is not the toughest material on Earth, it can still take a punch for sure. Also, they can apparently just add more bark onto their shell with their saliva. Gross. And this makes them thicker and larger, as weird as that sentence is. Also, they're known to explode if you piss them off, so I'm going to say that Pineco weirdly has the advantage. Okay, I didn't think I stood much of a chance against Forretress because of the steel type, and I was right, I am fucked. It's totally encased in a steel shell, and can fire off steel spikes subconsciously to attack me. I can't get at its flesh, and it can just impale me. Because of these reasons, Pineco has the advantage, and Forretress wins, and I have a newfound respect for both of them. I think my biggest problem with Dunsparce is going to be that it's a little bitch. If it spots a human, it will furiously bore a tunnel into the ground with its tail, and it will piece out of there faster than me when I see an old friend from school. No matter how much you hope and pray that someday they'll do this little snake guy justice, Dunsparce is just too weak, and I'm gonna kill him. I win against a Dunsparce. I didn't realise Gligar was quite so dangerous, but it is, trust me. It flies around silently, like no sound at all, apparently. Then it clings to your face like some weird face-hugger scorpion. Then it injects you with its poison barb. Now luckily for me, it's small and I can grab the barb to stop it from stabbing me. However, it can fly properly, like not just pretend flying, it can fly. So I'd have to grab it first, and if I lose sight of it for even a second, I'm immediately in danger. So even though there is a way for me to win, it's unlikely. Gligar has the advantage over me. Without even reading an entry, it should be obvious where this is going. Standing at over 30 feet tall and weighing 400 fucking kilograms, 880 pounds for all you Americans, Steelix is 50% steel, 50% snake, and 100% gonna eat me, rip my face off, or crush me entirely. In fact, it could do all those things. It eats boulders, and not even diamonds can leave a scratch. And any true fan of Minecraft knows that diamonds are not to be trifled with. But yeah, Steelix wins. Who knew? There's not really much to say about Snubbull. It's quite literally just a dog. It pretends to be scary, but it's the one that's actually quite scared, which is really good for me. And since it's just a dog, I'm going to show it what the bottom of my shoe looks like, and it's going to be so thankful that its heart will stop. And apparently Granbull is more scared than Snubbull, which is good, but Granbull actually has weapons with which to murder me. However, its shy nature offsets this a bit, so I'll say it has a chance, but it's kind of just a bigger dog, so I'm going to more than likely win. I win against Snubbull, and I have the advantage against a Granbull. Quillfish can shoot toxic spikes, but the problem is that it has to swallow water to do that, and as you probably don't recall, these do not take place in or near water, so that's off the table. Quillfish's only defense is the spikes all over its body, which do also inject poison, yes, does in fact suck ass, but it's still just a little fish. Grab the tail and swing for the fences, Quillfish is getting splattered. However, because of the risk of poisoning, I'm going to say that I have the advantage over a Quillfish. Immediately, Ruby and Sapphire have ruined me with the fact that its body is as hard as steel, and that it's not easily phased by ordinary sorts of attacks, such as a dude punching it in the face with his bare hands because he decided he can't have weapons. Then Ultra Sun and Sword confirm that it will literally smash me to death in one big swing, leaving me a corpse with no jaw because it hit me with the meanest left hook this planet has ever seen. Surprising absolutely nobody, another steel type has rocked my shit completely. I lose against a Sizzle. Now I love Shuckle. Cute little turtly worm dude, I'm all about it. But the dex doesn't say that it has an incredibly tough shell, it just says that it has a hard shell, but you know, that's not too much for me to handle, it's just a turtle. And besides this, it has no method of attack. All it does is talk about Shuckle's love for making fermented berry juices, which sounds super fucking sweet, but it does unfortunately mean I'm just gonna lay him on his back and use him like a hockey puck. I win against a Shuckle. Heracross can throw things 100 times its own body weight high into the sky with its horn. I'm super dead, honestly. Even if I grabbed the Heracross, it would just toss me into the sky like it was running a kitchen in a pizzeria. It may not be good at flying, but boy howdy, Heracross can kill. I lose against a Heracross. Sneasel is a threat for sure. It has super sharp claws that it uses to rip into things and climb, and it's apparently a fucking dickhead that will not stop until you can't move anymore. So that's bad. However, as always, I have a saving grace. It's tiny. It's just under a meter tall and weighs less than 30 kilograms, so I'm still horrified for my life and more than likely gonna die. But there's a chance. Sneasel has the advantage. Now, Teddiursa is undeniably cute and is tiny and it doesn't weigh much. But it's still a baby bear. Not quite the life-ending threat of a full-sized grizzly, but it's got claws, and anything with the balls to take anything from a Beedrill has to be at least somewhat strong. So I'm going to say I have the advantage. If it weighed more than 9 kilograms, I might bump it up to fair fight, but for now this little dude's just too light. It's taller than me, it's heavier than me, and it's a fucking grizzly bear. I'm dead as hell. Look at those claws. Also, it's a skilled climber, right? But apparently, it just can't be bothered sometimes, and it just kicks the trees down instead. No amount of excuses or arguing could get me out of this. I'm dead. I have the advantage against Teddiursa, and I lose against an Ursaring. I'm going to do these two together, because it's pretty much the same thing. They're made of fucking magma. I am going to die. Magcargo is 18,000 degrees Fahrenheit, or about 10,000 degrees Celsius. This makes Magcargo hotter than the surface of the sun, which is 10,000 Fahrenheit, or about 6,000-ish Celsius. What this means is, if I fought a Magcargo, I would be incinerated to death immediately, and so would most of the surrounding area of the planet. He would most likely just sink to the core of the Earth and kill us all. So when it comes to the actual magma slugs, if there were a stage below losing, I would be in it. But for now, I just lose. Swinub is a cute little pig. Love that. Unfortunately for it, all it seems to be good for is foraging for berries using scent. No mention of it releasing any devastating attacks, just sniffing the ground, so yeah, pretty obvious where this one's going. Piloswine is a lot bigger and quite a bit more dangerous. First off, it actually has weapons, some shiny white tusks that could gore me pretty bad in some scenarios. Now I know that there's one glaring weakness on a Piloswine, and that is the hair covering its eyes. However, much like a certain earthbender, Piloswine uses its other senses to make up for this, and if worse comes to worse, it will just keep charging repeatedly. Also, have you ever seen an angry pig? Nasty business. I win against Swinub, and I'm gonna say that Piloswine has the advantage. The thick coat it has would help it absorb a lot of hits from me too. Corsola is a piece of coral, and will promptly be smashed to pieces like pottery. Nothing I can do about it. Sometimes I worry that the way I describe these lead people to believe I enjoy the ruthless murdering of these tiny living creatures. I can assure you that that's not the case. Most of the time. Anyways, I win against a Corsola. Remoraid is pretty cool. I think it's most well known for its odd relationship to Mantine, but it's a decent Pokemon nonetheless. It shoots jets of water out of its mouth and apparently has dead-eye accuracy. Problem is, it never says how dangerous the water shot is. It can knock birds out of the sky, but it doesn't say that it kills birds, and also I'm not a bird, so I can't say that it would do much other than drench my clothes and annoy me. Octillery is a little more dangerous, almost 3 feet tall, suction cups, and it sprays a black ink to obscure foes' vision. Doesn't seem too bad, but supposedly to kill its prey, it wraps them up in its tentacles and then just headbutts the shit out of you. Its head's apparently rock hard as well. So I'm going to say I win against a Remoraid, and Octillery is a fair fight. Santa Claus Bird has a foolproof method of repelling enemies. It will, once attacked, start hucking food at its enemies. Now, some lesser person might fall for this, but I'm awesome, and all I want to do is kill this shitty fucking penguin. No mention of it flying, so as far as I'm concerned, this is a done deal, and I'm going to smush him. I win against the Delibird. I didn't realise that Mantine was very big, but holy shit. Whether it's 7 foot long or wide, that's still terrifying, and it also weighs a fuck ton for good measure. Now, even if I stopped here, I'm in for a tough ass fight. But it gets worse. Mantine can swim so fast that when it breaches water, it can fly over 300 feet into the sky. Now that might be hard for some people to visualize, so imagine if you will. You're watching the Statue of Liberty, and a big ass manta ray comes blasting out of the water and lands on top of it. That is 300 feet. Now humour me, and imagine something that can go that fast and weighs that much, hitting you with a tackle. Yeah, exactly. I lose against Mantine. I think my chances of victory can be summed up best by Skarmory's Ruby Dex entry. It says, and I quote, Skarmory is entirely cased in hard, protective armour. This Pokemon flies at close to 190 miles an hour. It slashes foes with its wings that possess sword-like cutting edges. In those 2 sentences, there are 4 reasons that all sum up to, I'm going to die and it will be quick.
the big tin chicken is simply going to fly by and cut me in half before I even realise the fight has started. And even if we entertained the idea that I could catch it, it's covered in steel, so there's literally nothing I can do here. I super lose against a Skarmory. Houndour is just a smallish dog and can't do much to me. Its entries only talk about how useful it is as part of a pack. Luckily for me, I invented the rules and it's a 1v1, so it doesn't get that. Even small dogs can hurt you, but it's small, it's light, and I'm fully capable of just booting it into a wall or something. It doesn't stand much of a chance. Houndoom isn't nearly as easy. Some asshole at Game Freak specified that it can shoot flames. As if this wasn't bad enough, the flames are mixed with poison to really fuck my shit up. And even if I did win, any flames that touch me would burn forever, so I pretty much lose anyway. I would win against a Houndour and I would lose against Houndoom. Kingdra is a big fucking seahorse dragon creature and would more than likely kill me. It's taller than me and much, much heavier than me. It can create whirlpools, which wouldn't be a threat if it weren't a move. Whirlpool being a move means that it can be done anywhere, so in fighting a Kingdra, it's surprisingly likely that I would be drowned on land. And if for some reason that didn't work, it could just fucking body slam me and I'd die. So yeah, I'm gonna say that Kingdra wins. What the actual fuck is wrong with this franchise? This not even 2 foot tall baby elephant is fucked. It will bump you with its snout, which will apparently send you flying, and if you get hit by its trunk when it swings it around, it can shatter your bones. Not break, shatter. Also, it can easily pick up and carry a fully grown human. This has no right being this strong. I'm actually not likely to win here. Now Donphan, I get Donphan. It's a big tire elephant, so it makes sense that it would trample the shit out of me. It can supposedly blow a house apart just by tackling it, and if it was hit by a car, it wouldn't even be phased. I'm not Francis Ngannou, so I'd be killed in one hit. Phanpy has the advantage, and I lose against a Donphan. I was fucking dreading this fight, and for good reason. If you could all rewind your brains to a couple months ago where we talked about regular Porygon, you might remember that it ended up as a draw because it couldn't do anything to me, but because of it being made of computer code and therefore having no organs, there was nothing I could do to kill it and it ended up being a draw. Well, Porygon 2 is literally just an AI enhanced version of regular Porygon, so still no heartbeat, no breathing, hell, it can even survive in space now. So, yet again, and for the first time in Gen 2, Porygon 2 is a draw. I respect Stantler. Its only mention of psychic powers is that if you stare at its antlers, it will make you unable to stand, so I'm just not going to do that. But I respect Stantler because it's just going to be a good old-fashioned fight between a man and a deer. That's a tale as old as time. Unlike most man versus deer fights, however, I don't have a gun. Shit, I don't even have a knife. So I'm in a tough spot. Because honestly, that dude looks pissed. I don't want to fuck around with an angry deer with massive fucking horns, but I gotta, and if I get lucky and manage to scramble onto Stantler's back, I could maybe break his neck. But yeah, Stantler has the advantage. Dog Banksy over here is fucked. No mention of attacks, just a special ooze. Now ignoring how incredibly weird that sounds, it is just a dog with a funny tail and a hat. Quite a decent sized dog, mind you, but I'm gonna be honest, he doesn't strike me as the most intimidating creature, and you know how I feel about Pokemon with long, grabbable tails. Bang! Zoom! Straight to the moon! I win against a Smeargle. Now I thought Tyrogue was going to be a problem, but surprisingly it's not some freakishly strong little boy. It's a somewhat realistic fighter with an insane drive to fight, so at least the fight will be interesting. It's apparently always nursing injuries from challenging bigger opponents. I am a bigger opponent, so I don't believe that I would lose, but I gotta give it to him, Tyrogue isn't completely dead in the water here. It's a smidge inspiring actually. For Hitmontop, I'm gonna do some maths. Hitmontop can apparently deliver kicks 10 times stronger while it's spinning, so if we take the average weight of the leg compared to the body as a whole, Hitmontop's leg would weigh about 8 kilograms, meaning it can at the least deliver kicks that hit with the force of an 80 kilogram weight. But Hitmontop is spinning while he does this, and it spins fast enough to start drilling holes into the floor with its head, so I'm going to go ahead and say that it would shatter every bone in my body with one kick. I have the advantage against Tyrogue, and I lose against Hitmontop. Smoochum uses its lips to identify objects, so basically it kisses everything. And dude, if this fucking creature tries to kiss me, it's getting obliterated, annihilated, downright evaporated. I will not stand for that shit, and it will suffer a horrible death if it gets too close to me. Stranger danger can apply to animals if I want it to. I hate this child. I win against the Smoochum. Ultra Moon says that when it's fully charged, you'll get a shocking jolt. And that's it. Nothing. No hidden strength, no shooting lightning from its fingertips, just a little zap when it's at full strength. Combine that with its stupid rugby ball shaped body and you got a recipe for disaster. He's getting booted, and I'm gonna win. Fucking Booby over here is a dickhead, just like his papa. While not as egregiously bad as Magcargo, Magby is still 600 degrees Celsius in body temp, and apparently, if it were to fall into a small enough pond, the whole thing would dry up. Now I'm no scientist, but that sounds like it's gonna hurt. Also, it can shoot flames. Fun. I was hoping that because it's small and also a baby, I'd be able to squeeze out a win, but no, I just straight up lose. I could kick it to death, but that would melt my foot off and I would catch fire and die anyway, so yeah, I lose against a Magby. Miltank is an annoying thing, we all know about Whitney, and I was hoping I'd be getting revenge on it today, but it doesn't seem it's going to go the way I want it to. Mind you, I'm not saying I'll lose, I just wish it was one-sided. Miltank is obviously a cow, and cows are quite dangerous in certain situations. They're usually docile, but if you scare or aggravate one, it's curtains for you, unfortunately. However, Miltank is quite a small cow, so while the deck says it's strong and tough, it's the equivalent of a heavy child, to be honest. So because of its supposed strength, but also its short stature, I'm going to call it even. Miltank is a fair fight. This big pink thing is going to die. I'm sorry to all you Blissey fans out there, I'm sure there's at least one of you, but there's no mention of attacks, not one bit. In fact, they really emphasise the fact that it will be as peaceful as possible and try to calm you down instead of fight back. Those are not the rules here, and so I'll just have to beat down this round egg creature. Speaking of eggs, I'm nicking that after the fight. I win against a Blissey. Okay, so it's pretty obvious that I'm just fucked, right? But the question is, how fucked am I? Because yeah, Raikou can shoot thunderbolts at will, which is pretty much all it needed to win, but how fast is it? Because the deck says it embodies the speed of lightning. So is it as fast as lightning, or is it just really quick, which shows that it is literally the embodiment of lightning? Either way, I'm dead because the 6-foot saber-toothed tiger shoots lightning. I lose against a Raikou. It comes at no surprise when I say that the nearly 7-foot, 200-kilogram lion definitely wins this fight. I mean, if I came face to face with a dog that could do this, I would just die on the spot from fear. Not to mention it shoots flames as hot as magma and is said to have extreme power. So yeah, this is bad. I lose against an Entei. While not as obviously fucked up as its deadly brethren, Suicune is a threat purely because of its stature. No, it does not have any visible claws, and no, it has no visible teeth. But I'm a realist, and I'm gonna die if I fight a 6'7" leopard creature, teeth or no. It could just slam into me a bunch and destroy my ribcage, so ultimately, even if it just had to blunt force trauma me to death, it could. I lose against the Suicune. Okay, we're going to ignore the fact that it has to eat an entire mountain's worth of soil to evolve, because that doesn't matter here. What does matter is that, while it's heavy, it's still small and I'm going to stomp him to death. Who the fuck wrote these entries? Because I did not expect the fucking pupa to be able to propel itself like a goddamn jet engine and topple a mountain. I thought I was going to get away with this, but I'm just so dead. Let's list off why I lose here. Its body can't be harmed by any sort of attack. In just one hand, it can make the ground shake and mountains crumble. When it goes on a rampage, maps have to be redrawn. And when it walks, it destroys mountains and changes the terrain. I never thought I'd say this, but I'd rather fight Skarmory. I win against Larvitar and lose against both Pupitar and Tyranitar. So I thought Lugia slept at the bottom of the ocean because it's the guardian of the seas. However, reading through these dex entries, it's become glaringly obvious that that's not the case. It turns out that Lugia sleeps at the bottom of the ocean because it is ludicrously strong. One light fluttering of its wings is apparently enough to blow a house apart and cause a 40-day storm to ensue. I like to think of myself as somewhat decent at these, but if I tried to fight a Lugia, I'd be a shredded corpse on the other side of the country without landing a single hit. So yeah, I lose against a Lugia. It's said that anyone who's lucky enough to get to see Ho-Oh will be granted eternal happiness. Clearly I'm the exception. While not mentioning any sorts of attacks or techniques, you may have noticed that Ho-Oh is, how you say, fucking enormous. It's a 12-foot tall phoenix and weighs 200 kilograms. It has visible talons and flies. Easy loss. It doesn't even need to breathe fire to fuck my shit up. I lose against Ho-Oh. Now, Celebi is a very special but odd case. We know that Celebi's main thing is that it travels through time and makes forests grow very well. However, it's not described as strong and is pitifully small and light. So, here's my issue.
I said in the rules that the fights must take place in grassy areas with no other terrain surrounding us. However, I did not account for the time-travelling onion fairy, and it could totally do the classic go back in time, kill me as a baby. Would that count as still being on the battlefield? Even though it will result in my death, I'm going to say yeah, because it's just an ability that Celebi has. So in the end, Celebi wins before the fight technically ever started. Starting off Generation 3 with a bang, for me. Trico is a ballsy thing. Apparently if a bigger foe were to glare at it, it would glare right back without backing down. But ultimately, it's a 5 kilogram gecko. I'm going to slam his fucking head into the ground. Now moving on, this absolute peak of middle stage evolution design is more of a challenge than its predecessor. It's got incredible talent at running, and is apparently quick as fuck, and has some thick thighs for jumps and therefore kicks. Size is still on my side though, so it's close. And finally, kicking off my first loss of this gen is Sceptile. The madman with swords on his wrist is able to cut down thick trees and is agile as shit, so combine those two things and I'm in worse shape than a rounded triangle. I win against Trico, Grovyle is a fair fight, and I lose against a Sceptile. This is my favourite generation. Fire Pokemon are the bane of my existence, just after Steel types. Torchic, this little chicken with no arms, can shoot 1000 degrees Celsius flames. Now, despite how dead I might sound, Torchic's still bad at walking and has no means of defence other than that fire. But if it misses, oh boy, lunch has cooked itself. And now you think because of its small size that Combusken would be a somewhat decent but not incredible opponent. But I got unlucky, and they mentioned not only its super hot fire spitting, but they also included its thunder thighs taking lives. It can dole out 10 kicks in 1 second, and the kicks are outstandingly destructive, so I'm shafted here. And moving on to Blaziken, I never had a doubt in my mind that I would lose this. The big flaming chicken is actually 6 foot 3 inches tall, meaning it clears my height pretty comfortably. It can clear a 30-story building in one jump with its powerful legs, and to top it all off, it has flaming punches because of the fire in its wrists. Torchic is a fair fight, and I lose against Combusken and Blaziken. Before I start talking about these guys, just know that they're my favourite Pokemon and I would simply kill myself first so that I didn't have to fight them. Anyways, Mudkip is reported as being able to crush and carry boulders, which sounds bad, but until I get confirmation on the size of these boulders, I can't make any serious judgments, so for now, I'm just going to assume it has the power to at least break my bones, and I'll call it even. Now, Marshtomp has some unhelpful entries, but it tells us that it's better at travelling through mud than water, and that it has sturdy legs. I think with both of those characteristics and a lack of much else, I'll have to call it a fair fight. And as well as being the greatest Pokemon ever conceived and created, Swampert is gonna fucking kill me. With the ability to easily drag things weighing more than a ton and being able to destroy a boulder in one swing, this incredibly handsome, muddy boy is gonna win easy. Mudkip and Marshtomp are fair fights, and I lose against a Swampert. I assumed Poochyena would be somewhat of a threat, and I was wrong. Very wrong. It is teensy tiny, and a massive bitch. It acts all scary, but as soon as you start swinging and stop running, it switches up faster than Italy in 1943. So really it just becomes a small dog after that, and I could fuck up a small dog. Mightyena, however, is a much bigger, much scarier dog. Standing at a height that would make the average wolf cream himself, Mightyena has a massive advantage over me. 3 foot might not seem a lot, but when you're talking about 4-legged animals, it's pretty shitty. Combined with the claws and fangs, I'm in an awful situation with the faintest glimmer of hope being that I punch it in a bad part of its skull and it dies before it rips me into a million pieces. I win against Poochyena and Mightyena has the advantage. Aww, what a lovely little fella. It's gonna die, but still, what a guy. Zigzagoon is built like a bag of milk and will go down easy. Sure, it's got claws, but they've only got small ones, and being just over a foot tall means I have a huge size advantage. But just look at that bristly tail. This one's for you, Goose. I would swing that bastard into a fence and kill it immediately. Moving on, and Linoon is a surprisingly deadly Pokemon with much sharper claws and the ability to run 60 miles an hour for some reason. Linoon sounds like an efficient killer, if it weren't for one glaring issue. The dude can't turn to save his life. The dex points out on multiple occasions that it has to come to a screeching halt before it can turn, so literally just move out of the way and that whole 60 mile an hour thing is no longer a problem. However, I still have to get in close to finish it off, so I'd say we're about even. I win against Zigzagoon, and Linoon is a fair fight. Wurmple is big for a caterpillar. However, it's a fucking caterpillar. I don't care if it'll poke you with spikes and leak poison out of them, or if it has sticky webs that slow you down. I love the little man, but come on, give me some credit. He's getting smashed, mate. I'm gonna fuck him up. I don't want to, but I will. I win against a Wurmple. Silcoon is a free win. The dude literally can't do anything. It can repel attacks with its hard shell, sure, but I'm just going to relentlessly beat the shit out of him until it caves his stupid head in. It's not much of a challenge, but I honestly wasn't expecting one either. And now with Beautifly, I've always found it quite funny, because according to the Dex, Beautifly is a massive asshole with an aggressive nature, and it has no problem stabbing me with its long, thin proboscis. However, much like with its caterpillar offspring, I'm not giving it the advantage. It's a fucking butterfly. A big ass butterfly, but a butterfly nonetheless. I'm not going to say it has no chance, because it's vicious and angry, and anger could make a butterfly scary. It's just no Beedrill. So I win against Silcoon, and I have the advantage over Beautifly. I've never felt particularly threatened by Cascoon, except maybe because of the eyes, but reading its entries, this dude holds a mean grudge. It can't move while in the cocoon, because if it did, it would be weak when it evolved, so it just has to take the hits. But it apparently never forgets a face, so if I don't kill it, I'm going to be hunted down once it grows its wings. But luckily, it is kinda easy pickings for a creature like a human, so I should be fine, honestly. Dustox, however, is on a path to give the Wurmple line some credibility by scattering toxic dust and powder with every flap of its wings. Supposedly, this powder is potent enough to make a pro wrestler sick, and I am nowhere near the build of a pro wrestler, so I'd be in bad condition. So unless I just cover my nose, mouth, and eyes, then run and start swinging and get a lucky hit in, I'm pretty fucked. But that plan is still on the table. I win against Cascoon, and Dustox has the advantage. I don't know if in real life I could bring myself to harm this thoughtless little creature, but unfortunately I gotta, and in a 1v1 I would absolutely tear a Lotad to shreds. I'd float his body down the river as a nice memorial though, to a fallen soldier. Now Lombre is much bigger than Lotad and has actual limbs, not just nubs. However, my luck still isn't changing because all this dude does is piss off fishermen and be happy. Good for him, but like, he's gonna get fucking annihilated. And call me Andrea Bocelli, I think, because the only song Ludicolo is gonna be hearing is Time to Say Goodbye. It's somewhat human-sized and quite thick, but also all it does is dance. The dude's a fucking machine on the dance floor, but in the battlefield, he's a pigeon with no wings or legs. I'd crush this duck man. I win against Lotad, Lombre, and Ludicolo. He is a fucking acorn. I'm gonna win, I'm sorry. I'm gonna boot his ass across the universe and then stand on him till he crunches. And luckily for me, Nuzleaf has the classic Saiyan weakness of, I gotta grab this motherfucker and then I'm good. Pinocchio over here has a big ass nose, and as soon as you got a grasp on his shitty air receptacle, he is powerless. So I should be fine. Lastly, I thought I was on track for another clean sweep, but then Game Freak just told me to go fuck myself, and now I'm facing down a mind-reading, house-destroying, tree-surfing dickhead. My chances are slim, and by slim, I mean they don't exist. I win against Seedot and Nuzleaf, and I lose against Shiftry. Apparently, Talo is a brave dude, and he'll take on even the toughest of foes, including Skarmory. But Talo didn't account for one thing. I was trained by Ozzy Osbourne himself, and I will bite this 2 kilogram asshole's head off. Easy peasy, Talo is squeezy. Now there are many things that Swellow has going for it. The flying, the sharp talons and beak, the worst case of fuck me eyes I've ever seen. However, it's still quite small and light. But while it never misses its target when it's diving to grab you, once it does grab me, all I have to do is give its head a quick twistaroo before it drops me from 400 feet in the air. It could still get me though, and just scratch me to death. I win against Talo, and Swellow is a fair fight. I love this little seagull dude, but let's be honest, he's effectively a shoelace with eyes. It's the first bird Pokemon that has its hollow bones mentioned, and give me some credit, I could literally rip this dude in half. Most people could. Look at him, he's just a fucking seagull. And now Toilet Bird over here is more of a challenge, but only because he's physically quite large. He has no apparent advantage over me due to having any moves or insane capabilities. It's just a big fucking bird. So I'll give it a chance, but I can't cut the poopy pelican too much slack. I win against Wingull and have the advantage over Pelipper. Ralts has the ability to sense the emotional disposition of people and Pokemon. It hides if it senses hostility. If Ralts met me, poor little thing must just be seeing this. It stands very little chance. Just kidding, it stands none. I would pull its stupid little hat off and then eat cereal out of it. Curly is actually kind of buff for a middle stage evolution. It can see into the future, because of course it can. It can distort the space around it to create mirages and illusions, and if that weren't enough, it actually has psychokinetic powers unlike a decent portion of psychic types in the Dex. Combined with a highly developed brain, and it's got a pretty good chance, but once I get my hands on it, it's game over. And a reminder, everything in the Dex is taken literally in this series.
It can predict the future. Okay, pretty neat. It can expend powerful psychokinetic power. Not too bad. And it can create a small black hole. Game Freak. Why do you do this shit to me? I'm just gonna die. I win against Ralts, Curly has the advantage, and I lose against Gardevoir. Not only is Surskit teensy small and very light, but it also brain-jaculates honey from the top of its head when it senses danger, so I get to kill this adorable little insect and feast on its ooey-gooey liquid after the fight's over? Sounds like a win-win to me. Now moving on to Masquerain, and yeah, it can fly in any direction with its 4 wings, but supposedly if its wing eyes don't intimidate you into submission, this little man is piecing out of there ASAP. And since this fight doesn't end until somebody's dead, I take the victory here. I win against both Surskit and Masquerain. Fucking grass-type Pokemon and their shitty fucking poison. Shroomish is a mushroom and destroyed very easily, much like a mushroom. But Game Freak are assholes and just decide to throw in its ability to eject toxic spores from its head. It makes sense because he's a mushroom, but like, that's so unhelpful. Luckily for me, the spores just cause pain all over, but they don't sound fatal, so there's a chance Shroomish could overpoison me, but I don't see it happening when it's so frail. And just to add insult to injury, they gave Breloom these spores too. Unlike Shroomish, however, Breloom doesn't even need the spores. Its technique is equal to that of pro boxers, but it also says that it puts boxers to shame. With speedy footwork and virtually invisible punches and stretchy arms, all while being poisoned, I think it's safe to say that the grass kangaroo is coming out on top here. I have the advantage over Shroomish and I lose against the Breloom. Apparently this little guy's heart only beats once per minute. After I'm done with him, it's going to be 0. Slakoth has nothing going for it. He's not big, he's not heavy, he has no powers, abilities, nothing. He's just a lazy ass sloth. Now moving on to the biggest gap in similarity between two Pokemon of the same line, Vigoroth is simply built different. Incapable of sitting still, Vigoroth is pretty much a monster energy, came to life and started absorbing other monster energies. I'm not going to say I even have a chance, because if you combine claws and teeth with practically infinite energy and anger, it results in a very, very dangerous sloth. And finally, the big boss himself, the king of bling, the prince of passing out, the god of fucking killing shithead YouTubers, Slacking. This dude is canonically the laziest Pokemon, but if the Dex says it can exert horrifying power, he's gonna fucking eat me. I win against Slakoth, and I lose against both Vigoroth and Slacking. Nincada is a blind and tiny bug who cannot stand sunlight, which is where this fight takes place. Next. Coming to royally fuck my shit up is Ninjask. Now we all know his whole thing's that he's one speedy boy, but the Dex decided that they'd go overboard and make him so fast that he seems invisible. Combine that with the fact that he has visible claws, and we've got another Skarmory situation. Sure, one clean hit would probably put him down, but I'm just not landing a clean hit. Or any hit at all. Moving swiftly on to Shedinja, and this goes just about as strangely as you'd expect, and possibly more so. Basically, the Dex doesn't mention Wonder Guard, but it does mention that it flies without moving its wings, it doesn't breathe, and also that it's an empty shell with eyes, and doesn't move. Even a twitch. Honestly, I don't know what to do here, so Shedinja is going into the what the fuck category just for him. I win against Nincada, I lose against Ninjask, and I against Shedinja. Now here's the thing about Whismur. It's gonna lose. There's no way that a Whismur wins this fight. But I think it'll do a shit ton of damage to me. It screams at volumes that cause almost all people pain, and it leaves you with an all-day headache. So like, I'll stomp it to death, but it might make my ears bleed and permanently alter my hearing. And guys, you wouldn't believe it, the Dex is finally trying to help me out. Apparently, after Loudred finishes shouting, it can't hear anything for a while, and this is considered a weak point. Guys, they're helping. They're finally... Fuck. And finally, like always, my luck doesn't get any better. Someone looked at this hippo loudspeaker and said, fuck it, this dude can shake the earth with his shout. And if the volume it takes to blow a house down would kill me, you best believe that the earthquake-spewing dinosaur man would end my life. I win against Whismur, and I lose against Loudred and Exploud. Makuhita is a big beefy boy, and will most definitely fuck my shit up. It trains non-stop, and has got a fucking Tonka tough body because of this. It slams itself repeatedly into thick trees, and snaps them with its sheer force. I can't snap trees in half, and I'm actually equal weight to Makuhita, so logically, his strength and weight is superior to mine, and if we both ran at each other, I'm the one getting flattened. Now moving on, and this enormous motherfucker can bitch slap a train off the rails while it's moving. it can snap a telephone pole in half with one punch, and it can send a 10-ton truck flying with one arm thrust. Do you all remember that fight between One Punch Man and that mosquito bitch? Do you all remember how that ended? That's literally me against Harayama. I lose against both Makuhita and Harayama. I know Azrael has a very grabbable tail, but all I'm hearing is the fact that its tail is densely packed with nutrients. Can we invent a dish using Azrael? Is that morally sound? Either way, this poor mouse thing is gonna get hurled straight into the fucking stratosphere. I win against Azrael. Nosepass has always been a bit of an odd Pokemon. I mean, its nose is a magnet/compass, but ignoring that stuff, it's not actually as hopeless as it seems. It's rock type, which doesn't outright mean it's made of rocks, but look at him. That ain't skin. And also, it can apparently spin and drill into the ground in a split second when in danger, and its main method of attack, which is, it can drag your ass straight to it via magnetism. I'm not sure if that works on non-magnetic material, but it also uses this to drag metal things towards it to defend itself with. The chances of me running into a Nosepass covered in knives is low, but it could technically happen. I'm gonna say because of the rock skin and its ability to fuck off underground, it's a fair fight. It's an 11kg cat, it does nothing else, I'm gonna fucking obliterate it from existence. It will be a stain on the bottom of my shoe and nothing more. And I mean, Delcatty is a big cat, but it's not a big cat, if you catch my drift. All its dex entries just talk about how it loves sleeping and has good fur. Well, I'm gonna put dirt in its eyes. This thing doesn't even stand a chance, because Game Freak wasn't even nice enough to give it claws. Maybe if it had a mean streak or something, I'd give it the benefit of the doubt, but it doesn't, so I won't. I win against both Skitty and Delcatty. My favourite little goblin boy is actually a decent fight, despite being slightly taller than the average meerkat. He has sharp claws for digging through soil, and that big shit-eating grin isn't just for show. Sablei's a parent's nightmare, cause this dude be eating fucking rocks. You don't fuck around with a rock-eating ghost goblin, so despite his very little size, he could definitely kill me, and is almost guaranteed to cause grievous bodily harm. I'm gonna say that Sableye is a fair fight. Mawile is a sort of 50-50 fight, where if I land any amount of solid hits on it, it's fucking DEAD dead. But if I get caught in their massive gnashers, then I will be the dead one. I always wondered why Mawile was part steel type, and it's because those jaws are actually steel horns that have been transformed. And apparently they can chew through iron beams, so yeah. If I hit them first, I win. If they grab me, they win. So for those reasons, I'm going to call it a fair fight. Now I know what you're thinking. Well, he is made of steel. But he's just a little guy. Surely you can just throw him or something. Nope. This cute little bastard is not only made of steel, but he eats cars and can destroy a dump truck with a tackle. Moving on to Leiron, and he also has a steel body, and just to show off how strong it is, it just absolutely blasts its own body through boulders. So yeah, that's good for me. And Aggron is just a metal Tyranitar, honestly. He claims an entire mountain as his own territory and will completely destroy your asshole if you get near its mountain. It can destroy thick iron sheets and will impale you to death with its horns. Also, it's fucking massive. I lose against all three of these big bastards. Meditite is cool and all, and mad respect for doing yoga and meditating and shit, but I'm not accepting a loss against this weird monkey creature. It's pretty much just a child that knows a bit of martial arts. I'm bigger and I'm going to sit on it till it dies or something. It wouldn't be particularly hard. Medicham, however, has gained more than just peace of mind. It gained the power to predict your next move in a fight by doing yoga. Give me some of that shit. It's also able to attack back with a devastating blow, so it has a pretty good chance. But it is small, so if it were to land a hit, it would be pretty quick. I'm going to say I win against Meditite, and Medicham has the advantage. Electrike is one of those rare first stage Pokemon that actually has visible teeth or claws. It has fangs specifically, and can supposedly run faster than the eye can see, or at least follow. Combine that with its ability to shoot off sparks in the right conditions, and you have a pretty dangerous little man. But as with most small Pokemon, one good kick would be the catalyst of me winning the whole thing. Now Manectric is a massive fucking wolf with teeth and claws that is potentially capable of moving at the speed of lightning, which, in case you didn't know, is 270,000 miles an hour. So even without electric powers, I was going to lose. But just to rub alcohol filled with salt into the wound, it can drop lightning bolts and shoot sparks. I am mega fucked. Electrike is a fair fight, and I just die against a Manectric. Everyone I've ever met has an extreme love of Plusle or Minun and an extreme hatred for the other one. Personally, if I ever saw Plusle, it is on sight. This little yellow rat is getting exploded with one clean, venomous kick. It's going to be turned into a wall decoration and paint at the same time. I win against a Plusle. Minun is my baby, my little guy. He's super cute. It's unfortunate that we have to fight to the death, and I'll miss him when he's gone. For the sake of a quick clean death, I'll just hit his head with the classic DK forward smash and hope it explodes his head immediately. I sadly win against a Minun. Volbeat, with no word of a lie, is literally just a big firefly. No powers, no moves, no claws, no teeth, nothing. It's large for a firefly, but all I'd really have to do is give it a big bear hug and either just crush it to death or break its spine and then beat it up. It shouldn't be too hard. He is pretty shit. I win against a Volbeat. Illumise is literally just gender bent Volbeat. It does command the little simps though by smelling real good, but that's by the by. It does nothing and is actually smaller than Volbeat, so my chances increased with Illumise. If it didn't have a cool shiny, I'd probably hate it. I win against an Illumise. While Roselia is capable of shooting off sharp thorns as projectiles, it doesn't say that they contain any poison, so obviously I can't assume that they do. However, the spike on its head apparently does contain a vicious poison, so it does have the combo of shooting spikes and jabbing me with its head. Dangerous for sure, but it is small, and I mean it is much smaller than most things I fight. It's 1 foot tall and weighs 2 measly kilograms, so long as I'm able to just work through the sharp projectiles and don't touch its head, I should be able to one-shot pelt it into hell, but there's always a chance I fuck up, so I have the advantage against Roselia. The Dex is disrespecting my man here. They claim that all it can do is smell like super duper ultra mega ass while it's eating, and it can only eat things that are the same size as it. So considering I am much, much bigger, and am not a fish capable of being tricked into a creature's mouth, I have pretty much got Gulpin in the bag. Now this man is gonna fucking kill me. He's nearly the same height and weight as me and is able to digest anything. Apparently the only thing it can't digest is its own stomach. Combine this with the fact that it shoots a hideously toxic fluid from its paws, then you have a good 1-2 punch of reasons I'm gonna die. I win against Gulpin and I lose against Swallow. Okay, now hear me out. Carvanha can destroy steel ship hulls with its fangs, so obviously I'm screwed, right? But he's apparently a huge bitch when alone, and this is a 1v1. Ultra Sun and Sword both say that Carvanha simply will not attack prey when it's alone. But the question remains, if it knew it was going to die otherwise, would it not fight back? If we ignore the deep existential questions, it will more than likely fight back, leaving me little chance of a victory. Moving on, they pretty much just made Sharpedo a braver, bigger and stronger Carvanha. It moves at 75 miles an hour, which is incredibly bad for me, and is capable of crushing iron. It's actually bigger than me, so yeah, I am finished. Carvanha has the advantage, and I lose against the Sharpedo. Wailmer is a doofy fellow and likes to make people jump by spraying water at them harmlessly. It also enjoys bouncing around playfully like a ball. However, unlike a beach ball, Wailmer weighs in at a whopping 130 kilograms, and if it were to bounce on me, I would be promptly smushed, like an ant. And even if it didn't bounce on me immediately, it's still enormous and I couldn't really hurt it, so yeah. And Wailord is just straight up unfair. It's 47 foot long and weighs 300 kilos. I kid you not when I say I genuinely can't do anything to this fucking absolute unit. All he needs to do is just fall onto me and I'm gonna get liquefied. I lose against both of these big whale bastards. I thought I was going to get away with a win, or at least a fair fight against Numel, because it isn't made of fire. It just carries it around in its hump. However, Black 2, White 2 and Y have stated that its hump gets smaller when it uses fire type moves. So realistically, any fire move that Numel learns it can use in this fight. Numel learns Flamethrower, Overheat and Incinerate. I don't think I'm getting away with this, but it is small and apparently very stupid, so maybe. Now on to Camerupt, and not only is it bigger than me, but it's also heavier than a Wailmer, so I'd be shit out of luck already if it didn't spew lava that can melt literally any substance on the planet, including my skin, nerves, organs, and bones. I think it's safe to say that the fucking camel wins. Numel has the advantage, and I lose against a Camerupt. Torkoal is a handsome little man, and I wouldn't dream of hurting him. However, I don't have much of a choice, and he doesn't have very good defences despite being, you know, a fucking tortoise.
as much as you'd expect the dex entries to talk about it shooting fire, they only mention it bellowing smoke, which might kill me about 20 years from now, but in a 1v1, it isn't very helpful for him. I'm going to say I win against the Torkoal. Spoink is a tragic tale. It's always bouncing because that's what keeps its heart pumping, and if it were to ever stop, it would just fucking die. So, here's my game plan. I'm going to hold him, and that's it. I hold Spoink, it has a heart attack, I win. And unlike Ludicolo, if Grumpig starts dancing, I should be very worried. The dude can apparently take over control of your body with its sick moves, like some sort of disco shikamaru, but if I rush it before it starts, then I can prevent it from grooving and promptly beat the shit out of it. I win against Spoink, and Grumpig is a fair fight. The Dizzy Panda is super duper cute, but unfortunately has about as much self-preservation as the average hamster. If it walks too much, it feels sick. It can't walk in a straight line. This dude is pretty much useless. However, it is said to avoid enemy attacks brilliantly. But unless those marshmallow arms are packing a hell of a punch, I'll get him eventually. I win against a Spinder. Trapinch is a funny little dude, and if it got its jaws on me, then I would be in major danger. But also, if I tip it on its back, I win. So this is sort of up in the air, and I would just have to avoid those boulder-crushing jaws to take the fight. Vibrava is a bit scarier than Trapinch, but not by a tremendous amount. It can fly short distances, that's not too bad, but it can also generate high frequency sound waves by rubbing its wings together, which gives a person a serious headache, and also it can spit acid, so I'm going to be generous and say that it has a pretty good chance. Now Flygon has been done absolutely dirty by the dex. No mention of it being strong, just how it can create sandstorms with its wings, but luckily I can do it some justice due to it having the ability to fly, and because it is physically larger than me and has claws. This shit is unfair for such a cool Pokemon. I have the advantage against Trapinch, and Vibrava and Flygon have the advantage against me. Despite being pretty small, Cacnea is actually quite heavy, probably because he's a fucking cactus. Combining that with how thick its arms are, and the fact that they're covered in thorns, then you have a recipe for a strong little man. It can also shoot thorns off of its body for some range, so I'm actually going to say that this is fair for us. I have the size and weight advantage, and he has the defenses and range. Fair play. Now Cacturne is bigger, heavier, and sharper. While it doesn't have the ability to shoot thorns anymore, it's now capable of throwing actual punches and running, which is all the more scarier. Imagine getting bear hugged by that. It would definitely fuck you up. However, I do still have the height and weight advantage, so I don't think I'm a lost cause in this fight. Cacnea is a fair fight, and Cacturne has the advantage. Swablu is literally a cotton bird, and it weighs just over a single kilogram. It has no strength, just an obsession with cleaning. The only cleaners Swablu is going to need after the fight is a forensic cleaner to get the blood off the floor. All of Altaria's entries talk about how beautiful its voice is and how kind it is, and then Shield had to come in and fuck it all up. Apparently, if it's provoked, it will let out a loud ass cry and then attack without mercy. And while it is still small, it has a beak and can fly as well, and has quite a lot of padding to help defend itself. So I'm going to say I win against Swablu, and Altaria is a fair fight. Zangoose is a 4-foot cat, ferret, mongoose thing with incredibly sharp claws and a shitty fucking temper. Those are not the eyes of something you want to fuck around with. Size and weight are all I've got, and I don't have very much confidence that I'd win. It's not impossible, but honestly, Zangoose scares me, so no matter how the fight turns out, I will be bleeding tremendously and potentially missing some very useful body parts. Zangoose has an incredible advantage over me. Unlike Zangoose, I have literally zero chance against a Seviper. It's a snake, so already it's going to be quick and hard to pin down, and Seviper is special because even if I pin his head down, he has a fucking sword on his ass, so either I have to deal with his comically large fangs or his butt blade, and both contain a deadly poison. Add on the fact that he's nearly 9 feet long, then I just get maliciously stabbed and poisoned to death. I lose against Seviper. Now, Lunatone is pretty odd because its whole thing can be boiled down to telekinesis rock, but it has its own odd nuances. Apparently, its red gaze can lull people to sleep, and I reckon if it puts me to sleep, it has two choices. Kill me by just slamming me into a wall with its psychic powers, or it could just ram its body into me and crush me to death because he weighs 168 kilos. Equally, even if I manage to stay awake, he's a 3-foot tall rock. What am I going to do to that? Spit on it? Regardless, I lose against the Lunatone. Orange Lunatone over here is quite similar to its moony counterpart. They both have the same level of psychic power, however Solrock does not put you to sleep, he instead spins like a fucking Beyblade and blinds you with the brightness of the sun. Oh, and also it's bigger and heavier than Lunatone, and is fully capable of impaling me or just breaking my bones to shreds with a few tackles. I lose against Solrock. Barboach is just a lubed up fish, honestly. All the Dex talks about is how fucking gooey this dude is. He has no defense other than squirm like crazy and hopefully get away. But I will eventually tire it out, or land a lucky smack that dislodges its brain out of its skull. I'm not sure what to do with Whiscash. His very first Dex entries talk about how he will fuck you up if you come near its territory, even causing an earthquake to get you. But in Legends Arceus, it says that it causing tremors by smacking the ground with its fin was believed to be the cause of earthquakes. Despite that, it will apparently eat anything that is alive, and it can still cause vicious tremors. So I just don't want to fuck about with a big fish, honestly. I win against Barboach, and Whiscash has the advantage. Corphish will never let go if it gets hold of you with its pincers, but the dude is so small and light that I'm pretty sure you could just blast his ass into the ground with a quick swing. Other than that, it just lives in shitholes, so not much to save it there. And as soon as Corphish evolves, it becomes a huge dick. I mean, this guy's apparently hard as fuck to raise and will fight just about anything. It'll even just launch things from its pond as a warning. If its pincers fall off, it becomes a huge bitch. But I'd have to be lucky enough not to get caught in them first, and he is aggressive, but he's a little small for me to guarantee the win for him. I win against Corphish, and Crawdaunt has the advantage. Okay, I love Baltoy. I think it's very cute, but he just spins. Literally. The Dex exclusively talks about how it spins on its one foot, and how it makes loud noises when it sees other Baltoy. If I just kicked this dude, it would smash like a plate thrown at a wall. Now, this floating, beam-toting, psychic owl statue from the Aztec Empire is just a little bit fucking weird. The arms on its side apparently capable of firing beams, which sucks, and it does have noted psychic powers and the ability to levitate. Add on the fact that it weighs over 100 kilos, and you've got a Pokemon that I don't feel like I can beat. I win against Baltoy, and I lose against Claydol. Lileep is quite small and really only has one method of catching you, and that's using the tentacles on its body. But I mean, what does it do once it gets you? We know it eats you, but does it have teeth? Does it swallow you whole and digest you with powerful acids? We don't know, and therefore I can't pass judgment, and also won't. And also, it's only a rock type because it used to be a fossil. It has fleshy flesh, like a human being. Now Cradilly luckily answers those questions for us, but only for itself. It can stretch its neck and tentacles over 3 times its body length to snatch you up, and once it grabs you, it dissolves your body with strong digestive fluids. As well as that, it stands to reason that it could probably just bash your face in with its own face, since it has that much range, and probably one hell of a swing. I win against Lileep, and I lose against Cradilly. Anorith is probably one of my favourite first stage fossil Pokemon, because honestly, I have a preference for little bug dudes, and that's what Anorith is. Those harsh red-eye patterns on the top of its head aren't fooling anyone. He's a sweetheart and about as dangerous as a lobster, with no legs, but hey, this is technically a sea creature, so he gets to do the weird levitating swim, which makes him more of a threat. Not much, but more. Now moving on to this piece of shit, and Armaldo is just a little bit more challenging. It is a bug dinosaur with armor so tough it makes all attacks bounce off, from 100 million years ago with the power to cut through almost anything, deliver devastating blows with its tail, and punch clean through a steel slab. How in God's name did this thing go extinct? And why did we bring it back? I have the advantage against Anorith, and I lose against Armaldo. I genuinely want you all to go and look at Feebas's Dex entries, and just look at how they constantly massacre this poor fish. Ugly, slow, dim-witted, ignored, shabby, unpopular. It gets worse. Predators won't even eat them because they look like they taste bad. And just to make my life easier, it's apparently easy to catch. So I'm going to put this poor little dude out of his misery so he can stop being bullied. Now Milotic is obviously, along with Magikarp, the greatest Pokemon glow-up of all time. Incredibly beautiful, and unfortunately for me, devastatingly powerful. While it's not whipping up storms or creating diseases, it is 20 fucking feet long, which is only double the length of a fully grown boa constrictor.
Combine that with its ability to make you stop being violent at just the sight of it, and it'll squeeze me to death till my head pops like a grape. I win against Feebas, and I lose against Milotic. I thought Castform might stand a chance because of its ability and the whole weather changing nonsense, but the Alolan Dex entries for its different forms can be summed up pretty easily as he's warm, he's wet, he's cold. No crazy skin melting or literal bone chilling, just a little warm boy. So despite my hoping for something, Castform's just going to get obliterated. I win against a Castform. Well, I thought I knew pretty much everything I could about Pokemon, but I learned something new here. Kecleon is able to blend into its surroundings, however, its zigzag pattern remains the same colour no matter what. So even if it tried to sneak up on me, it would just be a giant floating zigzag, and without the element of surprise, I don't really think it stands a chance. I do, however, want to point out that if Kecleon changes colours to blend in and you don't see it quick enough, it'll pout and refuse to reveal itself. Even though that's really funny, I'm still going to kill him, and I win against the Kecleon. All Shuppet does is eat up negative emotions like a Christmas dinner. Other than that, it doesn't have any bullshit evil ghost powers, and I should be fine to just steal its stupid little hood and strangle it to death. Also, it looks like a used napkin from SpongeBob. Now unfortunately, the Dex hasn't given me much choice in how this fight goes because they only say Bayonet has a propensity to curse people. Will a curse kill me? Who knows, but what that means is that I can't say for sure that I would lose here, so based solely on the fact that it looks evil as fuck, I'll say it at least has a chance. I win against a Shuppet, and I have the advantage against Bayonet. Duskull was a surefire win until Scarlet and Violet came out and said it eats your soul, but while I don't know specifically how the soul eating shit works, it seems to be tied to getting caught staring into its eye. Regardless of that, he is a small boy and wouldn't take much to permanently deal with, so combining the soul eating stuff and the fact that he's tiny, I'm gonna say it rounds out to a fair fight. Dusclops is much scarier though. Not only is it actually human sized, he also absorbs anything into his body, no matter the size, and once he's got you, that's it. You've been got. And while no one's ever been confirmed to die in there, no one's ever been seen again after being absorbed, and being trapped inside a bandage ghost is pretty much a loss regardless. Also, he can hypnotize you with his seductive hand movements. Duskull is a fair fight, and I lose against the Dusclops. While the funny banana dinosaur doesn't have any explicit methods of winning written in the Dex, it is, however, a 6'7", 100kg flying dinosaur. He could pick me up and just drop me from a great height. He could fly high in the air and fucking pile drive himself into my head. Equally, let's say I land a hit. Does this big motherfucker look like he would care? I would hit him, and then he would swing his neck like a golf club and break both of my legs. The second they gave this man wings, I had already lost. I lose against Atropius. Okay, I did not expect Chimecho to have Dex entries talking about how he can send people flying. This doesn't mean that he wins, just that despite all the odds being against this tiny, flimsy wind chime, he actually stands a chance. Okay, he can send me flying, but how far? Because if he can violently throw me across the horizon, then I'm fucked. But if it just tosses you a little bit away, I'll survive that unless I land on my head. And as soon as my hands make contact with this child, he's so dead. Based on all of this, I'm going to say that I have the advantage against Chimecho, verging on a fair fight. Much respect to this little man. According to Bulbapedia, Absol is based on this, which obviously is Chinese myth and therefore impossible to compare to like a lion or something, so we're just going to go off of physical features. Absol is 3'11" and weighs 47 kilograms. This makes it much larger than the average hyena, and so I'll say that puts me in trouble. Combining its decent size with its claws and fucking huge horn, Absol's probably got this in the bag, but there's a very little chance, like 0.001%, that I land a lucky blow. But again, unlikely. Absol has a major advantage. I didn't expect Wynaut to live for even a second against me, because I mean, look at it. It's just a baby. However, the Dex mentions that it's able to dole out some powerful counterattacks, so every time I land a hit, it'll return that hit with roughly double the power. So while I don't think it will take many hits to take it out permanently, it will, surprisingly, fuck me up regardless. And if it hits me just right, oh boy, I could actually maybe lose. So I never thought I'd say this, but Wynaut is a fair fight.
Snorunt is really good at withstanding extreme colds, but is it, I ask you, good at withstanding extreme shoes? Because this dude is just a triangle with a face. I'm going to crunch him to death even though I love him deeply. Now, reading the dex has honestly expanded my mind on some Pokemon, like Ice Satan over here. I didn't realise that it was made of rock and not ice, it just wears ice as hard as steel in its body as extra armour. Regardless, I can't destroy a nearly 5 foot tall ball of solid rock and ice, and that's even without the fact that it can freeze people solid and then he fucking eats you. How did Snorunt evolve into this dickhead? I win against Snorunt and I lose against it clearly. I don't want to have to do it. I love this round boy more than I love this planet, but he is perfectly shaped for someone to pelt it, and to save you all the stress of having to do it, I'll do it for you. He's gonna die. Now, while Celio doesn't have proper legs and therefore I have the superior agility, it is capable of destroying ice with its flippers, so this fight boils down to I'll lose if it catches me, and I think that makes it fair. He's fat, he's round, he'll put you in the ground, it's Walrein. Shattering ice is impressive, but shattering 10-ton ice blocks with your teeth is just fucked up. Walrein would literally rip me a new asshole. I win against Sfeel, Celio is a fair fight, and I lose against Walrein. If Clamperl was bigger, then I'd be in major trouble, because it's pretty much just an underwater Carnivine, but with its small size and no outward attacks, I just need to repeatedly throw it against something until eventually its shell smashes. Now Huntail's a weird one because he has no powers, he's just a fish, but also he's 5 foot long and has sharp teeth that it uses to eat prey, meaning it is good at killing things, but like, would I lose to a fish or is this more of a shark type of deal? Either way, I genuinely don't know whether it's gonna lose or if I am, so I'm just gonna split it down the middle and call it fair. Why the fuck is this little mermaid reject the scariest one? The dex literally says that its body is unharmed by ordinary attacks and that it will stab you with its mouth and drink your insides. Now I wouldn't count slamming it against a floor or a wall as an ordinary attack, so I can kill it, but honestly, I'm terrified of this thing. I win against Clamperl, Huntail is a fair fight, and Gorbis has the advantage. Relicanth is the original old man Pokemon. This dude is fucking ancient and honestly just chills out at the bottom of the ocean. It has no teeth, lives off of microscopic organisms, and has tough scales and a lot of fat. I would struggle to kill it, but given enough time I win 99% of the time. I have the advantage over Relicanth. Luvdisc is fucked. Seriously, it's a little heartfish that gets sad and gives up if it's on its own, which it will be for this fight. I would win this fight even if it took place underwater. That's how weak Luvdisc is, and I can't even swim. I win against the Luvdisc. Bagon is the definition of an unsupervised child. In an attempt to fly, it practices every day by hurling itself off of fucking cliffs head first. Because it does this so often, its skull is fucking hard, and it can turn boulders to pebbles in a single headbutt. It also gets pissed off that it can't fly, and will go into an envious rage where it beats the shit out of everything. Also, apparently it's just a bundle of muscles. Now Shelgon isn't as active of a threat because it's a bit too heavy for it to move with any real athleticism. However, he's pretty much immortal. He's basically surrounded by iron and doesn't need food or water. Even the Dex doesn't know how the fuck he's alive. But that means that even if it just waited, I'd never break through the shell and he doesn't need food. This big motherfucker is up there with Tyranitar in terms of threats. It flies, breathes fire, and if you piss it off, it flies into an uncontrollable rage where it won't stop until you are dead and the surrounding area has been burned and shred to pieces. I lose against all three of these big fuckers. This metal dick is just a natural force. It barely counts as a living thing. It repels and attracts things and itself using magnetism, which lets it float and drag enemies closer to it. It doesn't have blood, just magnetic forces, and it'll rip you up with its ass hooks. Combining that with the fact he's made out of metal and weighs 95 kilograms, I'm pretty sure a few tackles would put me out for good. Who the fuck is writing the entries for these pseudo pricks? Can I win against Metang? Let me think. It fucking zooms around at 60 miles an hour, can stop you dead in your tracks with psychokinetic power, it can tear through iron as if it was silk, and if it got hit by a jet plane, it wouldn't even fucking care. So no, I can't beat a Metang. And now onto the psychic supercomputer robot that weighs over half a ton, and my luck, funnily enough, doesn't change. Metagross has psychic powers, sure, but honestly, it's so big and so heavy that it'll just sit on you, and then it'll fucking eat you. Why do so many Gen 3 Pokemon want me as lunch? I lose against all three of these dudes.
Regirock is made of rocks, so already my chances are slim, but it turns out he has neither a brain nor a heart, so really what can I do? And even if I was lucky enough to get a hit in, he literally just sticks rocks on himself to heal, so I'm not going to beat around the bush. Regirock would literally swat me away like a fly, and I would equally get splattered like one. I lose against Regirock. Well, Regice is, again, made of fucking ice, which isn't as bad as rocks, but I mean, I still can't do fuck all to it. And unlike Regirock, Regice wouldn't even need to lay a finger on me. It's apparently so cold that just being near it will freeze you completely solid, at which point it can totally have its way with you, however it wants. I lose against Regice. Same deal as with Regice and Regirock. Say it with me now.
Registeel is made of fucking steel.
But actually, not really. The Dex says its body is harder than any kind of metal on Earth, and it's theorized that it's actually space metal, so I'll try my best to kill the giant iron space alien thing, but it's not looking too good for me, I'll be honest. I lose against a Registeel. Latias is quite short, doesn't weigh very much, and according to the Dex has no explicit powers except being smart, sensing emotions, and being able to turn invisible. I'm letting it have flight because it's always seen flying or at least floating, but in my eyes it's just not an obvious enough defeat. I think this is the first legend that would not be guaranteed to beat me, but I do still think Latias has a big advantage over me. Latios is like Latias, but it got bigger and told me to go fuck myself. This 6'7" monster can fly faster than a jet plane and is smart as hell. If this thing's so smart, it should realise that it hitting me at those speeds will 100% of the time result in a fatality. I lose against a Latios. Have you ever looked at a Pokemon and thought to yourself, God, I'm glad that doesn't exist? Me too. Kyogre is a 14-foot, 350-kilogram whale with the power to control water and flood the world. I want you to take a wild guess about how likely I am to win here. It doesn't say that Kyogre could eat me, but realistically, he totally fucking could. I lose against Kyogre. Groudon may be shorter than Kyogre, but he is 3 times heavier, coming in at a whopping 950 kilograms or over 2,000 pounds. This dude is beefy, and even without any powers of intense heat and being able to sleep in magma or whatever, this dude is just covered in spikes and claws. He would bat me away or just slice me clean in half. I lose against Groudon. Rayquaza is a 23-foot long missile dragon that flies about and eats meteors for fucking breakfast. It's also mentioned that it has the power to calm both Groudon and Kyogre down if the two are ever to fight. The problem isn't if it would kill me, obviously it would. The question is, would it bother to kill me? This dude literally only does anything if it thinks you're a threat to the world or nature. Since I am not personally a huge threat, I doubt it would bother, but for the sake of the video, I lose against Rayquaza. I know fighting Jirachi is very circumstantial, what with the only waking up once every 1,000 years thing, but for the sake of convenience, let's just say that Jirachi is awake. This thing doesn't stand much of a chance, really. I know what you're thinking. Steel and Psychic type, surely you can't beat that, but actually, its Steel type is a reference to a protective shell that envelops it when it's sleeping, and they just never mention it using Psychic powers. All Jirachi does is sleep and grant wishes, so basically I'll just be killing a baby, and for the very first time in Pokémon Fights history, I win against a legendary Pokémon, Jirachi. Deoxys is a super smart alien virus with psychic powers and the ability to use its chest like a fucking railgun. I don't stand a chance against his gangly boy or any of his other forms. Attack form would one-shot me, defense form would just beat me to death, and speed form would kill me before I even realized. I lose against Deoxys 4 times. Starting off Generation 4, we have every sane person's favourite tortoise boy, Turtwig, and unfortunately, we're gonna kill him off. Sure, he probably has a painful bite, and his shell is hard, but like, realistically, is he gonna kill me? No way. He too dang small. And just like that, all it took was Turtwig getting a little bigger and a lot heavier, and I'm in much more danger than I was before. While not immediately an instant loss, fighting a Grottle would be like fighting a hog more than a tortoise, so we'll be tackling each other until eventually one of us gives in, and that's pretty fair in my eyes. And lastly, Torterra is fucking enormous, and fully capable of just killing me through sheer weight or strength. To add insult to injury, Legends Arceus says that its strength is peerless, so yeah, my chances of beating a Torterra are a big fat 0. I win against Turtwig, Grottle's a fair fight, and I lose against Torterra. Chimchar seems dangerous because of the flame, but it turns out, according to the Dex, he doesn't control or shoot fire in any meaningful way yet, and so for the purposes of this video, it's just a little monkey with no claws. I'd beat the shit out of this dude. Now Monferno, This is a dangerous monkey. It has control over the intensity of its flame tail and is stated as dealing out powerful attacks. Combining this with its ninja-like agility and how it leaps about in all directions, we have a pretty solid fight in our hands, one I'm actually not too confident in. Now Infernape uses all of its limbs in its own unique fighting style, where it engulfs its hands and feet in fire and throws you about like a ragdoll. Apparently none beat its speed, and it will fuck up anyone it finds, no matter how big and scary they might be. I win against Chimchar, Monferno has the advantage, and I lose against Infernape.
This dude sucks at walking, so he wouldn't stand a chance against me, a human with a tendency for walking, perhaps even a proficiency in walking. I could walk this man into an early grave. Penguins aren't known for their flying, but I have one brilliant candidate right here. Who the fuck gave Ugly over here the power to snap trees in half? You bastard Pokédex writers need to get your facts straight. All Primplup can do is be a penguin. Can't believe I'm gonna lose to this fucker. I thought Empoleon was steel type because of his weird trident face, but no, turns out those are just horns. Its wings are apparently as sharp as even masterfully crafted blades, and it can absolutely decimate sheets of ice in one swing. So I win against Piplup, and I strangely lose against both Primplup and Empoleon. The most dangerous feat of strength this regular bird has is that if it smacks you with its wing, it will leave pain that lasts for a week. So as much as a bruise sucks, once I grab hold of it, we should be good to just... Staravia is obviously bigger than Starly, and so he gets points for that, but the deck specifically mentions that they understand that they're weak. Its claws and beak don't look like they're made for murder, just pecking and perching. So you know what? Even though it isn't really a huge threat, I'll still say he has a chance. Staraptor is bigger yet again, and is stated as having strong leg and wing muscles. It has a ferocious nature where it won't stop attacking even when it's injured. This will be a true fight to the death, and I think Big Bird has the advantage here. I win against Starly, and I have the advantage over Staravia, and Staraptor has the advantage over me. Now listen, I'm not a religious person, but honestly, what am I supposed to do against this perfect creature? I mean, look at him. Those sharp incisors, the strong, ready legs, those steely eyes that aren't afraid of no bitch-ass YouTubers. I never stood a chance. Some do say, though, that he's secretly a big idiot and just has a painful bite and nothing else going for him, but that's just slanderous propaganda. This slow, ungodlike idiot barely has anything going for him other than is a beaver. While I don't want to say that this thing could cause some serious damage, it could, and would probably be a decent fight overall. I lose against Bidoof, and Babarrel is a fair fight. I love this little musical bug and would never want to harm him, however, harm him I must. He's too small, too light, and look at him. He doesn't even have arms, just hands. With defenses like that, he's gonna die. While Topman Walkery's cricket isn't an incredible threat, its arms are described as sword-like, meaning that I assume they're at least sharp-ish. Beyond that, it is just a big-ass cricket, and I won't accept anything less than me having the advantage. I win against Cricketop, and I have the advantage against Cricketoon. Shinx is aggressive, but its abilities give me the sense of defense over offense. It shines very bright when threatened, and it uses the blinding light to escape. However, it is apparently capable of building up a tremendous amount of electricity, so while I could beat it up pretty easily, it could genuinely stop my heart if it got a good zap in. Fucking Sword and Shield just had to go and fuck it all up again. I didn't have a good chance against it regardless, because it has sharp claws and can cause fainting, but Shield said that its claws can output 1 million volts of electricity, which obviously I'm not living. For once, I'm going to take some creative liberties. The Dex mentions it being able to expend electricity once, but it doesn't mention how strong it is, and this is where I take over. Obviously, it's not weaker than Luxio, so yeah, I lose, but like, why's the Dex gotta fuck over this dude so bad with the no information that it gives? Shinx is a fair fight, and I lose against Luxio and Luxray.
Budu's not in the best of situations. I am notoriously good at killing plants, both in this series and in the real world. Surprisingly though, Budu isn't completely useless here. Apparently its pollen contains poison, and while I doubt it's strong enough to kill me, it'd definitely be something I want to avoid. Other than that, this little man is getting smushed. Other than being just a flower, I don't really stand much of a chance against Roserade. I was thinking that I was going to get lucky and just beat them up, but turns out this dude is fucking riddled with poison. And to top it all off,
He has secret whips in his arms that are also laced with a life-threatening poison. It can move very dancer-like, and then it will just slowly whip and poison me to death. I win against Budu, and I lose against Roserade. While Cranidos is very no thoughts, head empty, I still have to be very, very careful. This son of a bitch could snap trees in half with his fucking face. He's quite heavy for his size, so I doubt he's outpacing me anytime soon, but still. Luckily, it seems other than his head, the rest of his body is pretty normal and I could still do some damage at the back. The little ankle biter still has a decent chance though. If we ignore the absolute shade that the Dex throws at this idiot, he's still a fucking dinosaur that knocked down a skyscraper with a single headbutt. Unlike with Cranidos, I don't think I can use my height, weight and speed advantage to give myself a chance here because, well, he's probably faster, is heavier, and while he's still shorter than me, I don't think those few inches are going to do me any favours. Cranidos is a fair fight, and I lose against Rampardos. Thank you Gen 4 for making a whole bunch of dinosaurs for me to fight. I love that. Now Shieldon can dig up trees with its shovel face, which is scary, but it is specifically mentioned as being weak from behind, and considering how heavy it is, I doubt I'll have any problem avoiding it. I just have to get behind it and literally kick its ass, and we should be golden. As much as the Dex is trying to give me a way out of this fight by saying it is helpless when attacked from behind, I, as an average human, have nothing to attack this behemoth with. He's definitely thick with 5 C's, so without sharp teeth or an incredible amount of force behind my punches and kicks, he's probably just going to flatten my ass like a fucking pancake. I have the advantage against Shieldon, and I lose to Bastiodon. This little worm boy has absolutely nothing going for it. He's small, has no defences, and without his cloak, he looks like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man got burnt to shit. I'm gonna twist his stupid little ice cream head off. Wormadam's greatest feat of strength is that at its max defense, it can repel a Starly's pecking. That's it. It looks bulky, but I'm gonna blast its ass into the second dimension. Mothim is a moth, and the last moth that crossed me got turned into wall art, and this will be no different. He has absolutely 0 defences, and look at him. He's just got a little baby body. I win against this whole line and all their forms because they're literally just bugs and shit. No powers. Combi is a very easy way to get yourself a triple kill. I assume they're physically linked together by skin, and so when I pull them apart face by face, they will bleed to death in a slow, violent fashion. And then I'll immediately regret this decision when fighting Vespiquen. The Dex doesn't actually mention anything about its strength, just about how it acts like a regular real-life queen would. However, look at that face. That is not a passive, peaceful face. Vespiquen would be aggressive and want me very dead, very quick. And after a quick bit of research, queen bees do have stingers, so yeah. I win against Combi and I lose against Vespiquen. Pachirisu, the world champ himself. While very fragile, Pachirisu is still able to shoot real electricity out of its tail. Now, I'm pretty thick, but I'm unfortunately not made of rubber, and for how small and agile squirrels are, I'd be in a pretty shitty situation trying to lay my hands on this little dude, and with the amount of time it would take to actually catch him, he'd probably have stopped my heart with plenty of zaps at that point, so oddly enough, Pachirisu has the advantage. Weasel's one of those Pokemon that I don't hate, but I tend to avoid, maybe just because everyone talks about using Floatzel in all their playthroughs. Regardless, I digress. Weasel's just a little guy with spinny tails. I'm gonna crack his head open against rocks. Floatzel's Dex entries refuse to say that it can smash rocks, or that it can create tidal waves. They instead opt to talk about it rescuing people and its flotation sack. Well, Floatzel can suck my flotation sack because above water it's just a small man with no powers. I win against both of these water boys. Hey, my second favourite fruit is cherry. Nice. Cherrim is a fucking flower? Literally nothing else to it. Docile in the dark, cheerful in the day, equally dead at any point in time. I want to make a clever joke about these two, but honestly, they're the most plant-like Pokemon so far, and are about as dangerous as real-life cherries. I win against both these fucking grass people. Shellos is not the most intimidating Pokemon for sure, and the Dex makes sure that it isn't capable of anything scary either. Shellos is just a little squishy boy that shoots out some purple liquid when you stress it out. As cute as he is, I wouldn't have any choice but to stomp his head in. Gastrodon is a little trickier because now its squishiness actually makes it a punching bag that wouldn't really care about being hit unless it was really, really hard. and since I'm not Francis Ngannou, I don't see it being particularly bothered. And it can regenerate? Unfortunately, the dex doesn't say it's dangerous, it's just a slug to them, so weirdly enough, this is going to be a draw. I win against Shellos, and I draw with a Gastrodon. But I don't want to fight the monkey, I want to be accepted into its friendship circles. Regardless of my love for the monkey man, it's apparently a hardened rival of Persimmon who is a 6'7" monkey, or as it's otherwise known as, a human being. That's literally just a guy. And Ambipom wins half the time, despite being half the size, and a quarter of the weight, so it's gotta be good at fighting. Based on the fact that I'm smaller, lighter, and probably weaker than a Persimmon, I gotta give the monkey the advantage. Ambipom has the advantage. Drifloon is super cute once you get past the actual child murdering. However, the dex has given us a few subtle clues to help us win. First off, Drifloon dislikes heavy kids because it can't carry them away as easily, so its strength is lacking. Secondly, it runs away when kids play too rough with it, so its defense is low as children are able to scare it. As far as I'm concerned, this is a win for me. Drifblim, however, is noticeably stronger, capable of picking up people and successfully carrying them away where they will never be seen again. And I'm assuming that these people wouldn't just let it happen, so they must have at least tried to hurt Drifblim. So I have a limited amount of time to kill it while it slowly floats me upward and drops me from a big height. I still think there's a chance. I win against Drifloon, and Drifblim has the advantage. What the fuck? Who wrote this? Who thought this was good? It's a fucking rabbit. Why is it smashing boulders to dust? Well, it looks like fighting Baneri is going to be like tag, but for keeps. If I get hit once, I'm fucking dead. And rabbits are quick, so I'm going to say Baneri has a good chance of just one-shotting me. And now this fucker is a karate master with super destructive kicks and the ability to sense danger? Why are these rabbits so busted? With the agility and speed increase as well as the goddamn future sight, I don't think I stand a chance. Baneri has the advantage, and I lose against a Lopunny. Mismagius is like the Deadpool of Pokemon. It's totally up for being one of the good guys, but it's just happy fucking ruining someone's life in the next moment. Despite all this, Mismagius doesn't seem capable of killing with its curses, just generally ruining your life, much like Bayonet. So while it'll be a major pain to live for the remainder of my life, I will still win, and that's what truly matters. I win against Mismagius. After reading Honchcrow's entries, it's become increasingly clear that he is just a bird mob boss, and that's awesome. For everyone but me. It is apparently good at punishing people and delivering the final blow. This is unfortunate, but it's surprisingly small for what many would consider to be a big ass bird. So combining these two things, I think it would be safe to call it a fair fight since I'm bigger, but he's much meaner. Honchcrow is a fair fight. This is a cat. Literally just a cat. A cat with mild hypnotic powers, mind you, but a cat nonetheless. It does have claws and shit, yeah, but look how small and light this cat is. I've never seen someone get gored to death by a regular house cat, and I will be no exception. Besides, look at the thinness of that neck. I think this one is pretty clear cut. Perugly is a bit more threatening thanks to its size increase, but I don't think it holds any distinct advantage over me because of that. I'm sure it still has claws, but it's no more a lion than Glammeow was, so considering how thick it is, this is a pretty fair fight in my eyes. I win against Glammeow, and Perugly is a fair fight. Chingling can best be described as an ultrasonic weapon used to induce headaches, which sounds really scary until you remember it's a tiny fucking bell and could genuinely be kicked or thrown fucking miles away. Even though, yes, I'm going to have the shittiest headache after the fight, there is no universe where I don't stomp this little dude flat. I win against Chingling. Someone needs to investigate what these Dex writers take before writing these entries and then release it to me, because they are so damn imaginative. Stunky lets out ass-splosions so foul that it induces memory loss. Amnesia ass blast is not a thing, and I will not accept a loss against this thing. It just smells so bad. I just need to run at it and beat it to death. Skuntank is a 3-foot skunk with claws and the ability to accurately shoot poison more than 160 feet away. Even without the poison, it's still pretty fucking scary because that is a big skunk with some big claws. But with the poison, my goose is fucked. I win against Stunky and I lose against Skuntank. Bronzor is incapable of doing any damage apparently, all he does is just show you the future occasionally. He is made of metal however, due to it being a fact that he can be polished, and he doesn't look like plastic or wood to me. So he's made of steel, which I can't do anything to either. So this stupid fucking frisbee is actually another draw. Bronzong, on the other hand, is so mysterious and has powers such that ancient people revered it as a god. Quite the glow up. I, however, am more concerned about the fact that it's a fucking enormous bell made of pure steel that would crush me like my name was fucking Ernesto or something. Bronzor is a draw, and I lose against Bronzong. This bitch sweats out his motherfucking eyes and wants you to feel bad for it. However, I don't. I'm gonna grab his stupid little baubles and throw him off a cliff or something. I could actually smash him to pieces by just swinging him into the floor. I win against Bonsly. I quite like Mime Jr., definitely much more than his dad, so it saddens me to say that all it wants to do is copy what you do and for you to be impressed at it, like a baby. So hopefully, when I put my shoe through his face, it instantaneously kills him and my sorrow will be minimized. I win against Mime Jr. Okay, so we're well into the portion of Gen 4 that is just babies. So I'm all good to beat a Happiny in a fight, but I just want to read this entry because I find the wording of it so funny. Usually, it's a well-behaved Pokemon, but if you take its round rock away, it will cry and fuss and throw a big old tantrum. That is one of the best ways to describe that scenario happening, and I love it. Anyways, I kill a Happiny. This is a fucking parrot. Genuinely, that is it. All it does is talk and make noises at you and hope you leave it alone. I'm just gonna twist his head off his shoulders. Nice and easy. No muss, no fuss. I win against Chatot. I know that lore-wise, Spiritom's a prick, right? But the dex mentions only its ability to lay curses. Again, it doesn't mention how strong the curses are, or if they're even able to kill you, so I'm left to decide this myself, and I think that this makes this a fair fight. Sure, the curse could be awful, but we don't know, and as far as I'm concerned, I could box the shit out of Spiritomb. Look at him, he's all face. But yeah, that's my take, so Spiritomb is a fair fight. In the comments, I'm going to pin a little bit of science as to why Gibble would more than likely kill me, but basically all you need to know is he's capable of chipping his own teeth by biting, and that should be enough force to break almost every bone in my body, and since he's sharkish, I assume he has thick skin. Gabite has a violent disposition and will tear you apart with their claws and fangs if you even come near their territory. I'm a realist, Gabite is gonna fucking kill me. Garchomp can cut down trees with wind from how fast it flies, and it eats entire flocks of bird Pokemon in one go. If any of you even pretend that you can do shit against this dude, you're lying. I lose against all three of these dragon bitches. Munchlax is an odd case, because he can indeed eat his own body weight, 105 kilograms, every day. In fact, he has to. I am 84 kilograms, and so he could eat me, and he does eat things in one gulp. So for Munchlax, he'd have to vor me, which he could totally do. However, this big bitch has to be slow. So could he catch me? I don't think so. In this very specific case, I think I have the advantage because I could just wear him down and beat him to death. But it's still totally possible for him to kill me, so I have the advantage against Munchlax. According to the dex, Riolu is just a dog with lots of energy. No fangs, no claws, just really good stamina and likes to run. Now fair enough, I could definitely be outrun by a Riolu, but once it comes down to the fucking fisticuffs, he's getting folded faster than a pop-up tent on a windy day. And Lucario can crush boulders to dust with fucking Kamehameha Aura Blasts, so yeah, I'm getting my shit stomped. I win against Riolu and I lose against Lucario. Hippopotas is literally just a baby hippo that likes sand. And despite the word baby, you still don't want to fuck around with any kind of hippo. Now I won't say I have no chance, but I think it's pretty 50-50. If it gets its jaws on me, I'm a little fucked, but so long as I just stay safely behind it, I should be okay. Hippowdon can make sandstorms and is angry as fuck. Also it has a 7-foot mouth that has the power to crush a car. Now despite my thickness, I'm not quite car level yet, so I don't feel so confident fighting this dude. Hippopotas is a fair fight and I lose against Hippowdon. Skorupi is 12 times bigger than the average Scorpion, and Scorpion Poison is potentially fatal, but only really to those that are younger, and it hasn't happened in quite a while. However, with the size increase comes an increase in the amount of poison that Skorupi would produce, and I hate to say it, I don't think getting stung by 12 scorpions worth of poison is going to make me feel very good. And it has fangs and claws? I'm going to die. Now Drapion is more than capable of just stinging you once and you die. But this man is such a fucking Giga Chad that he avoids using poison so he can kill you with his pure strength, where upon your death I presume it will flex over your corpse and then teabag your face. I lose against these scorpion boys. Carnivine's pretty much a big dog with swords for teeth. I'm pretty fucking scared to fuck around with him, but I need views, so I gotta. It eats bitches whole because he's also a Venus flytrap. However, I'm quite a bit bigger than him and he's still a plant. So for this, I reckon it'll be a good old fashioned fist and teeth fight, where it comes down to who bleeds out or who is knocked unconscious first. Carnivine is a fair fight. This is a motherfucking fish, and that's all I need to know, honestly. The biggest issue I'll have is getting my hands on it, but once that happens, it's game over for the fish. This is a much bigger fish that could potentially kill me with brute slapping force, but it has no other weapon besides its own big body. I could also just catch it so it doesn't stand very much chance, but fish slaps hurt, so I gotta give it at least a chance. I win against Finneon, and I have the advantage against Luminion. Mantike is really fucking friendly apparently, like impossible to anger. However, it's pretty goddamn heavy and a very good swimmer, so if it just body slammed me repeatedly, it would certainly cave my ribs in at some point, so weirdly enough, I think this is going to be a fairer fight than I expected. Mantike is a fair fight. Snover is literally like if a puppy was actually a tree. Incredibly curious about everything, bonds with children easily, and this is very good news for me as, not to be crude, but I could fucking destroy almost any puppy. Especially one with no powers. It has no claws, no fangs, hell, it might not even have a mouth, so I'm not concerned about being beaten to death. I'm pretty sure this is a win for me. Now Abomasnow is literally referred to as the ice monster by humans. It can create a very strong blizzard with just a shake of its body, and also it's 7 foot tall and able to split boulders easy. I'm not so sure that I can win this one. I win against Snover and I lose against Abomasnow. This devious bastard is evil as shit. Evolving has made it cruel and cunning as well as coordinated. Now normally, Weavile hunt in packs, but honestly, just one of these dudes should be enough to take me down. Its claws are strong and sharp enough to carve signals into boulders and penetrate a Mamoswine's hide. To add more pain to the mixture, when it scratches you with its claws, the area you were scratched with will be afflicted with frostbite. So honestly, despite its size and weight being pretty small, I think Weavile's got this. I lose against a Weavile. Not only is this 180 kg steel behemoth capable of zooming through the sky at high speeds, which was already more than enough to kill me, it's currently one of, I believe, only 2 Pokemon that the Dex says is capable of actually using Hyper Beam. In the Dex. So yeah, fuck me, right? I lose against Magnezone. Krogunk is a fucking bandit level of dirty fighter. He'd stick his thumb in your eye if he had thumbs. He does, however, have poisonous fingers, and if he did jab you in the eye, it would immediately blind you. He doesn't look particularly tanky, so if I somehow dodge all of his attacks and return one really strong kick, I could maybe kill him. So it's not impossible, it's just very unlikely. Toxicroak is a flexible fighter with impeccable dodging skills. Already pretty scary, but then they mentioned that the claws on his knuckles secrete a toxin so fucking vile that even the tiniest scratch could prove fatal. So you're asking me to fight Jackie Chan and avoid any and all hits? Yeah, thanks. Krogunk has the advantage and I lose against Toxicroak. Licky Licky is a secret horror of the Pokemon world. A giant, tongue-wielding pink creature that has saliva that causes numbness that never goes away, and is corrosive. Also, despite using only a melee weapon, its tongue, Licky Licky can best be described as a ranged fighter, capable of stretching said tongue very far away from it. Combining all of this utter horseshit with the fact that it's capable of using its tongue about as well as we use our hands, and I have a recipe for dying. I lose against Licky Licky. Rhyperior is a fucking armoured rhino dinosaur that can shoot rocks out of its hands like missiles. But you know what? Let's say he has no access to rocks. Well then I'd have to break through his armour, which can withstand volcanic eruptions, while also dodging its drill horn, which it does use to gore prey, myself included. I'm not winning here. I lose against Rhyperior.
Tangrowth is literally just a huge bundle of vines, which doesn't sound terrible, but it actually really is. Even though its vines aren't as defensive as some other Pokemon, they are however capable of regrowing almost instantly since it doesn't actually have arms, just arm-like vines. It can stretch these vines pretty much as far as it wants, and it will wrap them around you and proceed to slam you against the floor until you stop moving. Game over. I lose against Tangrowth. Electivire is a fucking monster. Taller than me and much heavier due to how muscular it is. Electivire will completely ignore everything you throw at it so that it can get in close and basically taser you until your heart stops. And if it really wants to add the personal touch, it holds its electrified tail in its hand and then just punches you to death with an electrified fist. Fun. I lose against an Electivire. Magmortar is like if a trebuchet grew arms and legs and a face and wanted you to die. It blasts fireballs over 2000 degrees Celsius straight from its arm cannons directly into your face hole. Or at least, that's where the hole in your face will be once it's done with you. Also, its body is fire, so I can't even touch it. I lose against Magmortar. Togekiss may look big, but that is Pokemon propaganda. Togekiss is under 5 foot and weighs only 38 kilograms, so as far as I'm concerned, this is just a large bird with no claws and teeth, and I will tear it from the sky. The only issue is it doesn't even show its face where there is conflict, and considering I'm planning on murdering it, I don't know if it would even show up, but regardless, I would kick its ass. I win against Togekiss. Holy fucking shit. Yanmega is straight evil, and I would genuinely jump straight into a volcano before fighting this thing. You wanna know why? Well, let me explain. It prefers to battle by biting apart foes' heads instantly while flying by at high speed. What the fuck? Also, it's described as incredibly violent and it aims for your most vulnerable spots. I'm not just dead, I'm mega fucked. I lose hard against Yanmega. My chance of beating a Leafeon was going great. They were talking about how it hates fighting and just sits around in the sun all day. Then they fucked it all up by mentioning that its tail is razor sharp and can cut through large trees in one swing. Fuck. Glaceon is a different story though. It can freeze the fur on its body into spikes and then it'll just slam into you as much as it can until you die. Now what do? Kick it? You kick a cat covered in knives and let me know how that goes. I'm gonna be honest, despite their size, I don't think I could beat either of these. I lose against Leafeon and Glaceon. While Gliscor isn't 6 foot all the way, it's just his tail, he is still a silent flying vampire demon that will attack your most vulnerable spots to drain your entire body of blood using his razor sharp fangs. And honestly, I'm just not about that and would very, very likely get murdered. I lose against Gliscor. It's literally a fucking mammoth that's been around for 10 millennia and has giant goring tusks made of pure ice. Just kill me now and fucking get it over with. I lose against the prehistoric elephant. Who would have guessed? Porygon Z is still the immortal code space duck with no organs, but this time it's not as peaceful as its odd brethren. This time it's insane and has a knife. According to Laventon, its offensive capabilities have greatly increased, as well as how odd it is, and this is apparently worrying, so while I am incapable of killing it due to its lack of heartbeat, lungs and brain, it is supposedly capable of killing me, and so this is the first time Porygon has come to kill. I lose against Porygon Z. Gallade is a chivalrous creature that will lay down its life to protect those it loves, but in this case, I don't think that's going to be an issue. It is a master swordsman with 2 blades that extend out of its elbows that are even sharper than even the most well-crafted swords that you could find. It's decently big and it is fast. More than likely, I'll be sliced into fucking ribbons before it even processes in my mind that my head is suddenly not where it was mere seconds ago. I lose against Gallade. Probopass may look like a giant fucking nose, and you'd be right to think that, he basically is. However, he has an incredible magnetic force within his body that allows it to form hard stones from iron sand, which it will then use to promptly beat you to death with. Like a fucking caveman. Also, honestly, what can I do to a giant rocky schnoz? Fuck all. I lose against Probopass. Now here we have another ghost that loves to suck souls straight out of your stupid face.
That's already a point in the loss column, but if you add in the fact that it's basically the Grim Reaper as it guides lost souls into the afterlife, and that it has been occasionally known to take away souls that still had life to live, you have a very solid case for why I'm gonna die. And he won't even need to physically touch me. I lose against Dust Noir. Frostlass is the mean ghost of a dead woman who got lost on the snowy mountains and then possessed an icicle. Her favourite food is the souls of men, so that's bad, but do you know what's even worse? She only goes after men she thinks are handsome. So every man here, including myself, are in deep trouble. Because obviously watching me means you're handsome, but I digress. I'm going in this fucker's trophy room. I lose against Frostlass. In this fight, Rotom has no access to all of his silly little machines, so let's just get rid of that immediately. Next, let's be reminded that he's not made of electricity, and he's also not able to project electricity either, according to the decks. He is, however, made of plasma, and science time for all of you that don't know about plasma. Plasma is the lesser known and oft forgotten fourth state of matter, and much like how a solid can melt into a liquid, and a liquid can boil into a gas can superheat, becoming plasma. And plasma can only exist at temperatures equal to or above 6,000 degrees Celsius, so it's actually worse that he's made of plasma and touching him would melt my bones. I lose against Rotom. Now Yuxi here is known as the Being of Knowledge, and for good reason. It supposedly has dominion over all knowledge and was the reason we as a species are able to problem solve. Looking into Yuxi's eyes will just wipe your memories, and it could potentially just remove your ability to think, so regardless of whether its attack hurts, it could make me forget that we're meant to be fighting as it beats me to death with its tiny hands. I lose against Yuxi. Mesprit is known as the Being of Emotion, and it gets that title because when it flew, humans were given our emotional spectrum. Mesprit's unique because it's one of the few Pokemon that could make me kill myself, since if it wishes to, it can throw your emotions into disarray, such as making me suicidally sad. Dark for what's supposed to be a benevolent Pokemon, but a fight is a fight, I suppose. I lose against Mesprit. Azelf, the Being of Willpower, the birth of humanity's ability to challenge adversity and triumph. As the progenitor of free will, Azelf obviously can control a person's will, making it not so free, and controlling you like a puppet. So Azelf is joining Mesprit in the very small clan of Pokemon that would just force me to end my own life instead of doing it themselves. I lose against Azelf. Guys, I'm gonna be honest. I just don't think I have what it takes to defeat the 17-foot, 683 kg steel dinosaur god with complete control over time. This may come as a surprise, but I think I might lose this fight. Dialga's just too strong for me to deal with. He could stop time and kill me in 0 seconds. He could travel back in time and erase me from existence. Basically, there's nothing I can do here. I am fucked. I lose against Dialga. Even though Palkia is a fucking nightmare design and is truly abhorrent to look at, it's still a powerhouse that controls the existence of space. Even if it were possible for me to harm it, which it's not because it's just that damn massive, Palkia is capable of teleporting anywhere in the known and unknown universe, potentially even other dimensions. The fight would probably go like this. I'm crying, Palkia picks me up, boom, we're on Saturn and I immediately die. I lose against Palkia. Heatran is double fucked up. It's made of steel, and underneath that steel is blood that boils like magma and is so hot that it sometimes melts its own body. It lives in volcanoes and it can walk on walls. Who wrote all of this? Also, to bring it all home, it weighs 430 kilograms, so yeah, I lose against Heatran. Regigigas is a 12-foot tall monster with enough power to pull the continents of the world with ropes. If it punched me, I'd look like that mosquito bitch from One Punch Man. I would simply be a big red stain on the floor, because Regigigas might just be the most physically imposing Pokemon of all time. Do you know how much a continent weighs? No? Of course you don't. No one does. It's not really possible to figure it out. He's that strong. I lose against Regigigas. Giratina is genuinely scary. You just don't fuck with a Pokemon that was banished to hell by God himself for its violence. Being described as the deep shadow created by Arceus' light shows that I didn't even have to consider whether I could beat Giratina, because I can't. Even if it wasn't Satan, it's still 14 foot long and 750 kg. I never stood a chance. I lose against Giratina.
Cresselia is powerful in the games, but in the lore of the Pokédex, it's basically a big swan, and as much as I don't want to do a disservice to Cresselia, I have to be realistic, and based on its entries, I have a chance. It flies, which immediately gives it a good chance, and while it isn't particularly heavy or very big, it does look quite pointy, weirdly enough, and also swans are a tad aggressive, so I'm still saying it has the advantage, but since it weighs literally the same as me, but I'm bigger, this could be a good wrestling match. Cresselia has the advantage. Phione is one of the few, if not the only, legendary/mythical that's described as having natural predators, and considering it's 1 foot tall and 3 kilograms, no wonder. I could stomp the shit out of this useless blue bastard. Manaphy is smaller and lighter than Phione, somehow, so I'm honestly all good. It says it has the power to bond with any Pokemon it finds, but it'll find out soon enough that I'm not a fucking Pokemon. I'm a man. I like eating, sleeping, and killing. This will be no different. I win against both of these azure assholes. Darkrai literally has the defense mechanism of forcing you to sleep and causing you to experience horrific nightmares. And even if it couldn't kill me physically, which I'm like 98% sure it can, the nightmares are so intense that they can, and have, caused people to die. So I'm 100% confident that Darkrai, the king of nightmares, could beat me here. I lose against Darkrai. Shaymin is basically just a hedgehog. It's got nothing it can do against me other than hide, and even if it has access to its sky form, all that can do is fly, which is cool, but as soon as my hands make contact with it, it's in horrible danger and will promptly die. I win against Shaymin. Starting off Generation 5 with a bang, the bang being my internal organs. Victini would kick the shit out of me mercilessly. It is the victory Pokemon, capable of winning any battle no matter who it faces. I just don't fuck with that type of power and would be promptly incinerated. I lose against Victini. Snivy has a dex entry that mentions how sunlight adds an edge to its moves, which therefore makes all of its moves viable, so I'm gonna get Leaf Bladed, Leech Seeded, and Giga Drained to death, making Snivy the first unevolved starter to actually win against me, as much as I fucking hate Snivy. Servine is a speedy little snake and can use Vine Whip with very impressive ability. However, unlike Snivy, that won't kill me. I'm a big man and Servine weighs 16 kilograms. Like, I get he's made of leaves, but if I had the same kg to inches ratio he does, I would weigh 36 kilograms, so I would kick the shit out of Servine, but I'll at least give him a chance. Superior is the so-called Lord of the Forest and is a 10 foot 10 inch snake, so already we're off to a bad start. Apparently, just its gaze is enough to stop most people in Pokemon in their tracks, but if that doesn't work, it'll actually start trying like it was a fucking anime villain, and that'd be enough for me, honestly. I'd die. I lose against Snivy, I have the advantage over Servine, and I lose to Superior. Tepig is a small pig with the speed of a cat after a loud bang. That might have been over-exaggerated, but he's supposedly quite agile. Besides that, he can shoot actual fireballs out of his fucking nostrils. If he was bigger and heavier, it'd be a for sure win for him, but since he's small, I'm gonna have to call it a fair fight. There are two ways this fight can go. I get flattened by an extremely powerful pig engulfed in fire, or I beat the shit out of him because someone needs to get this dude a fucking cream egg or something because he is starving. More than likely though, I'm getting steamrolled, so I'll let him have it. Emboar may look like a giant flaming rage pig, but that's because he is. He may be shorter than me, but he's nearly double my weight, is a pig, and has forearms that would make Popeye cry. Anything with the category of Mega Fire Pig Pokemon, I just don't fuck with. Tepig is a fair fight, and I lose against Pignite and Emboar. Oshawott is basically a small kid from London, because the scalp chop on its stomach it apparently wields like a knife, so I'm fighting a small child with a knife, and it knows how to use the knife. That's surprisingly dangerous, but I can still take it down in fewer hits, so it'll be tough, and a close fight, honestly. Duart is now bigger, has two knives, and can make a fool out of even the most masterful blade users, so I don't think anyone would complain if I said that I would probably be stabbed to death by this small otter. Samurott is just bigger, stronger, and quicker than Duart, so we know how this is going to go, but luckily for me, it can draw, attack with, and sheath its sword before I blink. And it prefers settling battles in one big ass swing rather than a long fight, so I'm gonna die very swiftly. Oshawott is a fair fight, and I lose against Duat and Samurott. Patra is literally just a small dude. The deck says they eat, they keep watch, and they use their tails to communicate. And also they can't notice an enemy if the enemy is sneaking up on them. I'm just gonna run at him and boot him across the world. Now Watchog has a little bit more going on. It can spit seeds, and it can even stun opponents. What it does after it stun opponents, I have no fucking clue. Probably die. I win against both Patra and Watchog. Guys, I'm gonna be honest. It's a puppy. Herdier is still a small dog, but it's actually insanely loyal to its trainer and ready to fight at any moment. So if I start trying to hit it, it will go batshit motherfucking insane and try to rip my face off. Combine that with the fact that its black cape fur actually absorbs a lot of damage, and I'd say this is a pretty fair fight, weirdly enough. They say that no Stoutland would ever harm a human, but I'm sure once it sees my shoe flying directly for its chin, it would be willing to make an exception. And Stoutland is a big dog. 4 foot tall with claws and teeth? That's scary. Now there's a chance I could get away with a lucky hit or a grapple perhaps, but not much, so it has the advantage. I win against Lillipup, Herdier's a fair fight, and Stoutland has the advantage. Purloin can, at best, deliver stinging scratches, so I'm grabbing its stupid tail and hammer throwing it directly into the nearest hard surface. I'd like to see it land on its feet now. What a glow up. It can run silently, it can strike before you can react, it's moody and vicious, and it is apparently running the ultimate sleeper build, because it has muscles under there. I was already not confident because it was just a straight up leopard, but after all of that, I want nothing to do with this Pokemon. I win against Purloin and I lose against Liepard. I have always loved Pansage's official art, because it looks like a fucking shirtless child has just come up to you, done a shit magic trick and gone, ta-da! As cute as that is, the only thing that will be disappearing is his head from his neck. I love you, silly grass monkey. Sorry you had to die. Fucking Elvis over here is a dick. He's always angry and is apparently covered not in leaves, but in nettles, the stinging kind. Its tail is also barbed, like hooks, so not only is this a real-sized monkey, it also comes pre-equipped with weapons and is furious. I'm terrified and going to lose. I win against Pansage and I lose against Simisage. Pansear may look weak and helpless, but weirdly enough, it actually stands a fair chance. When it gets angry, like if some dude was trying to murder it, it would heat up the fire in its little tuft of hair, and that can reach 300 degrees Celsius. Definitely not the hottest I've dealt with, but that's still gonna cause some serious burns. Luckily, the heat is localized entirely into the hair, nowhere else. So I'm gonna call this fair. As much as Simisear is basically the worst Pokemon ever, it's still fairly dangerous, because the embers that were stuck in its hair, it can now shoot out of its tail and head as actual fire, which obviously would kill me, so I lose against this piece of shit monkey. Pansear is a fair fight, and I lose against Simisear. Panpour is quite literally just a water monkey. It waters plants, and that's about it. It doesn't even open its eyes. This thing is getting beaten. Okay, I just read the entries for Simipour, and one of them mentions how the water it expels from its tail is so powerful, it can destroy a concrete wall? What the fuck even? I'm not made of concrete. You're telling me this goofy ass monkey could straight up punch a hole in me with water? This is horseshit. I win against Panpour, and I lose against Simipour. Mana can only be described as a 2 foot tall egg creature that eats dreams. It doesn't do anything else, it just snacks on brain movies and then leaves. Great for it, and great for me, because that means I could beat the shit out of it. Mashana only has one chance to beat me. When it eats a nightmare, the pink mist coming out of its face will turn black, and if you get too close to it while it's shooting the black mist, your nightmares will become reality, and I've had some terrible nightmares that would kill me before, so that's bad, but if the mist is pink, I'm slapping the shit out of this egg pig. I win against Mana, and I have the advantage over Mashana. Poor Pidove. All of its entries seem to want to mention how terrible its memory is and how dumb it can be. I still love him, but unfortunately, he's so fucking dead. And now all of a sudden, Tranquil is known for having good memory and being very clever. Good on you, Pidove. However,
it's still a tiny bird that weighs nothing. He's getting slammed. Unpheasant is bigger and is heavier, so I'm going to be nice and say they have a chance. The males are speedy and the women have stamina. Insert your own joke there. Luckily for me, even though they fly and are pretty quick, they still have the classic hollow bones of a bird, so I could actually probably knock it out with some swift punches. I win against Pidove and Tranquil, and I have the advantage over Unpheasant. Blitzel is a tiny zebra that catches lightning and just saves it for later. It can actively discharge the electricity it stores, and the higher its heart rate, the higher the voltage of its electricity. Honestly, I just don't want to fuck with a zebra no matter the size, but a lightning shooting zebra is different beans. He'd more than likely fucking kill me. Zeb Striker is a Blitzel, but it's bigger, stronger, heavier, faster, angrier, and actively chases thunderstorms so they can catch lightning to murder you with. I have no chance against this dude. I lose against both of the zebras. Okay, I have an issue with Roggenrola, because it apparently has a body so compressed that it's as hard as steel, so I can't possibly hurt it, meaning it should win. But that's the thing. It's got no fucking arms or eyes. I think this one's gonna have to be a draw. Baldor is supposedly full of energy. The orange crystals are excess energy that leaked out of its body, and once those crystals start to glow, it's gonna blast you to death with an energy beam. If only I could kill the 100 kilogram stone monster. Unfortunately though, I can't, and will be murdered. I got one dex entry in before I was fucked. If it compresses the energy from its internal core, it can fire off an attack capable of blowing away a mountain. I know that you could mistake me for a mountain, but I can assure you, it wouldn't go well for me. Roggenrola is a draw, and I lose against both Baldor and Gigalith. Woobat would get fucking slapped out of the air, man. It has no eyes, and yeah, it can echolocate, but honestly, that doesn't make it any more dangerous than it already isn't. I thought Swoobat was going to be another pushover, but then I discovered that the ultrasonic waves it emits can reduce concrete to rubble, which is basically saying, if I got hit by one of those waves, I would become a puddle of human goo on the floor. I can't believe I just lost to this thing. I win against Woobat, and I lose against Swoobat. I don't even know how to think about Drillbur's entries. So it can dig underground at 30 miles an hour by linking its claws together and spinning like a drill. So how does that work? I've got no idea, but it can move 30 miles an hour underground, and those are some sharp claws, so if it just digs down, then fires itself out of the ground, it could probably just stab me. But once I get my hands on it, it is game over, so I'll say we're fair. I do not fuck with something called the Drill King. That is some scary shit. Not only is it called that, but it has the proof to back this claim. It has tripled in speed, digging at over 90 miles an hour, and its claws are now made of steel and have the strength to obliterate iron plating, no matter how thick it is. Drillbur is a fair fight, and I just lose to Excadrill. Ordino is good at hearing things. That's basically it, so I think it's safe to say that I'm gonna win when I very loudly put my laces through its skull. You gotta follow through for maximum damage. I win against Ordino. Timber, at their peak, can lift lumber that's 6 foot long. Now the weight of this varies incredibly, but I did a bit of looking around, and I think realistically this means Timber is knocking about 64 kg on the low end and 177 kg on the high end. So I'd say this is grounds for a fair fight. I am much bigger, but he's got a lot of power. Imagine if Donatello from the Ninja Turtles used a steel beam instead of a wooden staff. That's what Girder is. Demolition is its forte, and it can fight off a group of wrestlers without breaking a sweat and then knock down a building. When Conkeldurr decides to go all out, it throws the concrete away and just beats you to death with its fists, because concrete is apparently no match for the sheer destructive power it wields in its hands. I'm dead. Timber is a fair fight, and I lose against Girder and Conkeldurr. All Timpole can do is vibrate its cheeks. Please don't clip that. So obviously I'm just going to pick him up, toss him in the air, and then punt him into the stratosphere. Palpitoad can create earthquake-like vibrations, which sounds impressive, but realistically, that just means that it can shake things. It can cause headaches, presumably from how annoying it is, and it can capture you with its long, sticky tongue. But based on its lack of arms, I assume that it eats prey whole, and it ain't getting me in there, that's for sure, so I think I still win here. Seismitoad can vibrate the bumps on its fists, and the elderly say that this is great for massages. It can also vibrate the bumps on its fists to turn a boulder into dust with a single punch. Seismitoad is a big upgrade over the other two. I'm gonna die. I win against Timpole and Palpitoad, and I lose against Seismitoad. Fighting Throw might be the most realistic actual fight so far. It's just a man that knows judo. It has an intense desire to throw you, hence the name, and it is constantly training. I'm going to give it the advantage here because it's a human with training, and I am a human without training, but sometimes swinging wildly will get you somewhere. But this would be like an actual event I would pay money to watch. Throw has the advantage. Sork is again just a man that knows karate. However, I would say that Sork is more dangerous than Throw because Throw wants to, throw you. But Sork apparently have the dream of having the strongest karate chop, and that could hurt. Really bad. They also seem to have quite a shit temper, but they're not inhumanly strong as far as I know, so again, Sork has the advantage. I love Sawaddle, it is truly adorable. However, it is just a bug and it's gonna die. But if it makes you feel any better, I'll make it very quick, and I will feel terrible about it. Swadloon is just a chill dude, going about, wrapped up in its little blanket, eating leaves and taking naps. Unfortunately, none of this is helpful in a fight, and I would win, but I would totally chill in my house with this little man. Leavanny is apparently super nice and loves making clothes for small Pokemon. It can also cut thick trees in half with one stroke and shows no mercy to foes that target young Pokemon, and considering I just killed both of its children, I am about to receive death on a biblical scale. I win against Sawaddle and Swadloon, and I lose against Leavanny. Despite being quite a small thing with barely enough legs to get around, it is horribly aggressive and will try to inject you with poison the moment it sees you. However, if I catch it, I could just slam it to death. Kakuna, Metapod, Silcoon, and Cascoon wish they were as dangerous as this dude. When they want to evolve, they sit still and do nothing. When Whirlipede wants to evolve, it curls into a sturdy wheel shape and can move 60 miles an hour while covered in poison spikes. I'm so fucked. Scolipede is an 8 feet long, 200 kilogram bug that will grab you and just have its way with you, throwing you around like a ragdoll while stabbing you and poisoning you before throwing you to the ground and injecting enough poison to bring down an elephant. Then it will eat you. I have the advantage against Venipede, and I lose to Whirlipede and Scolipede. This dude is made of cotton. I won't accept anyone slandering me and saying it stands a chance. He's gonna get turned into a fucking jumper and I'll wear his skin. Whimsicott just breaks into houses, throws cotton everywhere, and hides your house keys. It's just a merry prankster. I'm not a big fan of pranks though, and so it will need to pay for these cruel tricks by having its head torn off its body. Again, it's just a small cotton thing. I win against both Cottony and Whimsicott. Apparently, if you eat the leaves from Petalil's head, it will restore your lost energy. So not only am I going to kill this adorable grass monster, its corpse shall provide me instant recovery from whatever I just had to do. It's a win-win for me. I'd just like to point out that Lilligant has some deep messages in its Pokédex entries, but none are funnier than the fact that when it finds a male to partner with, the flower on its head instantly dies and falls off. But yeah, anyways, I'm kicking it into the dirt. I win against the leaves. This is where the rules I have set come back to bite me. Way back at the start of this series, I said that fish Pokemon would be allowed to act on land like they do in games. They sort of float there and swim through the air. This was fine with things like Goldeen, but Basculin is a 3'3" fish that can leave teeth marks in iron sheets. I've actually fucked myself over here. I'm going to say it has the advantage, because it totally does, but I could potentially try and wrangle it and keep the mouth away from me, but it's not looking very good. Basculin has the advantage. I know that, you don't want to mess with crocodiles, but Sandile has been described as bad at hunting, so it mostly just scavenges, and it's pretty small and light. I reckon I could take him with, at most, minimal injuries. Krokorok has no explicit mention of it being good at killing, but it is a 3-foot bipedal crocodile with sharp claws and teeth. Crocodiles are already dangerous enough on 4 legs with only their mouth. I'm gonna be shredded. I want nothing to do with the 5-foot bipedal, car-eating, iron-destroying dinosaur crocodile from hell. Once he gets his jaws on you, he will initiate the death roll and rip you clean in half, while looking absolutely fucking rad at the same time. I win against Sandile, and I lose against Krokorok and Crocodile. Darumaka's entries keep referring to a mysterious inner fire. However, it never says that it can make this an outer fire, so I'm inclined to believe that I could just boot it into a wall or something, and it would perish. Darmanitan also has an internal fire, except this fire makes it so that the big ape can obliterate a dump truck with a single punch. and if I somehow manage to hurt it, it just turns to stone and uses psychic power on me instead. So yeah, I'ma just call it quits here. I win against Darumaka and I lose against Darmanitan. Personally, I don't want to have to beat a cactus to death, but it certainly isn't killing me, so I'm gonna have to just suck it up and hope that it doesn't take too many kicks to get to the juicy center of a Maractus. I win against Maractus. I know Dwebble is tiny, but for some reason it can secrete basically an acid that melts holes in stones. I'm not saying it's got a great chance, but if it got some of that shit on my foot, it would melt a hole straight through my foot, and I would be down a whole leg basically, so I'm happy to give him a chance here. Apparently, Crustle can crack a Rhyperia's carapace with its claws, and considering that Rhyperia can shake off a volcanic eruption and be fine, I'm fairly certain that I would get my shit rocked against a Crustle. I have the advantage over Dwebble, and I lose against Crustle. Scraggy is a little bastard and your average citizen of Liverpool, as the answer to all his problems is to fucking smash his head into it. He's got a hard ass skull and isn't afraid to get rough, but honestly, I could just bash him around too, because his skull's the only tough part of his body. So this fight will be more in my favour, but he could definitely turn my brain off with a well placed headbutt. Now Scrafty are apparently super caring of their friends, of their family, and most importantly, of their territory. They may look like lazy little shits, but they're packing enough raw kicking power to obliterate concrete pillars, topping that off with the fact that they can spit acid for reasons unknown to anyone, and I think that's enough for me. I have the advantage over Scraggy, and I lose against Scrafty. Sigilif's entries leave much to the imagination. We know that it flies, has psychic powers, and once guarded an ancient city. Based on this very limited info, I can only give it the advantage because psychic powers is such a broad spectrum, and being able to keep your distance by flying is great, but the dude's got no claws or teeth, so let's just say Sigilif has the advantage. I just feel bad for your mask, man. It was unintentionally turned into a Pokemon by unknown means, and now all it does is wander through the night carrying a mask that used to be its face. When it looks at the mask, it cries. I cannot bring myself to want to hurt this thing. In real life, if I had to fight it, I would kill myself so that I didn't have to fight. But here, I don't have a choice, and I would for sure win against a Yamask. Well, I still feel slightly bad for Cofagrigus, because it now no longer remembers it was ever human. However, this time I have to worry about the solid gold coffin chasing after me, trying to swallow me whole to turn me into a mummy. I'm not beating that. I win against your mask and I lose against Cofagrigus. I mean, despite being a baby turtle, Tirtuga is pretty fucking big. However, it can only crawl and weighs fuck all. I'm not joking when I say I could literally flip this Pokemon on its back and leave it to die. Caracosta is fucking terrifying. Its shell is incredibly sturdy, and this is because it eats prey that have shells and chews them into bits with its steel beam destroying jaws, further adding to its defenses. Also, a single slap from this monster is enough to tear through a steel tanker. A slap! Get this thing away from me. I win against Tirtuga and I lose against Caracosta. This dude can't even fly, but he's still got the flying type. I call bullshit on Game Freak's ability to accurately create flying types. I'm looking at you, Gyarados. But, irregardless of his dumb typing, he looks like a shoe print. Awfully convenient is all I'm gonna say. Again, how is the ancestor of all bird Pokemon so fucking shit at flying? It tended to hunt on the ground because it can run at 25 miles an hour. It has sharp teeth, claws, and talons, and is apparently very clever, so honestly, it still has the advantage, but Game Freak, I'm gonna need you to step up on your bird making skills. I win against Archon, and Archeops has the advantage. Apparently, if an adult breathes in the toxic gas they burp out, it's a hospital level of problem. But if a kid breathes it in, they are in life-threatening danger. So why is it Trubbish seems to be a popular pet in the Pokemon world? These kids are gonna die. I'm not in a great place, but I'm gonna call it a fair fight. I have until I can no longer hold my breath to tear it to shreds. And Garbodor basically grabs you and fucking kills you with toxins from its mouth or fingertips. It immobilizes you completely by covering you in its goo. And honestly, how do you expect me to kill a living pile of garbage? He's gonna kill me. Trubbish is a fair fight, and I lose against Garbodor. Zorua may look a little scary, but it's actually very afraid itself. It transforms into other people and Pokemon to avoid danger, and tries to run away from fights instead of getting into them. Uncharacteristic for a dark type, and terribly unhelpful in a fight where there's only two people and there is no running. Honestly, despite its only real weapons being its claws, I don't think I can beat a Zoroark. It has a propensity to create illusionary scenery, so whenever it thinks you're about to discover it, it shows you visions so vivid you believe they're real, and it makes them terrifying. It will destroy you mentally, and then it will slash you to death. I love Zoroark, but holy fuck. I win against Zorua, and I lose against Zoroark. Minccino is adorable, but like, let's be real. This little fuck is getting absolutely eviscerated by my shoe. It loves cleaning, but unfortunately no amount of sweeping will put its organs back in. I know they're covered in an oil that can make it possible for them to deflect attacks, but like, this will go exactly the same as Minccino. No way is this thing killing me. I win against both of the chinchillas. It says that Gothita has psychic powers, but it mentions them being babies and not noticing attacks because it's too busy staring, and I will be fucking damned if I lose to a crying baby. I am a hydrogen bomb. If I fight this thing at nighttime, then I would be in some serious trouble, but since all these fights take place in the day, I'm basically given the win. Out of respect for the hustle though, I'll say it has a chance when technically it's fucked. Gothitelle is somehow able to show you the heat death of the universe, knows when you will die, and can distort space with their psychic powers. Unlike with Sigilif, this isn't as broad. These psychic powers are the ones that will tear you in half. The big goth girl would kill the shit out of me. I win against Gothita, I have the advantage against Gotharita, and Gothitelle would fucking murder me. Solosis has himself some nifty psychic powers that the Dex has oh so helpfully said it uses to drive away attackers. What does it do? Give them a headache? Tear their arm off? Again, I really can't just guess, so I'm gonna go ahead and say I have the advantage. One day, the Dex will just say it can throw a car with its powers, not it can exhibit its maximum power. Honestly, I'm calling it a fair fight because it can cover over half a mile with its power if its two brains can agree, which is apparently rare. I have insane respect for Reuniclus because apparently it has great psychic powers, but it prefers to just swing its boulder-destroying arms around like a fucking super Giga Chad. Finally, a psychic type who throws down. I have the advantage against Solosis, Duosion is a fair fight, and I lose against Reuniclus. Must resist cuteness, must kill Duck. Ducklet is an adorable motherfucker and intensely weak to boot. I love him to death, but unfortunately I'm not losing to someone who eats fucking moss. What a creature. Okay, so I don't know what image swans have in your country, but where I'm from, swans are a menacing creature. I know people who would sooner go up against sharks than swans, and this sassy fuck is no exception. Swanna will peck the shit out of you while beating your ass with its wings. The Dex describes its attacks as powerful, sharp, and forceful. So honestly, it's getting the advantage because it can fly as well. My only hope is to grab that long ass neck and just squeeze. I win against Ducklet and Swanna has the advantage. While Vanillite does breathe at -50 degrees, I'm not particularly threatened by it breathing on me. I'm sure I'll be fine as long as I smash it into shittareens quick enough, which shouldn't be too difficult since it only weighs 5 kg. Pick it up and shatter it across the floor. And now we move up the danger scale to fucking Mr. Whippy himself. Vanillish can blast, not just breathe, -100 degrees Celsius winds at you and freeze you solid. And apparently it's nice enough to spare you, but them's aren't the rules and he would probably just headbutt my ass into bloody pieces. I do think however that I have the smallest, slightest chance to smash him up first. Unlikely, but there. Vanillux, however, didn't come to fuck around. Piss it off and you'll find yourself buried alive by a veritable blizzard. And even if you manage to smash one of its faces in, it can live on just as fine as it was before with only one face. So you gotta take out both faces before it dies. And I don't see that happening considering the whole blizzard thing. I win against Vanillite, Vanillish has the advantage, and I lose to Vanillux. I do not care how sassy these tiny deer are, Pokedex. They are children and I am stronger than them. I'm gonna literally kick the shit out of them. While I think I'd rather fight the winter form over the autumn form, according to their Dex entries, I honestly don't think it matters because they're motherfucking deers. Big deers standing over 6 feet tall and weighing nearly 100 kg. Realistically, I'm gonna get my face smashed in by some grassy hooves. I win against Deerling and I lose against Sawsbuck. Emolga is tough. I don't know whether to say it's a fair fight or if it slightly edges me out, but because the Dex is obsessed with being vague on the power of electricity, I'm gonna call it a fair fight. If it zaps me enough and keeps at distance, I will eventually die, but if it gets too close even once, I could backhand the little shit into a different universe, so yeah. Emolga is a fair fight. Carablast is able to spit an acidic liquid from its mouth, much like a Dwebble, and while I don't think this is going to give it the win, it does certainly give it a chance, because I doubt the feeling is very pleasant, honestly. Despite this, I'm going to kick his ass. And I immediately regret my decision because a Scavalier is here and it is hungry for my death. A high-speed flying, lance-wielding murder bug covered in steel armor is not something I'm prepared to deal with, so I only hope that my death is quick. I have the advantage over Carablast and I lose to a Scavalier. Okay, so I had to check the definition of poisonous for this because I was curious if a tiny little mushroom boy could kill me. And yes he could. Because poisonous is defined as being capable of causing death or injury if taken into the body, so weirdly, Fungus is a fair fight. If I kill him before I run out of breath, I win. If I breathe in the poison spores it shoots out, I die. So I'm going to call it even. Amoongus literally has exactly the same abilities as Fungus. It shoots poison spores and is a mushroom, so again, hold my breath, kick the shit out of him. However, this time, he's bigger, so I feel less confident about killing it before I run out of breath. He gets the advantage. Fungus is a fair fight, and Amoongus has the advantage. I would sacrifice myself to Frillish before fighting it, let's get that out of the way immediately. But honestly, fighting them wouldn't go great for me either. They have invisible poison spikes on their arms and legs, and then they just hug you until the poison paralyzes you and slowly kills you. If I don't avoid their hugs, then I'm gonna die. They get the advantage. These big idiots may look goofy and stupid, but they are 7 foot tall, 130 kilogram monsters with a thirst for human souls and wrecking ships. They have sunk every single ship that has entered their territory, and they terrify fisher people. Their favourite food is fucking life energy, for God's sake. I am staying as far away from these things as possible. They can have the win. Frillish has the advantage, and I lose against Jellicent. Alomomola is literally a fucking fish. A big fish, but a fish nonetheless. Now this doesn't disqualify it from winning. Ever been hit by a fish? That shit sucks. But it does mean that it has no powers other than healing, which doesn't help in a 1v1, so I think it's only fair to call it fair. A big enough tail slap could knock you the fuck out. Alomomola is a fair fight. I love Joltik, but he is an itty-bitty electric bug that's incapable of producing his own electricity. Even though I would certainly cry, I would throw this dude against the nearest surface and he would splat. And I immediately take back what I said, because this motherfucker hits you with his Fred Jones ability to create a snaring web net wherever he goes, and once you touch this net, you are in for 3 days of paralysis, and before those 3 days are up, this bastard will have consumed your entire body. Fuck that. I win against Joltik, and I lose against Galvantula. Okay, yes, Ferroseed is steel type, so it would make sense for his spikes to be made of steel, but he's also a grass type and the spikes are green, so I have no way of knowing for sure. It is, however, capable of penetrating rocks with these spikes, and it's also able to shoot these spikes off, so honestly, I'm willing to call it fair because they are big spikes. Ferrothorn is less ambiguous because it says that it swings around its feelers, which are covered in spikes as hard as steel, to obliterate an opponent. The definition of obliterate is to destroy utterly. I'm not fighting the Exodia grass. Ferroseed is a fair fight and I lose against Ferrothorn. Clink is made of steel, yes, but the dex never mentions any offensive capabilities. And this time, I have the ability to smash one into the other, which could actually damage it, so I'm giving myself this one because I deserve it. I could beat these. Clang is however much scarier because it can apparently feel anger, and this makes the 2 gears spin much faster. If I get caught in that, I'm dead. However, if it fires the small gear at me and I manage to keep it from going back to the big gear, it will die. I still think it will probably obliterate me, but I have a teensy tiny chance. It spins very fast, it launches the tiny gear at high speeds, and it can now fire electricity at me. I am officially dead. I win against Clink. Clang has the advantage, and I lose to Klinklang. All the dex ever mentions is that one Tynamo alone is weak as shit, and that's why they travel in schools. But this is a 1v1, you son of a bitch, and I would destroy a Tynamo. Electric is much scarier. They have horrifying sharp teeth and can, in fact, discharge enough electricity to paralyze their prey. They only discharge electricity from the circle spots on their side though, so if I can avoid those dots, I should be okay. It'll be difficult, but I have a chance. Electros is not something I'm gonna fuck with, because this ocean-dwelling creature will crawl out of the ocean to drag your ass in, while electrocuting you with its fangs. This is a situation I will not get out of. I win against Tainuo, Electric has the advantage, and I lose to Electros. I have never been more taken aback than when I read LGM's very first Pokédex entry. To quote it directly, it uses its strong psychic powers to squeeze its opponent's brain, causing unendurable headaches. Nintendo, brain squeezing fucking kills people. That is super fucked up, and I cannot believe LGM wins like that. Behem can just control your brain and force you to kill yourself, or rewrite your memories / remove them entirely. Point is, it's gonna win, but just less horribly than LGM somehow. I lose against the alien boys. Litwick is an odd fellow, as it does have a flame that absorbs your soul and fuels its life, but like, how quickly does it absorb? Instantly? I doubt it. Over a couple of hours? Maybe. Since there are so many questions, I'm gonna say I have the advantage since he's so small. Lampant also absorbs souls and doesn't actually use fire, much like Litwick, but it's a little bigger, so I suppose I'll make it a fair fight. Lampant just prefers to follow old or sick people and wait for them to die naturally so they can jump in and steal their soul. Far more peaceful, I guess. Chandelure apparently hypnotizes you with its arm fires before burning exclusively your spirit, leaving your corpse behind. This one actually does shoot fire, so I'm just gonna die to the soul-stealing fire murderer. I have the advantage over Litwick, Lampant is a fair fight, and I lose to Chandelure. Axew is actually surprisingly a threat, because those little tusks might not look like much, but they are sharp and strong. Strong enough to put scratches on trees and boulders. My skin isn't as thick as boulders, so I would get shredded with enough time. Luckily, he is small and has little legs, so I could keep him at a distance, but he certainly has a chance. And there goes my slight victory, as Fracture has armor-thick skin and tusks to destroy boulders. I would stand absolutely zero chance against this dude. This motherfucker would spare no mercy in slicing me into ribbons. He's still covered in armor, and this time his tusks can slice through steel beams with ease. That is fucked up, and I genuinely just have to hope that he's quick with the killing. I have the advantage against Axew, and I lose to Fracture and Haxorus. Okay. Cubchoo has been blessed by the Pokédex gods, because it specifically calls out Cubchoo's ice moves getting stronger the thicker its snot is. Gross, but what that means is that any naturally occurring ice move is viable in this fight. And since Cubchoo can learn Frost Breath, Snowscape, Blizzard, and Sheer Cold, I gotta give him the advantage. If I get to him, it's game over, but he could just freeze me solid. This is a straight up polar bear. One of the few animals that will hunt humans. It is completely carnivorous because it has no choice. I'm not even going to pretend I ever stood a chance. I am dead. Cubchoo has the advantage and I lose horribly to Beartick. I was expecting Cryogonal to just be me smashing it to pieces, but turns out it is an immortal ice spirit with intensely cold ice. It creates chains made of ice to bind you, and then it flash freezes you into a statue instantly. And they can reform from steam back into ice, so even if I break it in half, it could probably just live everything I could possibly do. And also, it terrifyingly weighs 150 kg. I lose against Cryogonal. It can spit a sticky poisonous liquid and close its shell, but honestly, that's about it. If I just pick it up and face it away from me, I'm allowed to leisurely slam it to death against something. Well, this one's pretty simple. It has ninja-like movements and can lob poison while moving around at blinding speed. Not only can I not catch it, it can just melt me to death or whatever that poison does. I'm not surviving. I win against Shelmet and I lose against Excelgor. Stunfisk as a Pokemon is just odd. And its dex entries are no different. It has a creepy smile when it delivers electricity into its prey, which is honestly just weird. But apparently, the electricity is sent through the yellow markings, so it technically can't shock me unless I touch those specific parts. It has a very tough body and can flop around, so I'm willing to give it a chance. It's too small and light to be much danger though. I have the advantage against Stunfisk. Minfu is like a master of martial arts got shrunk down into child size. If it was the same height as me, I would be dead instantly, but due to the size difference, I might be able to hold on long enough to deliver a good shot into it, but it is fast and comes pre-packed with claws. They don't take breaks either, they attack until you go down, so it's more than likely gonna win, but there's a small chance. Mean Shao is gonna win. It's much bigger, and unlike Mean Fu, who's just quick, Mean Shao is blindingly fast. It uses the fur on its arms like whips, and its kicks can destroy boulders. I don't see any way I make it out alive. Mean Fu has the advantage, and I lose to Mean Shao. People say Drudagon looks dumb with his head being such a different colour, but he's just an accentuated design based off of a real animal, so eat shit whoever hates Drudagon. Oh, and also he's a mean bastard with a face as hard as stone. He'll slice you up with his claws and then headbutt the shit out of you. Also, he is physically very imposing, and I don't want to deal with that. I lose against Drudagon. Golett may look like a cute little fella. He is, but he's still probably one of Pokemon's biggest mysteries, one that I personally want to know about. Both of these Pokemon are ancient science, potentially magic, robots, made out of clay and run on an unknown energy source, and they've been moving for thousands of years non-stop. They're heavier than me, and apparently can line up boulders, so I'm just gonna say, I die. Golurk is genuinely one of the scariest Pokemon ever conceived, and they just don't do anything with them. It's a robot run on a mysterious energy, which may or may not be a perpetual motion machine. That little strap across its chest is what stops him from running on a rampage and destroying everything. It can fire laser beams and can fly at Mach speeds. Also, it's fucking massive. I lose to both of these golems. I'm gonna lose to the small child. Blades make up its entire body apparently, so it is made of steel, so that's already bad, but also it sharpens its blades to as fine a point as possible for maximum killing potential. And also, those weird rib blades are so it can latch onto you and pierce your body with them, stabbing you 4 times at once. Get this bastard away from me. Bisharp is a lean, mean, ass-splitting machine. It will apparently do anything to win, so that's bad, but it gets into fights with Fracture over sharpening stones, and again, it's made of steel and covered in knives. That's so fucked. I lose to this man and his child. Bouffalant was already scary enough, cause you know, it's a goddamn buffalo, not a creature that you want to find staring you down. But also, its fur absorbs damage really well, and with a single charging headbutt, it can destroy a car and derail a moving train. This thing would turn me into a fine red mist. I lose against Bouffalant. Apparently, Rufflet can pierce a Shelder's shell, which is actually impressive because Shelder's shell can repel any kind of attack and was used to make shields in the past. So even though it's still a baby, I'm fighting an eagle with some huge stompers that can penetrate a shell as hard as diamond and is a carnivore willing to challenge its own parents to a fight just for acceptance. I'm going to give him the advantage. He does have all that going for him, but I am much bigger. I can only say one thing about Braviary. I am so sorry for attacking your child. Please forgive me. This motherfucker throws cars and will die for what it thinks is right. Rufflet has the advantage and I lose to Braviary. This is a baby. I didn't know this, but its category is the diapered Pokemon. That's fucked up and would scar any Vullaby for life. It can't fly yet and it specifically hunts weak Pokemon, so I'm gonna bash its brains out. Mandibuzz is a big bird with some sharp shit, but it actually has no idea how much danger it's in. Vultures are scavengers and do not actually hunt things for themselves. They simply find a corpse and eat the little shit bits left behind, or will attack animals that are gravely injured. When they are attacked, they actually become defensive. They rarely fight back, so when I, a larger creature in average health, shows up, I'm gonna fuck it up. I'll give it a chance, but this is not an animal prepared to deal with a human. I win against Vullaby and I have the advantage against Mandibuzz. This motherfucker is big and has sharp-ass claws as well as its own fire tongue whip, which it personally uses to melt Durants and eat their insides. Durants are made of steel, so yeah, he's gonna fucking lacerate me and melt the skin off my bones. I lose against Heatmore. All you need to know about Durant is that it is made of steel, bad, and that its jaws are capable of crushing rock. Worse, I can't even begin to explain how I would go about fighting this thing because the best thing I can do is hope that it kills me before it probably eats me. I lose against Durant. Dino may look cute and cuddly, but apparently if you own one, you best be prepared to get injured because these dudes cannot see and will bite and eat anything they find until they get used to it. They also tackle everything and are covered in scars, so they are pretty tough. I'm just gonna go and give it the advantage because they're just so bulky for their small size. Zvylus fights itself more than other Pokemon. The two heads hate each other and will scar themselves over food and attention. They are strong and have visible teeth and fangs, so I'm just going to resign thinking I have a chance and give it the win. Nuh-uh. Not happening. Dino has the advantage and I lose to Zweilous and Hydreigon. Of all the baby bug Pokemon, I think Larvesta is the scariest. It sprays fire from its 5 horns and it can punch through a sheet of iron as well as surround itself with the flames to protect itself from predators. So I'm gonna lose, but if this is essentially the Caterpie of the line, what the fuck is the Butterfree like? Don't answer that because Volcarona is also referred to as the Rage of the Sun, and if that doesn't put the fear of the devil into your soul, then you're probably already dead. Volcarona is basically like fighting something in a volcano, and every second the fight goes on, the more its flames will rob the oxygen from the air. Fuck this, man. I lose against both of the sun god butterflies. Two main problems with this guy. Cobalion has spent its entire life leading the Swords of Justice in a battle to protect Pokemon from humans, and has fought humans before many times. I am no armored human with a weapon, I'm just me. Secondly, it's made of steel, so yeah, fuck. I lose against Cobalion. Terrakion is essentially the Raphael of the Swords of Justice. He's the strongest, the most brutish, and has a deep anger despite being a good guy. This bitch once destroyed a whole castle in one charge just to protect some Pokemon. I'm not even getting involved in how that works. I lose against Terrakion. Virizion is 6'7" on all fours and weighs 200 kilograms, so that's fucked. But also, it apparently moves really swiftly for its size, and uses its extremely sharp horns to cut you into shittereens. I'm never confident fighting legends, and it's good to know that I'm right to be scared. This is just a deer on intense steroids. I lose against Virizion. Yeah, so turns out being Storm's incarnate isn't just a fancy title to put on your CV. Tornadus travels around at a brisk 200 miles an hour, and wherever it goes, it generates winds and storms that will blow houses away. Oh, and it flies, so yeah, game over for me. I lose against Tornadus. Based on the fact that its Therian form is supposed to be its true form, I think it's safe to say that it can just change forms whenever it wants, unlike Mega Evolution, and if so, apparently it appears as quick as a flash and then it hits you with waves upon waves of lightning until you are, and this is a direct quote, pulverized into nothingness. Okay, I lose against Thundurus. This is a 10-foot dragon with the power to change the weather of the planet forever and with an intense sense of truth. If you're consumed by greed, it will show up and burn your kingdom to the ground. Also, it flies like a jet, and while I'm fairly certain this is hyperbole, it can apparently scorch the world. So yeah, go away. I lose to Reshiram. Everything I said in the Reshiram video applies here, except replace fire with lightning, and I mean literally. Destroy kingdoms, destroy the world, ideals not truths. These two are fucked up and I'm fine with never seeing them ever in my whole life. I lose against Zekrom. While it doesn't outright say that this dude is jacked, it hints at it because this is the guy that calms down the other two when they fight, and we know how dangerous just one of them is, and he fights both at the same time. That is fucked. I lose against Landorus. I was already gonna lose because, you know, it's a 9-foot dragon, but besides that, it's apparently stronger than both of the other dragons, but keeps it bottled up on purpose by freezing its body. However, it does also confirm that it has complete control over ice, and as you all know, that tends not to work out too well for me. Kyurem is a goofy design, but when you read into him, he actually sounds pretty fucking cool. I still lose though. This one is a bit odd, so stick with me here. The rules state that I cannot give a Pokemon a move unless it is mentioned in the dex, and I can't mention different forms that require items. But Keldeo has its different forms mentioned in the dex, which requires the use of the move Secret Sword. So on a technicality, Keldeo has the move Secret Sword mentioned by its different forms having a dex entry, and that means it can transform into its Resolute form, which fills its body with power and gives it a Horn Sword which can cut through anything. So congratulations to Keldeo, it has bullshitted its way to a victory. I lose against Keldeo. And the winner for shittiest dex entries goes to Meloetta. Literally, all it says is that Meloetta can control your feelings with song, but what if it never gets the chance to sing? Bam! dead fucking Pokemon. Mythical or not, a weak Pokemon is a weak Pokemon. I win against Meloetta. This is a 300 million year old apex predator with a robot body and a fucking laser cannon on its back. Like, how is this thing next to Meloetta in the dex? It's gonna turn me into a steaming pile of ash in like 3 seconds. I lose against Genesect. I'm gonna need a word with whoever wrote these dex entries because what the fuck? Just pause the video and read these. Fuck off. And this one can send a trailer flying with just a tackle and is numb to pain. Apparently, violent collisions don't even phase it. And this one can flip a 50-ton tank and survive a bomb blast. Then it just murders you with its fists. I lose to all 3 of these freaks of nature. Compared to the whole Chespin line, this is just a goofy fucking fox. It eats twigs and vents hot air from its ears. I'm gonna kick it across the entire goddamn universe. Okay, so apparently Braixen's twig catches fire from the friction of being pulled out of the tail. It then uses this to shoot off powerful attacks, so Braixen has access to all of its fire moves, and oh look, it knows Fire Blast and Flamethrower. Good game. Not only can Delphox shoot flames of 3000 degrees Celsius, but it can control where they go and what they do with their psychic powers, which is utter horseshit. I win against Fennekin, and I lose to Braixen and Delphox. It apparently possesses blinding speed and jumps that will flummox you. But also, it's a teensy frog boy, and as soon as my hands make contact with him, I'll cave his skull in. While Frogadier is about 5 miles an hour short of Usain Bolt speed, this number was calculated based on how fast it can run up a skyscraper, completely against the force of gravity, so it has impressive speed and is able to throw completely accurate bubble-covered pebbles from 30 meters away, so I'd say he's got a pretty good chance. Greninja can cut through fucking metal with its water shurikens and is actually able to appear and disappear like a ninja, so I'm basically gonna die and there's nothing I can do about it. I win against Froakie, Frogadier has the advantage, and I lose to Greninja. Bunnelby is able to dig underground in a moment's notice and sever thick tree roots effortlessly. Very bad for me, but it isn't like really fast, it's just a rabbit, and so if it hits me enough, I'm gonna die. But if I manage to get my hands on it, it's over for the little bouncing boy. This big bastard can turn bedrock into dust and throw boulders with its ears. I don't mess with supernatural creatures like this. After a pretty short amount of time, it would just squeeze me into a little meatball. Bunnelby is a fair fight, and I lose against Diggersby. Apparently, Fletchling is a major asshole if you go into its territory, but I did some research and no one has ever been killed by a robin, even though they will attack humans for absolutely no reason. So essentially, it'll hurt, but I can just swat it out of the air. Fletchinder is a lean, mean, fire-spewing machine. It can fly and obviously shoot embers, but also it's proven to be smart, setting fire to the den of prey and then catching them when they try to leave, so I reckon it'd be smart enough to just fly into the sky and shoot me with fire until I die. I'm gonna lose to this thing. Talonflame can shoot flames, but I think it's hilarious that the Dex prefers to talk about the fact that it flies at 310 miles an hour and kills things by kicking them at that speed. I was already gonna lose, but that's just unnecessary. I win against Fletchling and I lose to Fletchinder and Talonflame. Scatterbug is capable of spewing poisonous black powder at you that causes paralysis on contact, but the thing is, it only uses this as defense against bird Pokemon, so it likely wouldn't paralyze a creature as large as me, and so, I'm gonna slap his shit. Spewper is basically just bigger Scatterbug, but again, it's just fending off Rufflets. Usually I would just give up because it says poisonous, but in this scenario, I think it doesn't matter, and I'm gonna smoosh his head in. Okay, we finally have a Pokemon that can make use of the poison, as it's described as toxic now, and also, Vivillon can fly so it can keep a distance and try to poison me to death. However, it's a butterfly so it's going to be quite fragile, and if I can grab it, it's dead, so let's call it fair. I win against Scatterbug and Spewper, and Vivillon is a fair fight. Okay, so I had to do a little searching about the dangers of lion cubs, and it turns out that a 1-year-old lion cub is capable of killing a human as long as it hits the right points. I won't go into details, but there was a news story about a person who got attacked by a lion cub and needed 60 stitches for a bite wound near the arteries in their neck. So it's quite likely that Litleo beats me just on biology alone. but also it gets stronger when it faces a strong opponent, so I'm just going to give him the advantage because it's still small enough for me to do lethal damage to. It breathes 6,000 degrees Celsius flames and its mane reaches 2,000 degrees Celsius, so just going near it would burn the shit out of me, and then you add on the fact that it's a lion, and it's over for me. Litleo has the advantage and I lose to Pyro. I know the Dex says it can bring out the power of flowers, but that means literally fucking nothing, so I'm ignoring it. This is a small baby and I could honestly just squish it in my hands. Some fuckhead at Game Freak just had to mention it being able to use grass type moves, because that made me go from having to fight a silly little flower to fighting a solar beam petal blizzard monster. I can't dodge a fucking solar beam, man. And this one specifically has the move Petal Blizzard mentioned, so that's terrible, but it'd be even worse if I came up against an orange Florges because they fire beams like artillery cannons apparently, so yeah. Fun. I win against Flabebe and I lose to Floette and Florges. Skiddo is nearly as tall as the tallest goats get according to the one Google search I did, but it's on the lighter side of the goat spectrum, so I don't know what to do. And what do I normally do when I don't know what to do? Make it a fair fight. Okay, so if you don't know about the measuring of horses, look it up. But all I need to explain here is that this is the size of the average goat, and this is the size of Go-Goat. He is a fucking horse. I ain't fighting that. Skiddo is a fair fight, and I lose to Go-Goat. Okay, so real quick, there are two ways this fight can go. Either you're fighting a newborn, inexperienced Pancham, and he's going to be pretty weak and goofy, or you're fighting a Pancham that shadowed a Pangoro long enough to become an ass kicker. However, anyone who's ever seen a baby panda video before knows they're fucking stupid, so I'll give it a chance, but it's not looking too good for him. Pancham went from a doofy fucking panda to a dump truck destroying, telephone pole snapping monster with the temperament of a bull being poked by a Spaniard in tights. I'm gonna have my body clotheslined in half. I have the advantage against Pancham and I lose to Pangoro. I love this series because I would never have searched have poodles ever killed anyone if I didn't do this show. Turns out, no, they haven't, but this isn't because they can't. Basically all dogs are capable of murder, including the more medium-sized ones. A poodle can easily bite hard enough to break most of the bones in your arm, so in a battle of life and death, I reckon this 4-foot dog would put up a halfway decent fight, and I'm willing to call it fair. Furfru is a fair fight. Jail time for whoever wrote this bullshit. Esper may look expressionless, but it contains the psychic power to throw a wrestler and blast everything within 90 meters. Yeah, it has no control over these powers, but that just means it lets them out when it doesn't mean to. It will still tear the skin off my bones to reveal my supple skeleton. Meowstick is just an Esper that can turn a truck into dust with its ears. This is just Diggersby all over again. Apparently, the male is more of a supportive, defensive fighter, but the female is a massive arsehole that has no mercy or fucks to give. I lose to the cats. Two things, this is a fucking sword, and also, it can suck your soul out with its little rope arm. I can't harm it because it's a steel sword, and it will just slowly murder me while I try. Everything I said for Honedge applies to Doublade, but it's now two swords that communicate via telepathy to slice you into thin strips that I assume it will then use to decorate its hilt. Aegislash is essentially a mad king. It uses its spectral powers to force people to build a kingdom for it, and once killed its owner and destroyed his kingdom. All three of these swords are kinda fucked up. I lose against all three of these guys. Not only could I beat this thing to death, it would also smell amazing while I did it. I'm essentially beating up a living perfume bottle, and that's something I can be happy about. Aromatisse is one of those odd ones that could literally go any way. It's capable of producing a smell that saps your will to fight. Now I know what you're all going to comment. Just hold your breath and beat it to death. But I can't hold my breath for very long, and there's a chance I completely fuck it. So I'm going with fair fight. You're just going to have to trust my judgment here. I've been doing this for a while. I win against Spritzy, and Aromatisse is a fair fight. Swirlix is just a diabetes Pokemon. It eats 3.5 kilograms of sugar a day, and that's basically all it does. It does, however, shoot out a sticky thread to trap opponents in battle, but that's not going to stop me, and it doesn't have the physical force to kill me anyways, so bye bye. Slurpuff's sense of smell is 100 million times stronger than a regular human's, so honestly, the best way for me to win this is just like not brush my teeth and chew some dirt, then breathe on it and wait for it to expire an early death. And it's super light despite its size, so I could just boot it in the face. I win against the sugar dogs. I've been fucked by the dex here. The very last dex entry that Inkay has mentions that it turns upside down because it helps it think and it increases the power of its psychic moves. Inkay now has access to Psycho Cut, Psybeam and Hypnosis. Combined with the fact that if I look at it, it can demoralize me with its flashing spots, I'd say that Inkay has managed to come away from this with a victory. Malamar is apparently the strongest hypnotizer of all Pokemon, even more so than Hypno. And it uses these powers to make you do whatever it wants, which can include offing yourself, to put it lightly. And it comes with acidic digestive fluids to melt your skin and supremely sharp fins to slice your shit up. I lose to Inkay and Malamar. Okay, so the dex has done me a solid and specifically mentioned that the heads are not rocks. The rock is separate, and if they don't work together, they will apparently never survive, so I'm going to give myself this one. Barbaracle is surprisingly threatening to me. Even though it's not made of rocks, it essentially has some rocky armor going on, and all of its limbs tend to listen to the head unless they're in a bad situation, where they'll all just start doing whatever they need to do to kill whoever's they're against. If it just charged at me, it would eventually kill me, and there's very little I can do. I'm not so overconfident as to give myself a chance. This is just a strong rock monster. I win against Binacle, and I lose to Barbaracle. Skrelp has a chance here. Not a huge chance, but still something, because the dex has thrown it a bone and said that it can shoot liquid poison on prey, which it then finishes off. If Skrelp is smart enough to get it into my eyes, it will be much harder to win, but it's still very small. And Dragalge can destroy boats with its liquid poison and will spit at anything that comes near it. I never really thought I had a chance, but like, come on man, at least be somewhat generous. This is just instant death. I have the advantage against Skrelp, and I lose to Dragalge. Clauncher is scary for such a small guy. I'm essentially fighting a Pokemon with a real, actual gun. Clauncher hunt by shooting bird Pokemon out of the sky, so he has great aim, and when the shot is made close to something, it can shatter rocks. So I want to keep him far away from me to minimize damage, but I need to get in close to hit him. If he lands a shot, he's definitely breaking my legs, and if he lands a headshot, he could blow my skull to pieces. But if I can grab him and keep that claw pointed away from me, I'm all good. So this is a weirdly intense, fair fight. Yeah, Clawitzer is much heavier, so I can't just keep him still, and he can shoot cannonballs of water from range to sink a tanker. I'm not fighting this guy, I'm just gonna go drown myself. Clauncher is a fair fight, and I lose to Clawitzer. Call me Kevin Sinfield, because I'm about to win the fucking game with one swift kick. This is simply a lizard that can generate electricity, but the dex doesn't have the decency to say it could do anything with it, so I am safe. Just beat up the lizard and move on with your day. Okay, so it's pretty well known at this point that Game Freak couldn't give less of a shit when it came to Heliolisk, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, and say that if he can generate enough electricity to power a city, then he could probably beat me in a fight. I win against Helioptile, and I lose against Heliolisk. Nope, nuh-uh, get the fuck away from me. Tyrunt is about as dangerous as a Doberman Pinscher covered in knives and with jaws strong enough to eat a fucking car, and I'm covered in steaks slathered in peanut butter, and it hates me. That's the level of danger I'm in. This thing accidentally hospitalizes its trainer by playing around. I want no part of that. I want you to look me in the fucking eyes and give me one reason I stand even a chance. Tyrantrum was opposed by nothing in the ancient world because they all knew better. I apparently don't know better and will be taking it on in hand-to-hand combat. Leave a comment below on how you think it'll go. You have 3 seconds. I lose against both of these guys because they are fucking dinosaurs. I'm gonna need a word with whoever wrote these dex entries because what the fuck? Just pause the video and read these. Fuck off. And this one can send a trailer flying with just a tackle and is numb to pain. Apparently, violent collisions don't even phase it. And this one can flip a 50-ton tank and survive a bomb blast. Then it just murders you with its fists. I lose to all 3 of these freaks of nature. Usually when I fight a Pokemon that can change emotions, I write it off, because we have to fight. But Sylveon genuinely erases the sense of hostility someone has and can stop any conflict. So I think it's only right to say that it wins purely on the fact that I wouldn't throw a punch and then it has all the time in the world to kill me. Damn, that is psychologically fucked. I lose against Sylveon. Apparently, despite its size, Hawlucha is more than capable of keeping up with the likes of Machamp and Hariyama, which as you may recall didn't end too well for me, so that's terrible already. Add on the fact that it's quite smart, going for weak points, using its air advantage against me, sneaking into blind spots. The only thing it does wrong is Showboat on its big final move. You can supposedly counterattack in that time, but am I going to do enough damage to kill it in one swift move? No. Will I even be able to move to take advantage of that time? Probably not, so I'm just gonna let him have this one. I lose against Hawlucha. Dedenne can fire electricity out of its whiskers, but it's no good at actually generating the electricity in the first place. Unlike a Pikachu, Dedenne's electric generating organ isn't fully developed, and so they steal from outlets or other electric Pokemon instead. What that means is that Dedenne can't beat me unless he gets struck by a random bolt of lightning. I win against Dedenne. Goomy is literally called the weakest dragon Pokemon. I ain't losing to that. If you grab its horns, it won't be able to move, sorta like a Saiyan's tail, and if it dries out, it dies. Hold his horns and just put him in the sunlight. And we jumped straight up the scale to horror. Sliggoo's eyes have actually devolved, so it's completely blind. Sounds like an easy win, right? Wrong. Sliggoo is covered in a slimy acid that dissolves anything it comes into contact with, which it can also spit. When you're dissolved, it will slurp you up like a delicious soup. Pseudo-legend time, and Goodra does not disappoint. It throws punches equivalent to 100 pro boxers and can destroy a dump truck with its tail. Get me off of this fucking planet. I win against Goomy and I lose to Sliggoo and Goodra. Klefki is just a practical Pokemon to keep around. The dude loves keys and loves holding onto them for actual decades. However, if you think I'm going to lose to a Pokemon whose only form of defense is fiercely jingling keys, then you have got a screw loose. I win against Klefki. I can't believe this is a real sentence, and it's devastating because I love Phantump, but I would in fact beat up this sad, lost, dead kid stuck in a tree stump. It doesn't attack, it just wants friends, and I'm going to kill it. I hope you're all happy. Trevenant is a really nice Pokemon to all the Pokemon that live in the forest, but if you try to disturb the peace, he'll just fucking eat you, so yeah. And also he has complete control of a tree, so he's going to tie me up and do unspeakable things to me. I win against Phantump and I lose against Trevenant. Pumpkaboo does come with the ability to hypnotize using lights from the holes in its body, but the body of a Pumpkaboo is explicitly a genuine pumpkin. So in this case, I could kill it with my eyes closed. Just smash it to pieces. I've already done that before. Okay, this one is tough because only supersized Gourgeist will forcefully drag you off to the afterlife, while the rest sort of linger between tricky asshole and spirit guide, so for the sake of argument, we're just going to average it out to a fair fight. I win against Pumpkaboo, and Gourgeist is a fair fight. Bergmite might not look like much, but he's got armor, and oh look, an ice type that freezes people solid. Fucking sick. I'm just not strong enough to destroy ice like that, so Bergmite is free to freeze me to death and then go about his day. It's a 500 kg iceberg. What the actual fuck am I supposed to do? He's just gonna run me over and wonder what the hell that was. I lose to the iceberg boys. Noibat can generate sounds of frequencies that can dizzy larger Pokemon and even pro wrestlers. This is bad, but I can still come back from this because Noibat is teensy tiny and I can just bat him out of the air. Noivern can turn a boulder into pebbles with its ultrasonic waves, and it's apparently a huge dickhead. And God forbid you meet one in the dark. Even Hydreigon runs scared of Noivern when it's dark, and that guy's insane, so yeah, no thank you. I have the advantage against Noibat, and I lose to Noivern. The Dex never mentions Xerneas having any sort of murderous capability. In fact, it gives life. However, it's a nearly 10-foot deer that weighs 215 kg, and fuck me, don't those look like some very good goring antlers. I lose against Xerneas. All Yveltal does is just kill things. It's literally its job. When he's out and about, he absorbs the life force of the creatures around it as it desires, and when it's about to die, it says that it's not going down alone and absorbs the life energy of everything, then turns into a cocoon, which means it doesn't even die, and if it did start dying, it would kill me anyway. I can't kill it, it can kill me, and did I mention that he's huge? I lose to Yveltal. I'm gonna stick with the 50% form since this is the form it debuted in and is most known for, and apparently when it shows up it just blasts you immediately, then fucks off. He has no mercy and doesn't even want to waste any time murdering you. What a bastard. Oh, and if you were curious, the other two aren't any easier. I lose against Zygarde. Okay, Diancie is gonna be odd because it can create many diamonds very quickly in its hands. Now this is similar to how it uses its signature move, Diamond Storm, which would definitely hurt a lot if it connected. However, Diamond Storm is not perfect accuracy, and Diancie is quite small, so if I manage to slip by, I'll win, but it's not likely, so Diancie is definitely in charge here. Diancie has the advantage. I was hoping that since he can't transform into his unbound form that I would kick his ass, but no. He'll just put me in one of his hoops, which can teleport anything, anywhere, like say, the far reaches of space. I lose against Hooper. Oh, look, a small defenseless volcano spider. Surely I will win this fight as I do all of my fights. Mega Venusaur is a nearly 8-foot frog monster with even stronger legs and back because of the sheer size of its flower. I don't know where I got off saying it only had the advantage in the past, because Mega Venusaur would simply flatten me without a second thought. I lose to Mega Venusaur. Mega Charizard X turned black because of the quote overwhelming power that fills its entire body. So obviously, I'm not in for a fun time here. And Mega Charizard Y boasts speed and maneuverability greater than a jet fighter, just to really seal the deal. I am now 3 for 3 on Mega losses, and I get the distinct feeling that this trend will continue. I lose to Mega Charizard X and Y. The cannon on Mega Blastoise's back is apparently as powerful as a tank gun, and just because I'm going to lose, I've decided that I'm going to be the one to decide what tank gun he is, and I'm going with the Royal Ordnance L11, which is a Great British gun that holds the record for longest tank-to-tank kill at 2.9 miles away. But yeah, Blastoise will turn me into mush because while he's not big for a human, he's essentially a humongous tortoise with an impenetrable armor. I lose against Mega Blastoise. Mega Alakazam is fucked up. He's basically got observation haki and can just avoid whatever you throw at it because he can see the future, and just by looking at you it can show you the course of your whole life from birth to death. That's fucked up. And then using its enhanced psychic powers it can just break my neck or whatever it decides it wants to do. I lose against Mega Alakazam. Mega Evolving turned Gengar into a ninja assassin, hiding in the shadows so it can murder you because it really wants to, and I understand that. However, the whole dimension hopping thing's a bit weird and doesn't really change the course of the fight, so basically what I'm trying to say is, I lose against Mega Gengar. Mega Kangaskhan is stronger than regular Kangaskhan obviously, but the deck's entries only mention how worried the mother is about the child's sudden growth and love for fighting. It also says that their teamwork is harmonious, so I'm gonna get my ass beat by 2 kangaroos because it's still 7 foot tall. I lose against Mega Kangaskhan. Mega Pinsir is 5'7", which is already fucked up for me, but also, its horns become barbed and it loves skewering people with them before tearing them to shreds. It flies at 30 miles an hour and can lift things 10 times heavier than it, easily. So I'm going to be stabbed at 30 miles an hour by a giant flying stag beetle, then get promptly ripped apart. Great. I lose to Mega Pinsir. Gyarados was already an enormous asshole, but Mega Gyarados has had its brain reduced only to the function to burn everything it finds to cinders. And it does this while flying at supersonic speeds, which, for those of you who don't know, is 768 miles an hour. So in other words, I am gonna get fucking murdered. I lose to Mega Gyarados. Mega Aerodactyl is huge, 6'11" of rocky murder. Mega Evolution is causing this guy some immense pain and is making him even more vicious than he was before. The jagged rocks that he's covered with are harder than diamond, and he cannot wait to cut you up and just tear your corpse to shreds. Mega Aerodactyl is a straight up villain. I lose against Mega Aerodactyl. Mega Mewtwo X could turn my skull into finely pureed mush with one hand, or he could give me the Broly treatment and drag me through the ground head first, because he can sprint 100 meters in 2 fucking seconds. He's just a menace. And Mega Mewtwo Y may be much smaller than both of the other Mewtwo's, but he can also turn the Empire State Building into a pile of glass and debris with just a thought, so yeah, maybe don't make fun of his size unless you want to be a thick sack of sludge. I lose against Mega Mewtwo X and Y. Guys, the decks finally did it. They don't mention anything about Mega Ampharos turning your brain into mush or blowing your ass to pieces in 2 seconds. They basically just say, it's a dragon now, and it has wool again. And since regular Ampharos can't even shoot electricity, it just has a bright tail, then I'm gonna call this a fair fight. It's not short, but it's not huge. I'm sure it has some power, but as it stands, all it can do is throw punches. Mega Ampharos is a fair fight. Scizor has a very harmful Mega Evolution because if the fight lasts too long, it won't be able to bear the weight of its own pincers and will begin to melt? What the fuck? So this sounds like I could maybe win, right? But you forget. This is Scizor we're talking about. Having Mega Evolved, it becomes more adept at beating the shit out of you than actually pinching you. But if it does pinch you, you're getting turned into ribbons. The fight wouldn't last long enough to put it in any serious harm. I lose to Mega Scizor. It can lift 31,000 kilograms. That is 10 elephants. I didn't realize just how scary Mega Heracross was until I read that single dex entry. He's bulky, and the second he makes contact with me, it is game over. He has the strength to throw 10 elephants. He could literally rip me in half without even trying. I lose to Mega Heracross. Who the fuck didn't think to tell me that Mega Houndoom was 6'3"? For those of you that don't know, dogs are measured from their feet to the top of their shoulder blades, so he would be 6'3", like a human being, which means you can in fact ride Houndoom into battle like a horse. So that's terrifying that this dog would be looking down at me, but also remember how if it burns you the pain never goes away? Well, for Mega Houndoom, the pain still never goes away. You go away. Its fire can turn its opponents to ash, so yeah, I lose against Mega Houndoom. Mega Tyranitar is filled with so much power that it ripped its back open like paper. It's so powerful that it doesn't even know what it's doing anymore. His legs are only moving because the destructive instincts in his brain make him move forward. He's so out of control that no one knows if it can actually hear its trainer anymore. Point is, I think there's very little that can take this thing down, let alone a dude with only fists and a point to prove. I lose against Mega Tyranitar. Okay, so in an unprecedented turn of events, it turns out not every Mega Evolution actually has dex entries, so I'll be taking some creative jumps to bring you an accurate depiction of the fight still. Mega Blaziken is like if a B-52 bomber and a rooster as tall as a human had sex and produced this nightmare creature. Mega Blaziken is not afraid to get dirty and will resort to tactics that some might describe as unethical. Last time I met this guy, he threw a mug at my head. I had to get stitches, so you know he's unhinged. Also, I've seen the inside of his car and let me tell you that he is packing heat, so I don't like my chances at all when it comes to fighting this dude. I lose against Mega Blaziken. This bitch may look elegant, but let me tell you, she is not opposed to stomping your head in like a pumpkin if you get on her bad side. I spilled some wine on her once, accidentally, and she stole one of my kidneys. I mean, what's a guy gotta do to get forgiven? Point is that making her mad will just result in a merciless ass kicking, the likes of which you've never seen and never will see again, cause you'll be dead. I lose against Mega Gardevoir. Well, Mega Morwell may not eat rocks, but she certainly likes turning them to dust. Those gnashers aren't just for show, she will chomp your ass and just literally tear you in half, because you do not fuck with someone who has 2 giant mouths coming out the back of their head. Morwell is no exception. Also, apparently, she is just super violent, which is not something I need in my life. I lose to Mega Morwell. Mega Aggron once ate a whole train and didn't even share, so not only is he fucked up because he ate a train, but you know he's just a big old meanie since he didn't even have the courtesy to share. What a dick. But don't tell him I said that though. He came to hang around my house once and demanded that he be player 1 when we were playing Tekken, and I said no, get fucked. My PS5, my rules. So he just pulled out a machete and cut my fucking face off. Mega Evolving changed him, man. I lose to Mega Aggron. Mega Medicham once said, "Watch this." Then he punched a hole in my wall. Well, I asked why he did that, and all he responded with was, "Felt like it." Like, what? What kind of lazy ass answer is that? Well, needless to say, I was a bit mad, but then he punched me in the mouth. This made me very upset, so we started trading blows, and then it suddenly dawned on me that he was a psychic karate creature, and he exploded my head into pieces, all over my fucking carpet. I lose to Mega Medicham. Mega Manetric is essentially a lightning bolt that just shoots more fucking lightning bolts out of it. Mega Evolution has made him super powerful to the point where it can't really control it anymore, and is presumably just blasting shit everywhere, including, but not limited to, me. I lose against Mega Manetric. Simply existing around Mega Bayonet will get you cursed, and that isn't something that I fuck with. Now obviously curses don't just mean death, but since Mega Bayonet has cursed energy spilling out of it, and it can't help but curse its own trainer, well, I'm gonna assume the curses are less of the, "ooh, you're gonna get spooked," to "you and your entire bloodline will suffer a horrible, agonizing death." I lose to Mega Bayonet. Yeah, so Mega Absol has Conqueror's Haki, like straight up. High level as well, because this won't just knock you out, you'll die. Mega Absol is so intimidating that it kills people. Now it does mention that only the faint-hearted will perish horribly, but here's the thing. If it's even capable of knocking me down, then I'm just as dead, because here's what we might be forgetting. Absol is still just a big hyena with pointy extremities, so yeah, I'm going to give Mega Absol the respect it deserves. I lose against Mega Absol. Mega Latias and Latios beat me up in an alleyway after I told them that they weren't right for pushing that old lady over, even if she was annoying as fuck. They kicked me, and then they spit in my eye. They pushed me down the stairs, and my shoes fell off. After all this, they flew at me at the speed of sound and turned my organs and bones into little pureed chunks. I lose against Mega Latias and Latios. While Mega Garchomp looks like he would have been painted on the front of a World War II fighter plane, he's actually deadlier than a plane. This dude's arms and wings melted together to form giant scythes, and the pain from the melting and his ability to fly being taken away has sent him into a mad rage that only an insane lunatic would try to interfere with. I am that insane lunatic. I lose against Mega Garchomp. Lucario went from this warrior monk with emotions very deeply tied to its actions to a humongous asshole who doesn't give a fuck about anything. Apparently, its fighting style can be summed up as heartless, so yeah, I'm just gonna lay down and hope that heartless means he'll one-shot me. I lose against Mega Lucario. Last time I met Mega Abomasnow, he tore my arm off and started scratching his back with it, and honestly, it hurt. But mostly, it was just rude. Like we were just talking about how meerkats are the most murderous of all animals, as 20% of meerkats die at the hands of another meerkat, and then he just tore my arm off. Oh, and also he ate me. I lose against Mega Abomasnow. Mega Beedrill is a nearly 5-foot bee wasp whose arms and now legs are poisonous stingers. All it wants is to kill, so it flies up to you and just stabs you over and over and over and over until you drop. And for its final move, it will stab you with its giant ass ripper. If the first 250 stabs didn't kill you, then that one certainly will. I lose to Mega Beedrill. Pidgeot went from 4'11" to 7'3". Holy shit, that's a big bird. Okay, no, I'm not fighting this thing. It's got talons, can fly for 2 weeks straight without resting, and is fucking 1.5 feet taller than me. And for those of you interested, there is no way to prove whether this is its wingspan or not. The anime, the games, logic, none of these have grounds to be the right answer. Ho-Oh is a giant, but if you scale him down assuming that his height measurement is just his wingspan, then he'd be shorter than most adults, and that just isn't right, so I choose to believe that Mega Pidgeot is 7 foot standing. I lose against Mega Pidgeot. Mega Slowbro is about as dangerous as regular Slowbro, which is not very much. He has no dex entries, and considering regular Slowbro had to wait for Shelter to inject him with some motivational poison to actually start becoming dangerous, then I'm just going to give him what I gave him last time. I have the advantage against Mega Slowbro. Holy shit, that is a big snake. I'm gonna fucking die. Mega Steelix is just a bigger Steelix. He once just tunneled through my house and threw a bunch of loose change at me to replace it. Like, motherfucker, that was a house. Pocket change does not even begin to cover it. Once he heard me say that, he turned around and flicked me with his tail. It threw all the bones out of my body and left my skin behind. I lose against Mega Steelix. Regular Sceptile can cut down trees, and Mega Sceptile became a tree. A baller move, I'd say. Problem is, my mother was a tree, and so I actually am part tree, and this doesn't bode well for me at all. Kinda wishing I didn't meet this guy, and I really regret stealing some of his food the other day. He actually looks a little like a seagull too. Anyways, I am the dead. Woohoo! I lose against Mega Sceptile. Mega Swampert can turn tree trunks into splinters with one single hug, and I would just straight up walk into his arms. I love this man to death, and nothing could stop me from giving him one big cuddle. My spine may look like scrambled eggs afterwards, but they will be scrambled with passion. I lose against Mega Swampert. Sableye, my boy, I love you. But for that huge increase in defense, you just sacrificed your whole ability to move. You've got the turning circle of a tractor. All I have to do is get behind the guy and just punch his face in. Sableye, I'm sorry. I win against Mega Sableye. Imagine fighting a shark. Now imagine fighting a shark filled with horrible pain and a thirst for your blood specifically. It ain't great, I can tell you that. He's so fucking mean and just ready to kill anyone he can get his teeth on. I'm already afraid of what's in the ocean. This is just some extra bullshit on top. I lose against Mega Sharpedo. Okay, so Mega Camerupt sits at an unprecedented 8 feet 2 inches tall, and I have no plan on how to beat that. He's way taller, way heavier, way volcano-ier, the whole package really. I might as well climb up the nearest high board and do a tuck dive straight into the giant spewing volcano on its back. I lose against Mega Camerupt. I don't know if I just missed this, but I gave Altaria a fair fight in my original Gen 3 explanation, and my reasoning was, it's a big bird, but also it's pretty light, so we could have a dance like equals. But the Emerald Dex entry says, and this is a direct quote, it launches intensely hot fireballs from its mouth. Where the fuck did I get fair fight from? So while Mega Altaria has no Dex entries to speak of, consider this an update on whatever my dumbass said all that time ago. I lose to Mega Altaria. Mega Evolution filled Glalie with so much power that it obliterated his jaw, leaving him unable to eat anything, and when Glalie doesn't get his food, he fucking riots, spewing endless blizzards and turning the entire surrounding area into a winter wasteland. This 6'11" sphere is essentially an ice deity with no pity left for anyone who's unfortunate enough to come across one. I lose to Mega Glalie. The blood-soaked Crescent spent years wishing for wings, and through sheer willpower was able to evolve a pair. And now, after Mega Evolving, the wings it was so proud of, the wings it worked so hard for, have been misshapen and stuck together. This alone was enough to make Salamence, a pseudo that is actually known to be pretty happy most of the time, ready to kill anyone and everything it can find, including its own trainer. He could fly straight through you, cutting you in half, without so much as a flinch at the blood splattering on its face. If anything is to ever come across this giant flying murdered dinosaur, someone is going to die. I lose against Mega Salamence. Mega Metagross is fucked. He went from a super smart, unkillable steel monster to a super duper smart, mega unkillable steel god. Because of its astounding new intelligence, Mega Metagross battles in such a cruel and vicious way that you'll apparently want to cover your eyes. And if it's in a fight and it knows it's going to lose, it commits to winning however it can, even if it involves digging its claws into you and blowing himself and you to hell. I get the distinct feeling our fight won't get to that point though. I lose against Mega Metagross. While Kyogre's primal reversion is not a Mega Evolution, it's referred to as its true form, so what we can only assume from this is that the creator of the sea, the monster that battled the land creator Groudon in a fight so cataclysmic they both had to retire for hundreds of years, that was only a percentage of what it was capable of, and I didn't stand a chance before that, so it's safe to say that I lose against Primal Kyogre. If you're so powerful that you create land with every step you take, then it's fair to say that you've earned the right to be called a legendary, and probably hate Tyranitar. No dex entries for its primal reversion except one regular entry that states that it can cause magma to erupt. Unnecessary, but oh well, he's Groudon, just let him do whatever. If Rayquaza wasn't around, then the planet would already be a desolate wasteland, whether through never-ending drought or extreme flooding. The 16-foot lizard is not to be trifled with, and so I'm stupid for even writing this whole script. I lose against Primal Groudon. I think the most disrespectful thing that Game Freak has ever done in regards to Pokemon is definitely BDSP, but not giving Mega Rayquaza any dex entries is a close second. Since his release in Generation 3, Rayquaza's been known as one of the strongest Pokemon to ever exist, not just in the games, but also in the lore. When your job is to make sure two heaping Goliaths, representatives of the planet's core components and unstoppable gods in their own right, when your job is to make sure that they don't destroy the world, then you have to be a powerhouse on a biblical scale. Kyogre and Groudon know that they can't win against this guy. And guess what? This is before he even Mega Evolves, so imagine all of that, but like at least 3 times as bad. I lose against Mega Rayquaza. The best way I can describe the fight with Mega Lopunny is imagine you're fighting a tiny Indiana Jones if he knew martial arts and could kick with the force of 10 men. Mega Lopunny did get lighter, however I don't think I'd even get the chance to grab it to make use of that. It sheds any excess fur that would have slowed it down, and now has the ability to use its ears like whips to strike you from a distance and keep those grabby ass hands to themselves. Chances are I'd get axe kicked so hard my skull and brain got split in half before I was able to do anything. I lose against Mega Lopunny.
It's time to duel!
Yami Yugi over here thinks he's hot shit, but I've managed to summon the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and he's got almost no life points left. This duel is as good as over. Draw your last pathetic card, you piece of shit.
My grandpa's deck has no pathetic cards, but it does contain...
No, fucking, oh fuck off you bastard, I'm gonna shoot you in the fucking face. He is large.
Exodia! Obliterate!
Fuck you, Mega Gallade, you cocksucker! Mega Ordino can tell how someone's feeling when it holds them with its feelers, and all it's going to be feeling is pure, unfettered hatred. I fucking hate Mega Ordino. Of all the Gen 5 Pokemon, you gave it to the shitty Chansey replacement. I would actually prefer Mega Chansey. Fuck this stupid fucking Pokemon. I'm gonna stomp its shitty fucking head in. This is one of the few fights that will be fueled entirely by rage, and I will not lose. Mega Ordino is gonna die.
Okay, so I don't know why when I released the first Diancie fight it was so difficult for people to understand. The grey part is rock and the pink part is diamond. Everybody said, well, Diancie's made of diamonds. You can't destroy diamonds, they're diamonds. And I had to explain, no, Diancie is made of rock, it is just adorned with a diamond accessory. So I could still destroy it because, you know, it's a rock, I could just bash it against the ground. Mega Diancie though, that's just a chandelier. It's a lot more diamond now. It's heavier, it's bigger, it's going to be harder to kill, and it's still got Diamond Storm. So Mega Diancie gets the win. I just wanted to clear up the whole Diancie issue. I lose against Mega Diancie.
Gen 7, baby, yes! Rowlet time. He's a teensy bird, so I'm gonna win, is what I would say if he didn't fly and shoot knives with feet strong enough to knock out a grown adult. Come on! I hate to admit it, but this sleepy little owl is packing some real heat. Dartrix is a bigger Rowlet with Hawkeye precision. The dex acknowledges that it seldom misses, as well as it being insanely aware of your presence, so you can't even sneak up on it. Decidueye doesn't miss, and can prime and fire its bow in only 1/10 of a second, so this fight's likely going to be over before I even get a chance to lift a finger. Robin Hood is alive, and he's a big ass owl. I lose against all 3 of them. Litten may not be defensively sound, but it can spew fireballs, so it's going to be one of those odd ones where if I land a hit, I should be fine, but if it scorches me, I'm likely to eat shit. Torracat is just a small, fire-breathing lion. Oh, and also it's able to bend an iron bar in a single punch. What the shit? Unlike Litten, I don't think I stand any sort of chance, because I'm not an iron bar. I'm basically the exact same size and weight as Incineroar, but he shoots fire and can destroy metal with some sweet fucking backhands. Macho Lion Randy Savage is gonna hit me with the sweetest German suplex before melting my skull into my shoes. Litten is a fair fight, and I lose to Torracat and Incineroar. Turns out the actual dangerous part of Poplio's bubbles is the pop. It's super forceful and more than likely enough to knock over a person, but I think that compared to Litten, I have more of a chance. The little dude isn't exactly that athletic due to having, you know, no legs. Brionne is surprisingly a good athlete with some solid dodging ability. I don't think this makes it a straight up loss, but it'll definitely be harder than Poplio because it can fire balloons at sort of a semi-automatic rate as well. While the Dex is hesitant to give Primarina the win, I'm willing to give it to her because she's definitely stronger than the other two, and those balloons are definitely capable of exploding bitches like me into pieces. I have the advantage against Popplio, Brion has the advantage against me, and I lose against Primarina. Pick-a-Peck can drill holes into trees at a rate of 16 pecks a second, so it's definitely gonna fucking hurt, but it's still a teensy tiny bird, so I'm gonna swat him out of the air like a fly. Get fucked, Pick-a-Peck. Trumbeak may be a bigger Picky-Peck, but it's still a small-ass bird with some hollow-ass bones. I'm gonna grab its stupid beak and swing it into the ground until it's a paint sample. And all of a sudden, it's a boulder-destroying, heat-seeking missile. I hate this dumbass franchise and its jumping in realism. Trumbeak was a bird. And now Toucannon is a flaming asshole with the power to melt a man into a pile of goo. I win against Picky-Peck and Trumbeak, and I lose to Toucannon. Yungoos is a wily Pokemon. It prefers fresh, living prey and will bite absolutely anything. Looking at its teeth, this could be a problem. If Yungoos bites the wrong vein or anything like that, I could just bleed out and die. But ultimately, the more than likely scenario is that I'm going to kick him square in the head, which would kill him instantly. Out of respect though, I will award him with a chance because he does technically have one. Gumshoos is the scariest thing a Pokemon can be. Bipedal. All of a sudden, I'm dealing with a bigger Yungoos with better hair and the ability to grab me so it can aim its chomps better. He's still oddly light, but this fucker is definitely more dangerous, so I'm going to say we're at evens here. I have the advantage against Yungoos, and Gumshoos is a fair fight. Grubbin is weirdly dangerous. Like, he can snap thick tree branches, dig underground super quick, and his thread is really good at slowing people down. So this is a scary fight for just a Grubbin. I'm only giving him a small chance because his tininess is unfortunately a huge drawback for him, but if he catches me by surprise, he could very well do some mean damage. Chargebug apparently has a really sturdy shell, which will be a problem already, but luckily for him, the Dex has explicitly mentioned that he can discharge the electricity stores. Hooray! So all he needs to do is get his big old jaws on me and just start fucking chomping away. If I hold him like a stinky baby, then there's nothing he can do, but I still have to figure out how to kill him, which would be tough, so I'ma say this is fair. Vikavolt literally goes around railgunning bird Pokemon for target practice while zooming through the air at high speeds. What the fuck do you want me to do here? Win? It ain't happening. I'm fighting a living electrical cannon. You come fight him, then tell me how that goes. I have the advantage over Grubbin, Chargebug's a fair fight, and I lose against Vikavolt. Crabrawler may be small, but this guy is the only one other than Hitmonchan that shows up with equipment designed to beat ass. I know that that's actually just his pincers, but the little boxing glove look is awesome. I actually quite like him. He's got pretty good defense and offense just by being a speedy boy with some quick punches. However, we just need to look at the fact that he weighs 7 kilograms to figure out how it's going to go. It doesn't matter how good you are at blocking. If I kick him, he's taking off. However, it'd be insulting to say he didn't stand a chance when Yungoos did. Okay, so Crabominable can destroy ice walls and fire icy bubbles that slow you down. It punches without thinking, and there are records, like it's a fact, that he has turned back avalanches by punching them. Also, it can cut off its pincers and fire them like rockets? Who the hell wrote this shit? Did Professor Kukui sign off on this, or did he just write it himself? Either way, I'm gonna fucking die. I have the advantage against Crabrawler, and I lose to Crabominable. Bylay-style Oricorio can just straight up shoot fire, so I lose, but also its dance moves are so fucking sick that it, quote, causes its enemies to combust in both heart and mind. Pom-Pom-style Oricorio is a quick bird that will just smack the shit out of you with some electrified punches, so yet another loss. Stop my heart, destroy my brain, shut off my eyes if it really wants. There's not much I can do to stop it. Pau-style Oricorio just dances gently and then blasts you with psychic energy like a dickhead. Psychic's another one of those types where if it says they can use psychic stuff, I'm fucked. Cause like they can just pick me up and throw me against a wall or snap my neck and so on and so on. Sensu-style Oricorio can summon the actual fucking dead, like it says this in the dex, which is bad for me since there's no defined limit of how many dead it can summon. If it can summon even one bad thing, I'm gonna die. Bam, this was actually the resting ground of a Beware and now I am dead. I lose against all 4 forms of Oricorio. I would fucking destroy Cutiefly in literal seconds. I love Cutiefly, but it is one of the smallest and lightest Pokemon in existence and doesn't do anything with any sort of special powers. It's literally just a bee fly. And Ribombee is exactly the same as Cutiefly, just very slightly bigger. So they're gonna perish in the same way. I feel bad though, because unlike with other Pokemon, I feel like I'm killing innocence. They're so cute. I win against Cutiefly and Ribombee.
Rockruff is a puppy, so that's just a win, right? Wrong. While yes, the chances are I'm gonna win, this is still a sharp-toothed canine with a hell of an attitude. Usually it's friendly, but put this boy in a battle and he locks the fuck in. Like I said, he has a very low chance, but he bites the wrong thing in my arm or something, and I will simply bleed out. Okay, so all the Lycanrocs have different dex entries, so allow me to sum them all up real quick. Super smart dog that aims for weak points with rocks as sharp as knives. Asshole who will take as much damage as it needs to deliver a headbutt that can crush bone and destroy boulders, and an intensely ferocious Pokemon that knows how to fight real good and with the same knife rocks as midday form. I have the advantage over Rockruff and I lose to Lycanroc. Okay, so Wishy-Washy is obviously super weak and gonna lose, but its school form is feared by Gyarados and called the Demon of the Sea, so that's quite possibly one of the worst Pokemon to fight ever. But is that still a 1v1? In the games it counts as a 1v1, but that's technically a lot of fish. So I'm going to leave this one up to you. If you think the school form breaks the rules of the 1v1, then I win. And if you think the game logic of it not being a 1v1 means it should be allowed to fight in its school form, then I lose. So, for the time being, Wishy-Washy is to be decided. Marini is very small, very light, and apparently the spike on its head is where the poison comes from, so the main thing I have to do is avoid the top of the head. This is super easy due to Marini being a very seafaring creature and not having the legs to move properly. However, the chance is always there, so I have to give it to them. Toxapex is apparently very good at using its tentacles to walk, and now it can shoot toxic spikes and administer a toxin so potent that even a Wailord will be suffering for 3 straight days. It's still a bulky powerhouse, and it's just covered in knives basically, so yeah, I stand no chance at all. I have the advantage against Marini, and I lose to Toxapex. The dex says that Mudbray can carry 50 times its own body weight, which is very impressive. Let's just have a look at how much 110 kilograms. Mudbray can carry 5,500 kilograms, are you insane? He can literally carry 5.5 primal Groudons without even flinching. He wins. And now the big horse can drag 10 primal Groudons for 3 days and nights without sweating. He can also kick large trucks into scrap with just one kick. He's 8 feet tall and he nearly weighs a whole primal Groudon by himself. The hell are these creatures? Because they aren't any horses I know. I lose against both of these muddy boys. The Bubble Boy is very small, very light, and only has use of 3 out of his 6 legs. Because I didn't know this, but it turns out that he's using 3 legs to support its head bubble. So I'm fighting a little dude that has very little ways to hurt me other than just smashing into me. Realistically, this one is mine. Araquanid is really good at drowning people with bubbles, whether they be the one on its head or the ones it shoots out. If that doesn't work, then it can just bite the shit out of you. However, since it doesn't have any explicit strength feats and the fact that we're very similar heights and weights, I'm only going to give it the advantage. Sure, it has more chance of winning, but I could genuinely beat the shit out of him. I just have to have a little luck. I win against DUPER and Araquanid has the advantage. Scarlet and Violet really tried doing me dirty, because Fomantis was just a plant that did nothing, until Gen 9 where they just randomly mention its ability to fire solar beams if you piss it off. Now despite how dangerous that might sound, it doesn't really change the outcome. Yeah, if I get hit by a solar beam, it's gonna fucking hurt, but I don't think Fomantis has the power to kill with it, so you know what? I'm giving this one to myself. I could kick the shit out of a Fomantis. I know it calls them sickles, but Lurantis is just grass-type Scyther because those shits will cut you in half. And also the beams that Lurantis fires off can cleave through metal plates, so this jumped from a win to a loss pretty quickly. I win against Fomantis and I lose against Lurantis. Morlul can put people to sleep with its glowing spores, so obviously I lose. Just kidding. Look at it. Morlul is so tiny. It can only put things to sleep as a defense mechanism because it doesn't have the strength to do anything about it when you're asleep. I'm gonna boot him. Now, Shiinotic also puts you to sleep, but this difference is he sucks your life out through its fingertips, so I actually will lose this one because there's not much I can do to stop the sleep, and once I'm out, that's it. I'm fucked. And imagine that being the last thing you see before you fall asleep and die. No thank you. I win against Morlul, and I lose against Shiinotic. Salandit don't seem to go for prey as large as a human, they more so go for bug Pokemon, or just anything under 4 foot by the looks of it. They try to take on Spinder, but since their tactic of taking someone down is to make them dizzy with poisonous gas, and Spinder is always dizzy, in a 1v1 between the two, always bet on Spinder. What I'm trying to say though is that this is a fair fight. It has a little fire, and the poisonous gas is really powerful for knocking someone out, so if I can squash it before I run out of breath, I'll be fine, but if not, I could be dealt with. Now Salazzle is bigger and more dangerous, being able to spew flames out of its palms, but if given just a small window I could get in there and wrestle it to death. I don't stand a huge chance, what with the poison and fire again, but there is a chance. Salander is a fair fight and Salazzle has the advantage. Now we all know the threat of Beware, but is Stuffle even close to as dangerous? Well, yes actually. This thing is still a fucking beast who can snap thick trees easy peasy, and it can apparently send a pro wrestler sprawling, which I think should say dead. But hey, who am I to judge the Pokédex? I genuinely think that despite the huge size difference between us, the strength difference means I am just finished. Beware is Beware. We all know that it's a life-ending Pokemon. It delivers hugs that are so strong, quote, many trainers have left this world after their spines were squashed by its hug. People call it the most dangerous Pokemon in Alola, and its habitat is off limits to the public. Why do I even try anymore? I lose against the two cuddly bears. Bounsweet is constantly emitting an aroma that attracts bird Pokemon, but apparently it's too stupid to even care that this usually results in its death. Put me against a Bounsweet and it is over for the tiny little fruit thing. Steenie's sepals, which are the green things on her head, have toughened through evolution and she can now play with bird Pokemon without worrying about death. However, they are only described as quite painful, which is not enough for me to relinquish the win. Tsareena is a dark queen who takes pleasure from the pain of others. If she beats you in a fight, she celebrates by kicking you and laughing, and also her kicks are so powerful that not only will they wound your body, but your soul as well. She can knock out kickboxing champions in a single kick. I'm good. I win against Bounsweet and Steenie, and I lose against Tsareena. I quite like Comfey, but it's literally just a bunch of flowers and a tiny fairy. You know it's bad when I could quite literally eat the Pokemon with no issues. It's so cute though, I would feel very bad about it. I win against Comfey. Oranguru is actually taller than the average orangutan, but he actually weighs less than a fully grown male orangutan. So I was wondering about whether I stood a chance, because you know how it is with apes and shit. They'd be strong. And it turns out that the average orangutan is only 5 to 7 times stronger than a human, so it could just rip my fucking head off and that would be the end of it. I lose against Oranguru. Let's say, for the sake of convenience, that Passimian does not get to use the hard berry it carries around in this fight, and instead go based purely off what we can see. Okay, he's 6'7", and lemurs are often extremely aggressive to humans, gotcha. Okay, I think I can come to a conclusion. Passimian is gonna fucking rip me to shit. Also, there's certain species of lemur capable of carrying 10 times their own body weight. I lose against Passimian. The hardest part about fighting a Wimpod would be catching the fucking thing. Bitchpod over here wastes no time in getting away from you as fast as possible, the millisecond it realizes you're near. However, it has no method of fighting back, so it's a done deal. Golisopod is like Wimpod, but bigger and stronger and cooler and braver. His shell is as hard as diamonds and he can cut through air, which doesn't even make sense. He will apparently do anything to win and will more than likely eat you afterwards because he's just such a giga-chad. I win against Wimpod and I lose against Golisopod. Sandygast is kinda like that immortal snail. The dude can't really be killed, being, you know, a pile of sand, but he's so slow that even people with sand in their eyes can escape. So for the sake of the fact that he couldn't really do anything to me, but I can't do anything to him, I'm gonna call this one a draw. Palossand is still immortal, but this time, if he gets his hands on you, then he's gonna pull you under the ground and drain you of your life. Also, in a totally metal move, he can fire the bones of previous victims at you like cannonballs, so unlike Sandygast, there's nothing stopping him from just killing me. Sandygast is a draw, and I lose against Palossand. Pyukumuku is a funny little guy. He makes a silly noise and shoots out his internal organs to beat you up. Small issue, he's a teensy boy, and if there's a tradition based on throwing you back into the ocean, then I get the feeling you're not particularly good at defending yourself. I love him, but our cucumber friend is gonna die. I win against Pyukumuku. Type Null is specifically wearing a mask to reduce its power, but I'm going to tell you right now that if you think you could take on a 120 kg, 6'3" monster with sharp claws and a battering ram on his fucking head, then you need to get some smelling salts and wake the fuck up. There's no way any regular human is taking that thing down. So removing the mask made Silvally 20 kg lighter, but it also made him 7'7" tall. How the fuck did he grow over a whole foot? What? Regardless, Silvally is exactly the same as Type Null, but with greater speed. Good luck, idiots. I lose against Type Null and Silvally. Minior only end up on the ground when their shell becomes too heavy and gravity decides that their ozone time is up. But upon smashing into the ground, their shell apparently breaks apart a bit, so I'm going to assume they can get around fine. So we have a rock that if its shell falls off, it just dies by being exposed to air, and that is decently heavy. If it rams into me and hits the wrong thing, it might just blunt force trauma me to death. But if I can catch it, I could probably pry it out of its shell. So for those reasons, I'm saying Minior is a fair fight. The dude's ability is comatose. I'm gonna win. He's small, he's light, he's asleep. And for any of you anime fans, the dex mentions nothing about some skillful sleep movement, it just talks about sleeping. I'm gonna stomp his fucking head in. I win against Komala. I've never felt more disrespected by anything more than the fact that Turtonator has literal explosive diarrhea and could kill me doing his best impression of a seagull flying over a recently washed car. And also his back explodes and his face spews fire and poison, so yeah, fuck that. I lose against Turtonator. Now Togedemaru is an odd one since he can store his own electricity but not much, so he uses other Pokemon or lightning strikes to charge up. However, I feel it would be ridiculous to assume he didn't have the capacity to make enough electricity for one decent attack. It does know how to fire its electricity and it comes with some knife-like back spines for good measure. I think that Togedemaru should get the advantage though since it can't actually aim. It just shoots that shit everywhere, so because of all these reasons, Togedemaru has the advantage. Mimikyu is actually just a really sad Pokemon and I personally don't know if I could bring myself to hurt them. And even if I could, it is an unstoppable rage monster if you fuck with its cloth. It'll take you down even if it kills it. However, Mimikyu has what I would call a mortal combat fatality. If it removes its rag and I see what's under, I'm literally guaranteed to die, so yeah, just kill me now. I lose against Mimikyu. Bruxish is something I would take great pride in killing. However, it appears that I'm not going to be getting what I want since Bruxish is very fucked up. Basically, Bruxish can stun prey with psychokinesis, meaning I won't be able to move, and then it supposedly grinds you to mush with its teeth. It can even get through Shelter's shell, which can repel any attack. So all I'm hearing is, I'm fucked. I lose against Bruxish. Drampa is a super nice dude, and as long as you don't piss it off, your safety is practically guaranteed. However, I don't know if you've ever been here before, but this series can be boiled down to pissing off Pokemon in my spare time and suffering the consequences. Drampa will burn someone's house to the ground if they bully a child that Drampa's friends with. Now I may not be bullying a child, but if I try to hurt Drampa, chances are I'm going to be eating shit. Also, he's nearly 10 foot tall and weighs almost 200 kg. I lose against Drampa. Delmise is a 12-foot tall steel anchor whose main prey are fucking Wailord. How do I compete with that? I never stood a chance, but if you're capable of one-shotting a whale, then I genuinely don't know what I'm even doing here. I've always liked Delmise, and reading his dex entries has made me love him even more, even though he's going to make me look like red spray paint. I lose against Delmise. Despite his teensy tiny nature, Jangmo-o is pretty impressive. Now I'm not saying it stands much of a chance, but he's got claws, a hooked jaw, and its scales are as hard as metal. They will always fight you even if you're stronger, and they grow up fighting. I respect Jangmo-o enough to give it a chance. Hakamo-o is clearly bigger and scalier, meaning I'm going to have a much harder time breaking through that defense. They've gotten meaner too, but with his height and weight still both being below mine, there is a chance for me. Kamo-o is shockingly smaller and lighter than me, but with an uppercut that can send his opponent straight into the sky, I'm going to concede the win to him. His claws are bigger, his scales are everywhere, there's not much I could really do, even though I'd be looking down at him. I have the advantage over Jangmo-o, Hakamo-o has the advantage over me, and I lose to Kamo-o. Too quick for the eye to follow and able to summon thunderclouds, Tapu Koko is as badass as always, and is gonna blow me into fucking pieces. I think the Tapus are some of the coolest legends recently, and Koko is obviously the head honcho. Even though he's gonna kill me, we can still be friends afterwards. I lose to Tapu Koko. I really have nothing to go on for the strengths and powers of Tapu Lele. The dex is only interested in its love for flowers and its capacity for hate. Tapu Lele is very openly cruel. They do not try to hide it and they feel no guilt for being the way they are. So do I assume that it has powers that could kill me since, you know, it's a deity? Or do I take the Pokedex at its word that it's just an asshole that likes flowers? As a sign of respect, I'm giving it the win, but if you feel like that's wrong, feel free to keep that as your personal headcanon. I lose against Tapu Lele. Tapu Bulu is far less vague of a loss than Tapu Lele. The dude pulls trees out of the ground and swings them around like a baseball bat, sending you and your soul into the stratosphere. Another thing he likes doing is commanding plants to hold you down while he rams you with his horns. I never stood a chance really because he's also over 6 feet tall. I lose against Tapu Bulu. Tapu Fini controls water and is known to cause terrible calamities to those that recklessly approach it. Being able to control water, Tapu Fini also has a propensity to create thick fogs, which has led it to be feared by the people of Pony Island. So we're dealing with a creature that can just fucking blast me with hydro pumps, essentially. And if they close their shell, it's also a flying swordfish, because that is hell of a point. Not quite as obvious as Tapu Bulu, but Tapu Fini is gonna wreck my shit. I lose against Tapu Fini. Cosmog is, well, it's gaseous, so I just can't actually do anything to it. It'd be like fighting air. It sort of just gets blown about in the wind and dicks around. Another thing, it can just straight up teleport wherever it wants, so I can't do anything to it, and it can't do anything to me, so congratulations Cosmog, you are my first legendary draw. Now, Cosmoem is actually motionless. It's essentially a cocoon and will not move to defend itself or attack, so this is an easy win, right? Wrong. Cosmoem's shell is harder than any known material in the world, and I can't even pick it up since it weighs 999.9 kg or 2,204 pounds. So we have another thing that can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to it. The Cosmog line is pretty weird, honestly, and the big dogs will be separate shorts. Cosmog and Cosmoem are both draws. Do you think I stand a chance against the 11-foot lion sun god whose light can make any darkness look like midday and make you mistake it for the actual sun? No. I was screwed the second this thing opened a portal from another dimension and jumped through. And oh yeah, it can also do that, so yay for me. Now Lunala is not as explicitly busted as Solgaleo is in the decks, but also Lunala is still a 13-foot moonbat deity, and I would be lying if I didn't say it terrified me. You really want that thing swooping down at you? I flinch at pigeons. I'll shit myself if that thing dives for me. I lose against Solgaleo and Lunala. Nihilego is a bit weird, honestly, and definitely creepy. Scientists are unsure of its sentience, but it sometimes behaves like a young girl. It's most definitely a parasite and can take over a host's mind to an extent. It can make them act irrational, and presumably it doesn't let you take it off. It produces a strong neurotoxin, so it's likely that after a while of just sitting there and pumping you full of mind melters, you'll just die. And also, despite not being mentioned anywhere else, the official Sun and Moon site declared that Nihilego was made of a strange glass-like substance, so you can add that too. I lose against Nihilego. Buzzwole is the funniest Pokemon. Look at it. It's a super buff mosquito. That's amazing. However, he's nearly 8 feet tall and can destroy dump trucks in one punch. Also, it flexes all the time, but nobody knows if it's showing off or trying to threaten you. I, for one, feel both of those things. And I know I don't use the anime as a source of information, but I've already lost, so I might as well add on the fact that he drank a fucking Snorlax. I lose against Buzzwole. Great power? Terrific speeds? Someone tell Kukui that just because it's fast and strong does not mean it is either great or terrific. This is bad, very bad, and if I come across Pheromosa, I assume it would be like trying to fight a motorbike with fists that can destroy concrete. My only hope is that it finds me disgusting and refuses to touch me. However, if I threatened its life in any way, I'm sure it would stop caring. I lose against Pheromosa. Xurkitree is a 12-foot, 100 kg bundle of wires that are just filled with electricity, and they can shoot it, oh yes they can. Not that I think it even need to, since it could probably just end my life with one wickedly shocking backhand, or stab me with one of the many prongs it has on the end of its limbs. I didn't really stand a chance as soon as he was that tall. I lose against Xurkitree. Celesteela is like one of the most unfair fights in history. It's a 30-foot rocket woman that weighs 1,000 kg and can fly through the air at high speeds, burn forests down just by taking off, and is obviously made of steel. Stand back, Skarmory and Corviknight, you've got some stiff competition. I lose against Celesteela. Kartana is teensy tiny and weighs absolutely nothing, but he's apparently quite speedy and cut down a gigantic steel tower in one swift slice, so realistically, I could destroy him if I catch him and restrict all of his movement. I'll be fine. But if he can get even one swipe on me, I'm getting some body parts removed. So this is going to be a hot take, but this has always been a series about whether I can and not whether I realistically would. So, Kartana has the advantage. I mean, like, what am I supposed to say? I lose? Yeah, that's kind of obvious. So Guzzlord's an 18-foot behemoth that's constantly eating. A couple of things it's eaten are whole buildings, and also for good measure, mountains. I never stood a chance. He's built like a crab and has the appetite of a Saiyan. A dangerous combo for sure. I lose against Guzzlord. Necrozma is 7'10", which I did not know, and it weighs 230 kg, so already I just lose because of how fucking big it is. So this is bad enough, but apparently the dude just does not stop firing laser beams everywhere. So you know, I lose. And also, while these forms are inaccessible in 1v1s, I'll just say, loss, loss, super loss. I lose against Necrozma. Magearna has no moves and no bitches. Yes, it's made of steel or something close to it, but all you gotta do is rip that stupid little fake soul out of its chest and destroy it. I hate Magearna and would more than likely kick its ass, probably out of sheer spite, but I suppose it could do some damage with blunt force trauma. So, I have the advantage over Magearna. Marshadow's got that Sub-Zero moveset. You know where Sub-Zero just falls backwards into the ground and appears behind you? Marshadow can jump into shadows to avoid being spotted, and he's got insanely good martial arts skills. However, he is small, so I'd say he certainly has the advantage, but I could literally just kick him really hard a bunch and that would be about it. But obviously, he's definitely running away with this if he just keeps getting the drop on me and bashing the shit out of me. Marshadow has the advantage. He has 2 Pokédex entries, and they had the audacity to make one of them talk about how he loves spraying his poison ropes all over you and laughing about it. This is obviously not great, but Poipole is also still a whole ass baby, and I will rock its shit if it gets anywhere near me. I'll say this is a fair fight. Okay, now Poipole is an 11-foot wasp that can fire hundreds of litres of sticky poisonous liquid at you that I assume will just melt you into a little puddle. Beedrill must see Naganadel and just shit himself. I know I did. Poipole is a fair fight, and I lose against Naganadel. Stakataka is an 18-foot brick shithouse. Why was this a necessary inclusion? I like Stakataka, but he's definitely going to ruin my day at the very least, and the rest of my life, because it'll only continue for 10 more seconds until he crushes me. He could just stick a leg out and boot me into the horizon. This is unfair on a multiversal level. I lose against Stakataka. So this is exactly how this fight's going to go. I grab Blacephalon, he blows his fucking head to pieces, I die, he lives, or as the Dex politely puts it, he robs me of my vitality. I knew this wasn't good the second I saw him snaking his clowny ass towards me. I lose against Blacephalon. Zeraora is disgustingly strong in the Dex. He's as fast as lightning and electrifies his claws to tear your limbs off when he catches you. And even though it's super unlikely, cause you know, fast as lightning, if you dodge somehow, you'll just be slapped by some flying sparks, killing you anyways. I lose against Zeraora. Meltan's body is molten steel, but I don't know if that's good or bad. Since it's molten, I can actually make a dent in it. But also since it's molten, does it really feel pain? And also, can it control all of it, or only when it's attached to him? There are too many questions for me to confidently give a victor, so for those reasons, I believe this is a draw. Nope. Meltan's a draw, and I lose against Melmetal. Get the fuck out of here, you stupid ass monkey! And then I kick him into the horizon because he's small and so's his stick. Welcome to Gen 8, everybody. Thwacky is bigger and has bigger sticks, but normally this wouldn't be enough to make me give it a chance. However, I think we're all overlooking the fact that it is a monkey. Monkeys are kinda known for being batshit insane at times, so it could just go apeshit and beat the fuck out of me, but for the time being, I'ma just say I have the advantage. Nope. Nuh-uh. That is a gorilla, and you just don't fuck with them. Especially one that's nearly a foot taller than a regular gorilla. Get him away from me. I win against Grookey, I have the advantage over Thwacky, and I lose to Rillaboom. Scorbunny doesn't seem like the physically threatening type, but the Dex mentions fire energy, heavy damage, full power, and many other scary words that are forcing me to make it so Scorbunny has a chance. I won't go any further than that, because it's very small, but it has a chance. Raboot is still really small and light, but this time he's a booty-kicking, head-butting, flame-shooting nightmare rabbit. I would say it has the advantage, but that implies I could catch him, and rabbits tend to be pretty fast, so Raboot can have the win. The dude kicks flaming footballs made of pebbles. What in the goddamn hell fuck do you expect me to do other than die? I hope not much, because I am dying. I have the advantage over Scorbunny, and I lose to Raboot and Cinderace. It is a fact that whether I want to or not, I will cry while fighting Sobble. When it cries tears that are the equivalent of 100 onions, which is science, I guess. Regardless, I'd win fairly easily, but damn will it make me sad. Yeah, it has water bubbles and a long ass tongue, but my chemical lizard over here isn't exactly packing a punch. I'm gonna pull his stupid tongue out of his mouth and kick him till he stops moving. time for a little science. Inteleon can fire Mach 3 water bullets, which means it can shoot at roughly 2300 miles an hour. And at only 120 miles an hour, hitting water, or subsequently getting hit by water, is the same thing as hitting concrete. So this dude can shoot concrete at 2300 miles an hour directly into your face. Fun. I win against Sobble and Drizzile, and I lose to Inteleon. This is just a squirrel. I don't feel particularly threatened by Squelvit, because, like, just look at him. Look at how big his damn cheeks are and tell me that you're threatened. Anyways, get kicked! Yeah, I suppose a squirrel that big is kinda scary, but also it somehow only weighs 6 kg, which might break some laws of physics, honestly, but oh well. I take what I can get. At that weight, I could easily toss him about like a rag doll and finish it off basically whenever I wanted. So screw you, I'm taking this. I win against Squelvit and Greedent. Apparently, Rookidee benefits from every battle because every defeat makes it a little stronger. However, I'm gonna kill him, so will he get stronger? I don't believe so. Corvisquire is a super smart birdie that can use tools. However, he's not allowed to. So can I beat a bird in a fight? Yeah, I'm gonna say I can. Hollow bones, very little weight, I'm just gonna slap him out the sky. 7-foot bird of steel and great intelligence? Yeah, I'll give it a go, why not?
And that was the day that Chris was promptly torn to shreds by the 7-foot bird of steel and great intelligence.
I went against Rookidee and Corvisquire and I lose to Corviknight. The deck specifically calls out that Blipbug is very smart, but it also says, and I quote, very strong is what it isn't, which is just super duper shade thrown at this tiny man. We know he's not strong, you don't have to publicly shame him in the files. Dottler is like if Shelgon was bug-type Gandhi. Dottler has basically been fasting inside that shell to prepare for evolution, but this has awakened his psychic powers, which immediately just makes this a fair fight, because psychic powers is such a broad spectrum of things. It ranges from picking things up, like remote controls, to just stopping your heart. He can have the fair fight, because he's not too big either. Okay, so Orbeetle has immense psychic powers and can observe things up to 6 miles away, so this went from a fair fight to fucked in about 20 levels. I win against Blipbug, Dottler's a fair fight, and I lose to Orbeetle. Take this, you son of a bitch! Now this is a bigger fox, and he comes equipped with sharp stabby claws, which is always not good. However, he's a thief, which is fancy talk for coward. I'm gonna kick him in the ribs. I'll give him a chance, but in life or death, he's not looking too hot. I win against Nickit, and I have the advantage over Thievul. Very cute and very charming, however I wouldn't go as far as saying it was well versed in martial arts or shooting laser beams, so unfortunately I'm gonna have to eat Gossifleur. I'm just gonna pick up Eldegoss and I destroy these things on the regs when they grow in my garden. The second a dandelion spawns on my driveway, I win against Gossifleur and Eldegoss. Now yes, Wooloo does have a fleece so good at cushioning blows that if it fell off a cliff it would be completely fine. However, all this means is that unfortunately I have to punch Wooloo in the face until it dies, which trust me, it'll hurt me to do, but the game's the game. Well, for some reason, the deck specifically mentions that Double only uses the horns to impress the ladies, and that they never see use in battle, but I'm sure that if I started laying into it, it would stop caring so much and just gore me, and I don't fuck with rams. But there is a chance for me technically. I win against Wooloo and Double has the advantage. I'm sure it has a wicked bite, but also, I'm gonna flip him over and leave him there. And if that don't work, I'm gonna twist his head 360 degrees. Fuck. Dreadnought is obviously not something a human could realistically take. With an extendo neck and the ability to just eat boulders, my only hope is that it's swift with the killing. I win against Tootle and I lose to Dreadnought. It crackles when it runs, but I'm not taking that as it's shooting electricity. This is a family pet and not a killing machine. I would have this thing sorted out quicker than you could say, oh shit, that guy is beating up a dog. Now, let's do some science. Hey, Future Chris here, just to tell you that everything I'm about to say is absolute malarkey. All you need to know is it's gonna really fucking hurt. This is a 3-foot dog that weighs 34 kg and can run 50 miles an hour. By using an impact force calculator and assuming an impact duration of a second, which is roughly how long our two bodies would be connected, with no specific distance given, we can find that Bolton at its peak would be able to tackle us with a force of 1,519 newtons or 155 kg, which would again be happening at 50 miles an hour, so imagine a panda being dropped on you and then you die. That's what it would be like. But don't take my word as gospel. I'm no mathematician. I win against Yamper and I lose against Bolton. Now Roly-Coly is obviously coal, but also, what's he gonna do to me? Roll into me? Sure. Regardless, it might take a while, but I could eventually just smash him to pieces. I'll be taking this one. Carcoal, for some ungodly reason, can travel at 18 miles an hour, and with him weighing 70 odd kg, I thought that I was done for, but then I read that he breathes 1000 degrees Celsius flames, and then I knew I was done for. Well, this is a 310 kilogram pile of rocks, which is obviously enough, but the Dex mentions that it's usually quite gentle unless you are vandalizing a mine, at which point it will incinerate you. That's taken straight from the Dex, by the way. Usually it says that it beats people up or shows no mercy, but Colossal apparently gets so mad that they had to say that it incinerates you. That's fucked. I win against Roly-Coly and I lose to Carcoal and Colossal. Applin cannot survive without the apple. Its body loses moisture and it grows weak. Also, it's just a worm. Also, Flapple weighs 1 kg, which I don't believe should be possible, but whatever. So obviously, I'm just gonna punch it out of the sky, right? Wrong. It flies, of course, but also it spits an acid strong enough to melt metal. Its intense offensive capabilities combined with its non-existent defense leads me to believe that this would be a fair fight. First blood wins. Appleton is a chunky boy, is what I would be saying if he didn't weigh a measly 13 kilograms. That's unbelievable. I would have thought he was sitting in the 30s minimum, but nope, I could lift him over my head and keg toss him. And also, he'd be delicious once the fight was over. I win against Applin, Flapple is a fair fight, and I win against Appleton. Silicobra is a long snake that weighs very little and only has one move. Nostril Sand. Annoying to say the least, but threatening? Not in the slightest. Stomp on him, strangle him, pull him into 2 very clean pieces, whatever you want really. Now this snake is a threat. Being of genuine snake size and being quite hefty at over 60 kilograms, Sandaconda is scary. Not just because it's big, but also because it can fire 100 kilograms of sand at you with enough force to wash away a dump truck. So essentially, he can nose cannon sand at you and you'll just die. Sandaconda is pretty fucking cool, I can't lie. I win against Silicobra and I lose against Sandaconda. Other than relating quite heavily to Cramorant, I was not expecting the Dex to say that he's an incredible battler. Cramorant puts all of its effort and brain power into battling in exchange for being a complete fucking moron. They even mention him being able to knock out some opponents in a single hit. So unbelievably, I'm going to say he has the advantage. He's real strong, but again, he's still pretty small. Cramorant has the advantage. Arrokuda is exactly that. An arrow. It charges at you and then stabs you with its face, which is a Giga Chad move. However, he apparently really sucks at this because his eyes don't work so good. Chances are he's not going to be able to get me, but if he does, chances are still that he's not going to be doing any permanent or lethal damage considering he weighs a single kilogram. Grab him, crumple him up, shoot for 3. Now Barraskewda went from being an arrow to being a spear and is genuinely life-threatening. I'm not going to win this. The dude's jaw is as sharp as an actual spear and as strong as steel, and using the propeller fins on his ass he can travel at 115 miles an hour. What the fuck? He would generate more force than an Olympic level boxer, but all concentrated on a teensy tiny point of his face, so chances are he wouldn't just stab me, he would go straight through me, leaving all my insides on the outside. I win against Arrokuda and I lose to Barraskewda. Now, Toxel can produce a weak poison that causes a tingling sensation if you touch it, and it also creates a weak voltage electricity that can cause a tingling paralysis if you touch it. This sounds potentially dangerous, but I got one word for you. Shoo. I am a man of science, and any good scientist would know that just because something has high volts doesn't mean it's going to kill you. Current and amps are important too. Now, Toxtricity makes no mention of those two things, so I cannot imply that it is as dangerous nor safe. However, despite it currently being pretty fair, the dude still generates electricity. It's gonna fuck me up no matter what. Adding on the poisonous sweat and the fact that he chugs stagnant water, I think it's pretty safe to give him the win. I win against Toxel and I lose to Toxtricity. So Sizzlipede really is just a small oven. When it finds prey, it wraps them up and uses its coils to cook them so those little yellow sections on his body get to about 200 degrees roughly. Now I'm not saying he weighs 1 kg, because every first stage in this fucking region weighs 1 kg, but he does and I'm gonna kick him to death. Nope. Nuh-uh. This guy is fucked up. I don't think anyone is actually giving Centiskorch the respect he deserves. This is one of the scariest ideas for a Pokemon. First off, 9-foot centipede. Bad. Secondly, 120 kilograms, so good luck lifting him off you. And finally, he's gonna wrap around you and cook you alive while also laying into you with his fangs. Also, he's just a whip and will lash you for fun, I guess. But point is, I love Centiskorch, I never ever want to see one. I win against Sizzlipede and I lose to Centiskorch. It's just a little guy. No threat, no hatred, just a cute little thing. I would love to be friends with him, but unfortunately the rules of nature dictate that I must clobber him. Grapploct is literally nothing but muscle. The dex says that its body is pure muscle, which makes its grappling move tremendously powerful. And despite the smallness of Clobberpuss, he grows to a terrifying 5'3". So we have a human-sized martial arts octopus with only muscle and hatred to give me. I'm gonna go lay down. I win against Clobberpuss and I lose against Grapploct. Sinistea is a ghost that kills you from the inside when you drink it, but there are two main issues with this. Firstly, you have to drink it, which I'm not gonna. And secondly, it apparently tastes like shit to people, so they just spit it out almost instantly. So really, I'm being threatened by a cup, which I will promptly destroy. Poltegeist actually tastes very good, but the issue still stands that I ain't fucking drinking it. However, this time a new issue has arisen in that it can fire tea from the pot. So this Pokemon learns Scald, even though it actually doesn't, but with this, it becomes likely that even if I win, I'm gonna get burnt to hell. And also, it could just aim at my eyes to blind me and end up winning. Because of how fragile it is, I'm gonna call it fair. I win against Sinistea, and Poltegeist is a fair fight. Hatenna is cute and is crap in a fight. If you feel a strong emotion, it'll get super tired and have to rest. If this poor thing met an Annihilate, it would just die. So all I have to do is just sit there and be really mad until I can throw it into the horizon. 4.8 kilograms, 2 foot, looks like another Wyndham. What the fuck? Why? How? Who wrote this? I suppose it has the advantage because of the strength, but I've got a chance because of the size? Kill me. Hatterene just blasts beams and slashes with its tentacle claw. You should never enter its territory, and it's known as the Forest Witch. Last Pokemon that you should never enter the territory of was Beware, and we all know how that went. I win against Hatenna, Hatterene has the advantage, and I lose to Hatterene. Impidimp is kind of the opposite of Hatenna. It thrives off of negative emotions and gets irritated if it can't absorb some. This is why he likes to be annoying. However, annoying doesn't win fights, and I'm gonna beat him to death. Morgrem's weird emo hair is actually just so it can stab you in the eye with it by pretending to bow down and surrender. It ambushes people because it doesn't have confidence in its strength, which is bad in a fist fight. There's no ambushing here, fucko. Grimmsnarl is the classic Pokemon trope of weak idiot Pokemon becomes unstoppable god in one evolution. With the hair supporting its muscles, it can overwhelm Machamp, who can punch people over the horizon and throw 1,000 punches a second. Also, its hair works like tentacles. So yeah. I win against Impidimp and Morgrem, and I lose to Grimmsnarl. Obstagoon isn't threateningly big or heavy, however, he's a badger, and any human on this earth with a frontal lobe knows you don't fuck with badgers. On top of this, Obstagoon is just covered in claws and teeth. It also learns Obstruct, like the dex mentions the move by name, so it and all of its effects are in play. So if I go to hit Obstagoon, it can nullify the damage, and it will lower my defense, which isn't actually something we've encountered up to now, but combining badger, teeth, claws, obstruct, lower defenses. Yeah, I'm just fucked. I lose to Obstagoon. Berserker is just a cat that loves fighting and has dagger claws, so kinda just a regular cat. But this one has armoured hair. The dagger claws aren't slashy though. They're stabby, which is far more dangerous. If it gets me almost anywhere important, I will bleed out and die even if I won. So I think it's safe to say that Berserker has the far and away advantage. Berserker has the advantage. Okay, so Cursula isn't tall and doesn't weigh almost anything, but here's the issue. The ghostly shit surrounding its body is actually ectoplasm, and if you touch it, your body becomes as stiff as stone. So like, what do? I'm gonna be honest, all I've gotta go on is that the shell is supposedly overflowing with otherworldly energy, which I'm just gonna take as power. I can't touch it, it'll just kill me eventually. I lose against Cursula. Sirfetch'd is a 2'7" duck with some veg. Like, where's the threat? Oh wait a minute, he weighs 117 kilograms. How? Is he made of fucking tungsten? Well, this became a whole lot harder. Sirfetch'd is obviously based on knights, so he's got a sword and a shield. The shield is apparently capable of deflecting attacks, and its leek, despite being a sharpened vegetable, is capable of cutting. So I'm fighting a dude with offense, defense, and who is so heavy it would actually take all of my strength, Unlike an Olympic regulation bar, most ducks don't come with a specific holding point, so honestly, I'm super fucked. However, the small size and no mention of him being faster than any regular human leads me to believe that a kick to the head would still do damage. If I can get past all of his attempts, I could maybe sneak a win. Sirfetch'd has the advantage. Okay, so Mr. Rhyme is an odd one. Usually in these fights I say that the evolution is usually capable of whatever the pre-evolution was. However, Galarian Mr. Mime just talks about freezing the floor, while regular Mr. Mime talks about faking objects into existence, like, I don't know, a fucking double-barrel kaboomy. So what do? Mr. Rhyme's dex entries mention it releasing psychic powers from its stomach, and if I combine this with Galarian Mime freezing the floor, I'm gonna just say I lose. But if he only gets the psychic powers, since that's all that's in his dex entries, then it could be different. For now, I lose, but you're all welcome to give your input. I lose against Mr. Rhyme. Despite being a ghost in a rock, Runerigus is 5'3" and only weighs 66.6 kilograms. Now I understand that that is the Satan number, but also, he's made of pissing rock, you melon heads. Well, the point is I still can't do anything to him. He's still as hard as a rock, I assume, and if you touch the shadowy parts, it shows you horrifying memories behind the picture. So, despite the scientific anomalies, I ain't beaten the ghost rock. I lose against Runerigus. Milcery's battle tactic is to cover you in cream, don't clip that, and then running away. If your battle tactic involves running away, then you're gonna die. I'm sorry, small blob of cream. Alcremie is just a good ass Pokemon. No haters, bunch of cool forms, not overpowered but still good, cute, so the fact that I have to kill it is depressing. It's small, it does no damage. Small eaten mess woman, I'm going to have to kick you into a bunch of mushy pieces. I win against Milcery and Alcremie. Phalanx are a coordinated group of 6 tiny yellow Kirbys wearing helmets. Now the deck says that they are technically all warriors and that they get in fights and have tactics and formations and that the front one is stronger and smarter than the rest. But do you understand how vague all of that is? All I know is that the front one has an extendable horn and they're smart enough to understand strategy, so I can make it a fair fight. There's no reason physically that I should lose, but if they gang up on me, who knows? Phalanx is a fair fight. Okay, so we have another Gen 8 Pokemon that weighs only 1 kilogram, but this time it's a real threat. Sea urchins are already scary because, you know, sharp. But this is a sea urchin with a taser built straight into it. It has 5 hard teeth it uses to scrape seaweed off rocks, which is something. But I bet you're thinking, well, it has electricity in the spines, so if you avoid them, you can win. No. They're just spiky for the sake of being spiky. It can shoot the electricity, which means Chris's heart is gonna be exploded. It doesn't matter how small and weak something is. If it turns off my organs before I get there, then what chance do I stand? I lose to Pincurchin. The dex calls them spikes, but look at those things on its back and you tell me what they're gonna stab. Nothing. Snom is a defenseless little guy, and while I'll be incredibly sad to end him, I'll be happy to finally know what he feels like. And now it flies and learns Blizzard. Despite all of its weaknesses, a Frostmoth would just own basically every human. You don't live blizzards very easily, and it just fires them out because it can, and I'm never reaching it because, again, flying. So I've been shafted here. I win against Snom and I lose against Frostmoth. 520 kilograms. 8 foot tall, has a talent for delivering dynamic kicks. Never have I seen a Pokemon that counters me just by being a thing. Literally name a thing I can do, because I'll give you the whole list. Exactly. Nothing. Fuck this. I lose to Stonjourner. Eiscue is a Pokemon I was totally expecting to fuck me up, but it turns out that he's pretty shite. He gets food by fishing and then just sort of socializes for the rest of the day. It's small and has a gargantuan ice block on its head that'll definitely hurt if it hits me, but I doubt he's exactly agile, and while I don't use stats, his speed increasing when he loses the blockhead can be seen as proof for this. So ultimately, I'm just gonna body shot him till he's down. I win against Eiscue. Indeedee is genuinely so difficult to explain, so I'm just gonna try my best. The males are cool, but their only psychic feat is predicting actions, and so it could potentially use that to dodge any attacks I throw. The females are cited as being able to psychically pick up objects and throw them at people or Pokemon, but only to drive them away? So can the male or female beat me? I suppose technically over time, but is it likely? I don't personally think so. For the time being, I'm going to say I have the advantage, but ultimately it's just however you interpret it. I have the advantage over Indeedee. Morpeko is another weird one. They mention it generating electricity, but not whether it fires it or uses it to electrify itself. But it also talks about how it converts this to dark energy, which I just have no idea what that is. Also, when it's hungry, it apparently drives it to extremes of violence. But how violent can it get being that big? So for now, I'm going to call it fair. I suppose a violent rodent with a buck tooth is still dangerous even without electricity. Morpeko is a fair fight. Bro, I thought Cufant had a stupid design, but all of a sudden, it's the coolest shit ever. Cufant. CU. Its body is made of copper, and the green parts are oxidized, and its stupid trunk is just a shovel for digging up ground. Am I stupid, chat? Point is, this is a 100 kilogram elephant made of metal that can lift 5 tons, by the way, which is bullshit, so I'm gonna die. Oh, and it gets worse. I lose against Cufant and Copperaja. This freak of nature is 200 kilos and is almost 6 foot tall. While the upper body is kinda useless, the lower body was apparently what made them unbeatable in ancient times. I'm not ridiculous enough to assume I could win this one, unfortunately. I lose against Dracozolt. Arctozolt is actually way bigger than Dracozolt, being 7 foot 7. However, it weighs less at 150 kilos. It is also super slow, but honestly, in fights like this, walking doesn't matter because I ain't got no range. My best bet would be to climb the damn thing and rock the punching bag head on top. But also, if I got too close, he could literally just fall on me. However, it does also mention being able to produce electricity. Whether it can fire it, I don't know, but I'm not really that confident. It could be a loss, but it could also just have the advantage, and you know what? I deserve a break after all this shit that just kills me, so Arctozolt has the advantage. Dracovish is a funny fella. If by funny you mean extremely dangerous apex predator whose only reason for extinction was that he was too good at hunting and overhunted his own prey. He can run 40 miles an hour and has incredibly strong legs and jaw. However, he can't actually breathe unless he's underwater, so all I have to do is survive until he runs out of breath. Can I do that? Not a chance in hell, he's fucking huge. I lose against Dracovish. Arctovish is the pug of the Pokemon series because this dude has breathing issues, but not like Dracovish has breathing issues. Ignoring that, he's a 6 foot 7, 175 kilogram fish that can blast ice to freeze you solid. I never really stood much of a chance and will happily concede defeat knowing he won't be able to eat me because his stupid mouth is on top of his stupid head. I lose against Arctovish. Now for some ungodly reason I could pick up Duraludon because this idiot only weighs 40 kilos, which makes him half as heavy as Sirfetch'd. But even though I can lift him, he is literally made of metal. What am I supposed to do? Punch him to death? Not happening, dumbass. The metal dinosaur is going to rip me to shit and then promptly run away to pretend to be a building. I lose against Duraludon. If this weak Pokemon is by itself, a mere child could defeat it. Dracloak can fly at over 120 miles an hour, which is always bad, and as a fun added bonus, it can store up energy in its lungs and then shoot them out. While it didn't mention it learning Dragon Pulse, it does learn Dragon Pulse on evolution, which is a stab beam move that fits the description, so the beam shooting plain dragon is gonna win. A supersonic dragon that can turn invisible and actually learns dragon darts? Oh boy, they just did not want me to win this shit, did they? I win against Dreepy and I lose to Dracloak and Dragapult. Normally I do legends separate because they aren't alike enough to clump together, but for these two, you don't even need the dex entries. These are 9 foot tall dogs that weigh over 100 kilos apiece and were known to fight many battles. This would be like fighting a bear, but it was bigger and smarter and had survived wars. I lose to Zacian and Zamazenta. Look how pointy this thing is! He's 65 feet long and weighs 950 kilos. That's 2,094 pounds for all of you interested. Your best bet of getting out of this fight is going back in time and assassinating your own self and preventing it from ever happening in the first place. Other than Arceus on a biblical level, I believe Eternatus is the final boss of Pokemon. He is the strongest after all. I love it to death and it will kill me. I uber lose to Eternatus. I'm not gonna lie, despite the size and not looking too threatening, a baby bear that actually knows real karate is still a huge threat to a regular human. Now upon evolution he does gain actual teeth and claws, but for now I'd say this is a fair fight honestly. Nope, nuh-uh. 6 foot karate bear that will either kill you in one punch or beat you down until you stop breathing? I'm good with neither of those things, thank you very much. I'd be turned to fucking mush immediately. Kubfu is a fair fight and I lose against Urshifu. 6-foot monkey with crazy big claws and a disposition so aggressive that the whole jungle fears it? I ain't getting involved in this, man. If there's one thing almost every human has been taught, is that if you get funky with a monkey, you best prepared to get donkeyed. They will rip your face off, and this dude comes equipped to do it. I lose against Zarude. This is an unapproachable situation. The dude is literally electrical energy. What is a man to do? Touch it? He can generate all of Gala's electricity all by himself, and you want me to touch it? That'd be like putting 3 billion forks into 3 billion outlets all at once. He's gonna kill me so hard. I lose against Regieleki. Regidrago is said to have the powers of every dragon Pokemon. Now, based on how I've been running this operation for the last year and a half, I have to take the dex completely seriously here, so let me just throw something out there. Rayquaza, the Creation Trio, the Tau Trio, Eternatus. This dude has it all apparently, and even if you don't take the dex at face value, 6'11", 200 kilograms. I lose against Regidrago. Well, it looks like Game Freak for sure know how big and scary horses are, because this horse is 7 foot tall, which is obviously crazy scary, but he also weighs 800 kilograms. If that wasn't enough, which it is, the ice covering him is 100 times harder than Diamond, and anything it wants, it takes by force. I lose against Glastria. Okay, this horse is still very big, 6'7", but he weighs very little, cause Ghost, 44 kilograms. However, its kicks can separate your soul from your body, which I can almost guarantee ain't gonna be like Doctor Strange. It's probably more just kick, thud, death. It'd probably just run at me and then kick me to death like any horse would. I lose against Spectria. Calyrex with the horses? Untouchable, unkillable god with the power to move a whole forest and see into the past and future. Calyrex without the horses. Dancy Dance makes the grass grow. I'm a little deer. I'm dead serious that the dex mentions only his peaceful mercy and love of growing shit. I win against Calyrex. Now, Weirdeer can create invisible barriers, which gives it the advantage right off the bat, but has anyone noticed that he's a big-ass semi-sentient deer? You don't mess with a deer, especially if it's taller and heavier than you. Combining this with the invisible barriers, well, I'm just fucked, aren't I? I lose against Weirdeer. Cleavor is a stone-covered praying mantis that cuts down trees and its prey. It's an inch taller than me and weighs roughly the same, but again, made of stone and has axe hands. In Legends Arceus, the dex mentions that if you find one in the wild, your only recourse is to flee. I don't think I would stand very much of a chance against this murderer. I lose against Cleavor. This is a fucking grizzly bear. It's big, it's heavy, and since it doesn't require an item, Blood Moon Ursaluna is actually technically a legal form it can take. So, I'm gonna get sliced into tiny pieces and skinned by its, quite frankly, enormous claws. I lose to Ursaluna. Basculegion is a 9'10" fish that weighs over 100 kilos and is fueled by the rage and or sorrow of its dead friends. It is top of the food chain in Hisui's rivers, which also contain Gyarados and Walrein, so I'm super fucked here and I'm not excited to get eaten alive or torn to shreds. I lose to Basculegion. Sneasler is a lot smaller and lighter than me, but its claws are so long that it probably has the reach advantage regardless. Also, it is incredibly daunting physically. Combining this with its virulent poison, I get the distinct feeling I'm gonna look like the end of Red Dead 2, but less on a cliff with a sunset and more face down in the rain. I lose to Sneasler. This is an 8-foot sea monster that hates everything, probably because it used to be a quillfish, and is just filled to the brim with poison. If it stabs you, it's really hard to pull the spikes out since they're barbed, and honestly, because of how long the spikes are, I wouldn't worry about pulling them out. I'd be more concerned how you're going to get your heart back in. I lose against Overquill. Enamorus is a threatening Pokemon. In its Therian form, which requires an item to be transformed into. That's right, I'm gonna fucking slam this idiot into the floor and stomp its brain out, straight out of its skull. Take that, Tornadus, Thunderous, and Landorus. One of you 4 dickheads is gone forever. Finally, this dumbass design is out of my face. I win against Enamorus. Bang! Gen 9 has finally begun. We are into the final stretch and kicking things off by literally kicking this cat into a singularity and watching as it slowly becomes spaghetti. Let's fucking go. Florigato's flower bud is apparently quite hard, and so it sort of uses the stem as a yo-yo string and bashes you with it, and also its fur becomes needle sharp, which is a bit shitty for me, but I reckon despite all this, it won't be penetrating deep enough to be fucking me up. I'm gonna say I still win against Florigato. Now, Meowscarada has pollen-packed flower bombs, which might be threatening, but they may also be weak shit. Because of its small size and maybe threatening, maybe not bombs, I think it's fair to call this fair. I win against Sprigatito and Florigato, and Meowscarada is a fair fight. Fuecoco isn't really threatening. Yes, it has a flame sack and can create fire energy, but it doesn't say it ever does anything with this except create its little mohawk, and since his hair is technically fire energy and not a part of his body, Fuecoco actually looks like this. Also, I'd win. Crocolaw is a dense boy. He'd be hard to really throw around to do major damage, so honestly, I just gotta rely on basic ass kicks and punches, which might work until he shoots intensely hot fire in all directions. This isn't great, but with the flames shooting randomly, I might have a chance. Danny DeVito can shoot 3000 degrees Celsius flames while hitting you with the smoothest, most soulful lyrics you've ever heard. A true visionary and a military weapon to boot, Dan the man is not to be fucked with, so I'm totally gonna. I win against Fuecoco, Crocolaw has the advantage, and I lose against Skeledirge. This is a duck. Just gotta give him a swift kick to the face and he's gonna be counting stars, then I can steal his sweet hairdo. Despite the decks mentioning them training their legs to be strong and kick gracefully, I still don't think it would do them any favours considering the height difference involved. Pick him up and shake him until he stops moving, baby style. Its water feathers can slice people up and its kicks can send trucks rolling. What the fuck, man? Since when did dancing make you so tough? Never mind. I win against Quaxley and Quaxwell, and I lose to Quaquaval. I don't really know what to say about Lechonk other than the fact that he's just a little dude that loves to eat food, and honestly, I fuck with that. If this wasn't a fight to the death, I'm sure we'd have got along swimmingly, but unfortunately, it is a fight to the death, and I'm certainly not dying. In this fight, the genders actually do matter. If it's a male, then I'm just fighting a pig, which is definitely bad, but if I'm fighting the female, then I am in deep doo-doo. The female's leg muscles are so strong that it can leap 16 feet in the air no problem, which means I'm going to get completely trampled to death. I win against Lechonk, and since I find the male fair and the female a loss, I'll average it to them having the advantage. Yeah, sure, the dude can deflect sides with its threads, but let me point out a few issues, namely, here, and here. The dude isn't fully protected from anything at all. I'm gonna stamp all over his long head. Captain Cuttlefish over here is an odd case. Silent moving, sticky, tough webs, dedicated scyther hater. Honestly, I have no idea how to decide this, so I'm gonna do the classic. He has stuff, I don't. I am big, he is not. Sounds like a fair fucking fight to me. I win against Tarantula, and Spidops is a fair fight. I'm not gonna lose to a grasshopper. Don't be fucking ridiculous. I know the deck says it can jump 30 feet and deal damage to its opponents, but it's not like this thing is taking on anything even remotely dangerous. I'd like to see this thing take down an Eternatus. Now low kicks, I can actually imagine taking down Eternatus because this guy is evil. He literally has a showdown mode where he stands on his folded legs, and this mode is so draining on its body that it has to end the fight as soon as possible. And considering the chainsaw legs, I get the feeling I wouldn't last long. I win against Nimble and I lose to low kicks. Pormy is quite possibly one of the few electric mice that can actively shoot electricity. However, no. Look at how fucking small he is. I am not letting this thing win. Purely on principle, I will live long enough to at least kick it directly into the nearest cloud. Now this thing can more reliably shoot electricity and has developed a fighting style around it, so I'm more willing to give it a chance. However, he is still a teeny tiny mousy wousy, so he's gonna die with a chance. Apparently, he can store as much electricity as an electric car, and while slow to react when relaxed, once in battle, Pormot can strike down its enemies with lightning fast movements, so yes, I am now willing to give this little guy the win. He's also a pretty hefty weight for something so small. I win against Pormy, I have the advantage over Pormo, and I lose to Pormot. These are literally just mice. How do I prolong this with something funny? I'm gonna kick these motherfuckers so hard that Disney will sue for defamation. Is Game Freak really gonna make me kill an actual child? I suppose so, I say this is my lowest point in the series. I faced beasts, myths, and gods, and my lowest point comes at the hands of a baby mouse. But it appears so. I will destroy the child. I win against Tandamouse and Mousehold. The most intimidating thing about Fido is the people that will cut my head off and string me up on their village's outer wall for daring to mess with the cute doggy. It has nothing going on other than being extremely practical to have in a bakery. I love it, but I'm gonna kick it to pieces. No offense to all the weenie dogs out there, second favourite breed of mine next only to the king, but sausage dogs literally are one of the least threatening dog breeds of all time. They can't even paw a window with any ferocity. They only got little legs, and I would genuinely be so distraught about it, but I gotta silence the little guy. I win against Fido and Darkspun. Its oil is bitter and astringent enough to make someone flinch. Impressive for such a small thing, but unfortunately making me flinch is doing nothing to ensure your survival. It's probably just freaking me out and making me more uppity to finish it. This is genuinely plant life, so just squish it or something, I don't know. If I could get an out on this fight, that'd be great. I love Dolive far too much and would be genuinely mortified if I had to kill it. Technically, I can if I really had to, but I would never actively wish harm on this adorable motherfucker. And it can destroy a boulder with olive oil now. Whoever wrote these dex entries needs to be shot. I win against Smoliv and Dolive, and I lose to Arbeliever. Feisty, fierce, great as a pack. Yeah, whatever. Get these stupid fucking birds out of my face. I genuinely couldn't care less about Squawkabilly. Dumb design, stupid stats, no redeeming evolution. This is dex filler for me. It's like Chatot if they removed all the interesting stuff and poured it down the drain. Fuck this bird. Someone deal with this thing for me. I win against this idiot. Thanks to my super high-tech, super smart Google search abilities, I have determined that Knackley ain't shit and I'm gonna kill him. Knacklestack very quickly went from shitty mushroom rock to 105 kilogram iron sheet destroying salt pellet cannon. Knacklestack is a large percent scarier than Knackley, and I don't see things going my way after reading its dex entries. Weird that he looks like a frog though. Nope. 200 kilograms? 7'7"? Rock monster? No thank you. Nuh-uh. Don't want. Sometimes I wonder why I even talk about bullshit like this, and then I remember that insane people think that they can take this on, when... look at it. It looks like fucking Sasquatch lumbering through the woods. I win against Knackley, and I lose to Knacklestack and Garganackle. What? 1,000 degrees? Ah, for fuck's sake, man. I'm just trying to kill it. Why does it have to be so difficult? He's tiny. He weighs practically nothing. He has no defenses. 1,000 degrees, though. And I lose. It shoots fucking fireballs, man. Like, what do you honestly expect out of me? And this time, it does have armor. It's kind of in the name. If the fiery explosion didn't blow me to pieces, then my skin would simply fall off my skeleton like the most immaculate plate of ribs you've ever seen. Okay, so this one might seem a tad unrealistic, but you notice how he only has blades. Yes, they're fire, but they're still blades. No cannons, no shooting fire of any kind. Well, guess what? That doesn't matter. Remember how he's literally just a suit of armor with sword hands? What do? He's armor. I lose against all three of these fiery fucks. It's a light bulb with a face. Just grab him and shake the shit out of him, I don't know. Throw him against a wall for all I care. He's not exactly made of strong stuff, and yeah, he stores electricity, but the dex really convinces you that he uses it for floating and naff all else. Oh yeah, see, this dude is heavy, and also, he definitely shoots fucking thunderbolts out of his hole. What a legend. I don't appreciate him murdering me, but I appreciate him at least looking goofy while he does it. If you're gonna die, at least you get to go out looking at fucking Disneyland Mickey Mouse. I win against Tadbulb and I lose against Bellybolt. Wattrel can electrocute things, yes, but honestly, he's way too small to do anything to me quicker than I can just swat him out of the sky. He's so small that it would just be a quick slap to knock him down before, I don't know, throwing him into a tree or something. And also, he doesn't even look like a petrel. He looks like this dude. Bigger bird that is capable of flying over 430 miles in a single day. That's really impressive, is what I would be saying if that wasn't 17 miles an hour. Yes, I know it's unrealistic that he spends every second of that day flying, but you gotta remember, I'm taking the deck seriously. Other than that, he still can't shoot electricity, so I'm just fighting a big bird here, and that is grounds for a fair fight in my book due to the size advantage. I win against Wattrel, and Killer Wattrel is a fair fight. Shroodle is mellow, but apparently if you piss him off, he'll bite you with his poison-soaked teeth, which cause paralysis. However, I genuinely don't know how well he'll live if I just ping him across the forest. He is very, very teeny after all. I'm just gonna say I win this one. Now yes, monkeys are kind of an issue, however this one is a little more goopy. Not exactly big or heavy, but he comes with a poisonous saliva which he could somehow get in my mouth potentially. I'm not gonna lie, this one is really hard to sort of predict, so I'll give him a chance. I win against Strudel and I have the advantage over Grafai. Okay, so he's a very small dog, but apparently he's quite thick and it makes for great defenses, so that's a somewhat issue. The big problem is that this dick can apparently crunch through boulders with those icicles he calls teeth. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think this stupid looking dog has the advantage. Well, not only do we have a boulder cruncher now, we also have an energy blasting building destroyer. This dog can fire off chaos blasts to blow people away, presumably murdering them. Bad dog. Mastiff has the advantage and I lose to Mabostiff. The Dex just says that this is genuinely a ghost caught in tumbleweed, which is about as threatening as a tumbleweed is in this series. You know, the more I look at Bramblin, the more I find him oddly cute. I just want to pick him up and shake the shit out of him. Now, I do not want to pick this thing up, not because it's threatening, but just because he's ugly. This tumbleweed has a mustache. Regardless, he is genuinely no threat. He's a little spiky, but oh well. A thorn bush never killed anyone. Well, not me at least. I win against Bramblin and Bramblegast. This sperm sample can run at 30 miles an hour for no damn reason. He also weighs 33 kilograms, so I'm actually a little concerned. That could definitely do some major damage if it catches me wrong. However, if I hold even one of his legs, he kind of stops being a threat entirely, so I'd say we're even. This dude is lighter than me, but actually quite a bit taller. He appears to be quite fast still, but the main issue is that when it gets near you, it will wrap all of its tentacles around you and drain your fucking life straight out of your body. Oh, and also it despises strangers, such as me. I don't think I'd come out of this alive. Toadscruel's a fair fight, and I lose against Toadscruel. This is small for a human, but absolutely gargantuan for a crab, and if a little crab pinch hurts, I can only imagine that the 4-foot crab pinch stings like a motherfucker. But regardless of this, Clawf actually prefers to just lunge for your weak spots with its claws and punch a hole through your body. He's pretty heavy and probably pretty heavily armed. Yeah, he can take this one. I lose against Clawf. Small baby boy, crunchy, tasty, spicy boy, delicious. I'm not going to explain any further. The dude learns flamethrower. Okay, everybody pack it up, we're going home. Skinny Jeans Freaky Friday over here can shoot streams of fire at you. Keep your skin tight to your bones, otherwise it might just fall off. Fuck you, Pokedex. I win against Capsicid and I lose against Scovillain. The Dex doesn't call it a bowl of shit, but come on, this creepy pervert is rolling around a bowl of dookie, and he treasures it more than his own life. I'm going to rid the world of him forever. Now I have to kill a poopy beetle and an unborn insect larvae. Very unsettling circumstances for me, but I'm honestly not fussed about it. I have no attachment to this thing. In fact, I didn't know they were in the game until I tried completing the Dex. I won against Relor and Rabska. I know its entries talk about it getting revenge on those who wronged it and psychic abilities, but floating a half-inch off the ground does not make a Pokemon dangerous, so I'm gonna fucking blow Flittle straight into hell with some speedy kicking. Nah. 6-foot ostrich, vicious temperament, psychic immobilization, 120 fucking miles an hour, what the dick. Who wrote this? Some jackass at Game Freak is laughing at me right now. I never stood a chance here. I win against Flittle and I lose against Espathra. While being able to bash metal into a hammer shape is impressive for a baby, it still gets its stuff stolen away from it by other Pokemon, so it's not exactly killing very much with the thing. I'm rather confident that I could beat up this child. Okay, so Tinkertuff finds groups of Pawniard and Bishop to kill the shit out of them to make the hammer. This implies that Tinkertuff kills Pawniard and Bishop with straight hands, at which point I give up. Ain't no way to fight that. The hammer weighs 100 kilograms and I weigh less than that. This idiot swings it around like it weighs nothing at all. It also uses said hammer to grand slam rocks at Corviknight. I'm gonna look like straight up whack-a-mole. I win against Tinkertink and I lose to Tinkertuff and Tinkerton. Wiglet is purely defensive. All it can do against a predator is hide away, which is great, but there's no timer here. Once I find it, it's as good as over for this wiggly fuck. Okay, so this thing has a vicious temperament, but the issue with this is that his method of killing prey is forcibly drowning them by wrapping them up with its body and dragging them underwater, which doesn't exactly work here since this fight takes place on land with no nearby water, at which point it becomes as threatening as 3 Wiglets, which is about 0 threat out of 100. I win against Wiglet and Wug Trio. Finizen is a cute dolphin. I don't reckon it's very aggressive, but honestly, who knows? Being a dolphin, we can assume it's at least somewhat evil, and I don't really know what the plan is for killing it anyways. Since the rules allow it to swim on land like it does in the ocean, I guess it'll just tackle me until I die, which would be pretty effective. My only hope is that when it dashes at me to tackle, I just commit to and drop my shoulder in hopes of knocking it out clean. It definitely has the advantage though, no doubt. Okay, now Palafin is literally exactly the same as Finizen, unless it transforms, so now we have to decide / figure out if it's allowed to. It changes its appearance if it hears its allies calling for help. Well, this is a 1v1, so it won't. However, this implies that its transformation is spurred on by strong emotions for its allies, or just whenever the hell it wants. Palafin will never show anybody its moment of transformation. Does this mean it has to be somewhere else, or just out of my eyesight, because it could do that pretty easily? Like Wishy-Washy, I'll let you guys decide what it counts as, but for now, Finizen and Palafin Zero form have the advantage. Now this is a big bird with some talons and quite a bit of heft to it. It alone would be capable of causing serious bodily harm or just killing me. However, we have to add on that it is a sky marksman capable of killing a bald man with a tortoise from presumably very high up. My only chance of getting involved in the fight at all is when it swoops down to pick shit up off the ground. Other than that, this guy is fully in control of the how and the when of this fight, which is the most important part. I lose against Bombardier. A 35 kg steel engine covered in rocks and poison, I literally can't do anything to it because it's made of steel. It's fast and pretty heavy and, again, made of steel, so this one's pretty easy, I just lose. Okay, now Revavroom is almost 4 times heavier and spits toxic fluids from its mouth. I went from standing no chance to, I might as well do the job myself, since otherwise it's going to be a fucking horrific, bloody mess. Steel types are just so unfair, man. I lose against Varoom and Revavroom. I was reading through its dex entries and read that it can wield those little wiggly blue things like fists and just start throwing straight hands, Star Platinum style. This wasn't awfully concerning because like every Pokemon can do that, and then I read that it had a metal body and gave up. Then I thought, well wait, if it's light or short enough I could actually probably just bash it against things. This worm monster is over 8 feet long and weighs 310 fucking kilos, holy shit. Now obviously, he's made of steel so it makes sense, but that makes him as heavy as 2 Mega Venusaurs. I am mega fucked. I lose against Orthworm. Poisonous powder is very bad and you should never inhale it because it can more than likely kill. However, look at how perfectly grabbable this deflated balloon is. I'm so just gonna yoink it and whip it around my head and then smash it against a wall. Pack your bags everyone, this stupid fucking rock can fire beams, which means either it's firing power gems, which is bad, or it's firing hyper/solar beams, which is disastrous. The human body is unfortunately not built to withstand beam fired by poison rock monster. I win against Glimmet and I lose against Glimora. This is a 63 kilo lizard that can sprint at 70 miles an hour while carrying a human. This dude only needs to learn one move. Tackle, and 90% of Pokemon would be killed or injured heavily by this thing. I am in the large portion of dead things left behind in this fucking dinosaur's wake. What is a man to do against tiny Godzilla? I lose against Cyclizar. Despite the ghost type and the candle on its head, this is quite literally a fucking dog. I'd love to say that he has some saving grace, but no. Doggy. Houndstone is 6'7", so I'm supposed to be worried. However, he's lighter than Greavard at only 15 kilos, which makes me 6 times heavier. But he looks like he's made of bones, sharp looking bones at that. But again, I lift bags of potatoes heavier than him on the daily. This is honestly so confusing, so for the sake of fairness, let's call it fair. I win against Greavard and Houndstone is a fair fight. The Pokédex says something in Flamigo's entries that genuinely could mean defeat, but also it never explains. This Pokemon apparently ties the base of its neck into a knot so that energy stored in its belly does not escape from its beak. Explain, fucker! What energy? Escape? Energy? It's a flamingo! It learns Hyper Beam, but that's a TM move. You can't just say that and then not elaborate. Well, since they never explain, which just makes this a flamingo, I win. There's never been a case of human death by flamingo, and I refuse to be the first. I win against Flamigo. Sotoddle is a small whale, yes, however it is very small. It's smaller and lighter than me and probably a little slow in the head due to being, I don't know, a toddler. Despite their teeth and big mouth and horn, I genuinely don't think this thing can really do much against something of my size. The deck helps it none, and there's not really anything threatening that comes in a ball shape. Okay, except maybe him. He can freeze his surroundings, he is just made of muscles and fat, and he's 14'9" and weighs 700 kilograms, or as it's better known, a fuck ton. Yeah, now this is an intimidating whale. Never stood a chance and don't even want to get involved. I win against a Toddle and I lose against a Titan. A regenerating psychic fish with the ability to boost its speed and that weighs roughly the same as me but is over 2 foot taller and is covered in spikes and sharp ass teeth? Yeah, no thank you. Veluza is a nightmare that I won't wake up from. Cause I'll be a corpse, like dead. For real for real. I lose against Veluza. Dondozo isn't very smart and teams up with Tatsugiri in order to catch prey since he's such a glutton. However, it doesn't take a genius to realize that the guy standing in front of you shitting himself is basically a free meal since he's also contractually obliged to try and kill you. It's just self-defense, right? Yeah, you can eat that asshole and no one will blame you. I lose against Dondozo. Tatsugiri is stupid weak and even he knows it. This is why it hunts with Dondozo. However, this is a 1v1 motherfucker. Tatsugiri's a little sushi fish and there's nothing it can do to stop me as I pick him up and simply throw him like a whistle dart 1,000 miles into the distance. Brains simply couldn't stand up to brawn this time. I win against Tatsugiri. No. This thing is a primate that got so angry it died and then became a rage-fueled ghost with the power to shatter your soul with punches. You couldn't pay me to get in a fight with this dude. A regular ape can tear your limbs off. This dude could tear your body clean in half. I want nothing to do with this Pokemon. I lose against Annihilape. Clodsire is an adorable sticky boy and I would never threaten him in any way ever. Not that I really am much of a threat as this dude is huge and also really heavy. 200 odd kilos. He's thick and I'm going to be feeling worn out from throwing kicks and punches real quick. Add on his poisonous spines and honestly, I don't know how to win this fight. He's just too thick. I don't think I'm winning this. I lose against Clodsire. Honestly, if this thing didn't have psychic powers just oozing from its body, I'd still be in danger because, you know, 10'6", 160 kilo giraffe with a wild swinging neck for Chris murdering. I never stood a chance just on physicality alone. I can't reach anything vital enough to punch without getting clobbered, and it can just use its weight to throw me around. I lose against Farigiraf. 6'7", 120 kilo war general from hell who would put Sun Tzu to shame with his tactic of fuck thinking, kill the shit out of them. This dude literally has no idea how to do strategy, but there's one thing he can do, and that is murder. Sheer brute force is his game plan, and based on the height and weight and knives all over his face, I get the feeling that I'm going to be a victim of his bloodshed. I lose against King Gambit. We're on the fucking Paradox Mons already? How the hell? Whatever. Well, starting off with a banger, we have Great Tusk, and I don't need no fucking Pokedex entries to find out how this will go. 7'3", 320 kilos. Tusk's the size of God himself, like, what is a lowly human to do? I know, just go fight a dual rhinoceros that weighs the same as 2 Mega Venusaurs. Again. Fuck this man. I lose against Great Tusk. Now, the Dunsparce is odd because he's absolutely enormous, yes, and that drill tail is an utter menace to people like me, but for some reason, he's really light. Like 40 kilos is light for something 11 foot long. Now obviously, if I grab him, I'm likely to just have the tail whip back around to hit my face, but honestly, the chance is still there in my eyes. I'd say like 3 in every 100 fights I'd win. The Dunsparce has the advantage. Well, unfortunately, Screamtail is a victim of poor writing. Their dex entries mention absolutely zip, zilch, nada about their ability to fight or take hits, so currently, I'm just fighting with an 8 kilo, 4 foot tall balloon creature with no power whatsoever, also known as an easy fucking win, baby, let's go! Now I'm going to be putting some paradoxes together since there is dick diddly to say about them, and so Brute Bonnet is here too, and he's a little more nuanced than Screamtail. Same size but heavier, and this one has quite the menacing teeth game going on. He certainly seems more aggressive, however let's use some context clues to gain an edge here. 1. He has no neck, so if you're behind him, he's not exactly going to be able to turn only his head, and so his whole body will have to turn. And 2. Look at his legs. This man ain't catching up to you or turning around with any urgency. Based on these things, I think it's fair to give myself the win here. And finally, Fluttermane, a big ghost that weighs absolutely fuck all, and hence wouldn't be an issue. No immediately threatening physical traits, just some head spikes that honestly won't be a huge issue to avoid. Its long wing hair will make grabbing it a breeze, and then you just gotta slam the shit out of it. I win against all 3 of these dinos. Now this is a fucking scary Paradox Pokemon. 92 kilos, 10 foot 6, holy fucking hell, that is a big bug. Even if you include its wings, it would still be like 6 feet tall and entirely capable of crushing you to death. Regardless, you try wrestling a 10-foot bug that's either thick as hell or just filled with muscles. God knows I ain't getting involved in this. Okay, so right off the bat, I'm going to say that Sandy Shocks wins. 7'7" and also a pretty decent weight of 60 kilos. Nothing to be trifled with, that's for sure. But it's also important, you know, I struggled deciding this because nowhere other than its supposed relation to Magneton do I have any reason to believe it's Steel type. Not heavy for its size, it's not actually listed as Steel type, no dex entries mentioning such. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this thing is made of flesh, but like I said, it's still far too big to be fucked with, especially with those monstrous magnets it calls legs. I lose against both of these Paradox Pokemon. 240 kilogram steel elephant with the fun ability to become a wheel. Moving on. I'm so sorry, Delibird. By all means, you should now be able to take me out since you're stronger and faster than you were before, but the dex hasn't done you any favours and so I'm afraid you're gonna have to die. However, as a favour for how much I do actually feel real love for Delibird, I'll make Iron Bundle's death quick. Holy hell, this is an intimidating monster. 5'11", yeah, he is literally only just taller than me, but 380 fucking kilos? This dude's about as heavy as 2.5 pandas all condensed into this Hariyama-shaped husk. A slap from those hands would have me hanging out at the big Pokemon Center in the sky, cause I'd be fucking dead. I lose against Iron Treads, I win against Iron Bundle, and I lose against Iron Hands. 111 kilos? That's bad. 4'3"? That's good. Can actually fly? That's bad. Iron Jugulus is just an awful thing to try and fight. Imagine you're fighting this thick king and he just descends on top of your head at like 50 miles an hour. You look like a fucking flapjack in seconds. I'm not doing it. Well, I hate to say it, but Iron Moth is unfortunately lacking in ways to win. Yes, he does float, but his fire and his poison type go completely unused in the dex, or even just in his design. And he isn't big, and he doesn't weigh very much. I guess by combining his kinda pointy wings and ability to float, I could give him a chance, but I'm not willing to budge any further than that. Yeah, this dude is just a regular T-tar with some spray paint on it. I think I would actually rather watch my own liver be pulled out through my mouth than fight this thing. I lose against Iron Jugulus, I have the advantage over Iron Moth, and I lose against Iron Thorns. Frigibax, I ain't gonna lie, I don't give a shit about your ability to convert heat into ice energy because they never elaborate on that, and so it means nothing to me. Get out of here, you little shit boy. Now see, this guy can do some real damage. By freezing the air around it, it can create a mask of ice protecting its face, and it can also sharpen the fin on its back into a blade of ice. Then it takes that fin sword and does a front flip, slicing you open from face to groin. What a legend. Honestly, since I know it can create ice masks, it's safe to assume it can just create full ice armor, meaning I can't do jack to it since breaking ice is kinda really hard. Give him enough time and he'd slice me to pieces. It's 6'11", weighs 210 kilos, can freeze fucking lava with its ice breath, and also use said ice breath to propel itself backwards to then stab you to death with its huge dorsal fin? Jesus Christ, they really went full Godzilla, which I'm all about, just not when I'm trying to fight the fucking thing. I win against Frigibax, and I lose against Arctobax and Baxcalibur. Now right off the bat, Wo Chien provides a huge issue. He is literally made of dead leaves, so obviously I can destroy him, right? Well honestly, I don't know. Yes, I'm sure I could disperse the leaves quite easily, but the leaves form Wo Chien because of emotion. The leaves aren't really a necessary part of the body here, since like I said, a strong emotion gave rise to this pile of dead leaves, so let's just say I can't do squat. So what's Wo Chien to do against me? I don't fucking know, he's a pile of dead leaves with the physicality of a slug. It genuinely doesn't get less threatening than that. It is how it is, and this is a draw. This little snow weasel is actually fucking enormous. 6'3" and weighing in 152 kilos. This is a lean, mean, killing machine with a sword for teeth. Well, maybe you could blah blah. No, this dick can control 100 tons of snow to create avalanches that it happily bounces around in. I don't stand a damn chance. Wo Chien is a draw and I lose against Chen Pao. Yes, Tinglu is a bowl with dirt and rocks covering its body with the ability to create earthquakes that run 160 feet deep. But honestly, for me, the real issue is look at the size of this motherfucker. Holy shit! This particular moose is a fucking unit. And considering its living fear, I get the feeling I'm gonna be soup before this fight even begins. Tiny goldfish, small, cute boy. Firebender controlling 3000 degrees Celsius flames. This fucker creates seas of lava and just swims in it. Literally, could this be any worse? This is another one of those fights where I genuinely just have to pray they make it quick for me. I lose against Tinglu and Chi Yu. Okay, so Gimmighoul is a threat because anyone who tries to steal its treasure will have their life force drained away by Gimmighoul. Now, this is great and all, but two things. I know what Gimmighoul is and would solve this issue long before it became life-threatening. And secondly, who said I was after the fucking treasure? Come here, you little bitch! Yes, he's small, yes, he weighs nothing, but huge issue here is that he is literally made of 1,000 coins that he just shoots at people until they die. I can't exactly do anything to 1,000 coins since they're a tad durable when stacked so neatly. I'm boned. I win against Gimmighoul and I lose against Goldengo. Well, another Paradox Mon that doesn't give a flying fuck about dex entries and uses their sheer weight and power to murder you. This dude is 6'7". I don't know in which way he's 6'7", but he's big regardless. And also he weighs 380 kilograms, which is impossibly painful to be tackled by, especially when it's descending from the clouds for you. Well, luckily Iron Valiant is much smaller and lighter than me. Oh wait, it comes with a fucking Darth Maul dual-ended lightsaber to cut you to pieces with. And considering the two Pokemon it's based on, I'm simply gonna get my shit mashed by the Fairy Warrior. I lose against Roaring Moon and Iron Valiant. This thing is so fucking scary, man. I mean, look at it and tell me that you don't feel some high level of fear. Actually, saying that, he's somehow still really cute through all the feathers and teeth. Maybe it's just because I love lizards. Anyway, I've stalled enough time. He's 8 feet tall and weighs 300 kilos. You fucked me, Game Freak. Now, for some reason, I always assumed that Koraidon was the tall one, but it turns out this long boy is 3 entire feet taller than him. Is that because he floats and they're including his tail? I have no idea, but he weighs 60 kilos less to make up for it. However, this doesn't really make a difference. He's no iron hands, but looking at his feature, I'm not so confident I'm gonna come out of this unscathed. I lose against Koraidon and Miraidon. Walking Wake is 11'6" and is therefore twice as tall as your average raptor, and with a weight of 280 kilos, it's also 20 times as heavy. Look at that beast! That is a super ancient creature. Just because you give Jigglypuff teeth and a ponytail doesn't make it super ancient. You gotta cover it in spikes and fur and shit. Anyways, I'm dead. Now normally Paradox Mons just talk about maybes and magazines, but in Violet, Iron Leaves has a dex entry mentioning that there are eyewitnesses to it cutting up large trees and boulders, which means I don't have to speculate anything, it flat out tells me I'm gonna die. Super exciting stuff, really. I lose against Walking Wake and Iron Leaves. I appreciate that these two worms are getting along in this cool apple, but you gotta remember, the dex has nothing to say to these guys, just says that they're a couple of chill guys. I'm not chill though. Seeing Pokemon starts me tweaking, because I've been beat up by so much that an apple will cause me to lose my fucking mind. I'ma kill this dude. Now before you ask, yes, I did have to skip a few Pokemon in Dex to put this dude in the video, but honestly, if I had done Dipplin and then Hydrapple separately, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. So here he is, and apparently, if all the worms' moods align, its true power will be unleashed, which I'm going to assume is its 120 base special attack stat. However, they all have to align, and he's still got some very grabbable necks, so I'm going to say it has a huge advantage, but I could definitely get close to killing it. I win against Dipplin, and Hydrapple has the advantage. This is literally a fucking ceramic tea holder, a shitty cup if you will. I can't defend it myself, so that's just a loss in my eyes. This dude decided to possess ceramic and therefore deserves whatever is coming to him. This is just another stupid tea receptacle that drains your life force if you drink it, which again, I'm not stupid enough to do mid-fight. I'm gonna punch this green idiot's lights out. I win against Poltergeist and Sinistra. Me and Okidogi are practically the same height and weight, but he is just a little taller and heavier. However, he's just a muscular dog, so he's not only got the muscles, but he's also got the teeth and the claws, oh, and also the chain that it can supposedly pulverize fucking anything with. As far as I know, I'm listed under the anything category, so yeah. Fuck. Yes, he's a small monkey, so unlike Okidogi, struggling to overpower him won't be an issue. Slightly different issue this time, this dude is a real psychic, and the toxic chain only makes him stronger. Just to dick around with people, he hides away and causes them intense dizziness like an asshole. But while it mentions nothing other than the dizziness, I feel like it is definitely one of those psychic types that just picks you up and throws your ass away. Pheasantipity is a weird case. Unlike the other two who just got superpowers from the toxic chain, this bird just got good looking. Please don't clip that. But that's literally it. It uses its pheromones to captivate people and Pokemon. However, with no other understanding, I'm to understand that that just makes me not able to do anything 50% of the time. As much as I would love to give myself a chance, this is still a bird, and as embarrassing as it is to lose to this specific bird, talons are talons, you know? I hate this bird. Funny name though. I lose against the loyal 3. Okay, this one is going to be controversial since I don't allow Pokemon to be holding items, and so Ogerpon should be maskless. However, it only has dex entries that are specifically listed under a mask, so to create any fight here, I have to give Ogerpon masks. So let's go through them. We'll start with the two that are just losses and are obvious. The Cornerstone mask makes Ogerpon as solid as a stone, and you know what that means. I'm done. Finished. Can't hurt it. It can hurt me. Those are literally the two requirements for a win. Secondly, the Hearthflame mask. It shoots fire and has thorn-covered ivy. Next. Now the Wellspring mask seems more forgiving since it just uses the power of water and doesn't explicitly fire it out. But the issue still stands that it uses ivy to attack and it sort of looks like Vine Whip, and also it is non-stop with kicks and whips, so I'm still fairly confident in the fact that I'ma die. Now I know Ogerpon did kill the Loyal 3 in a fight all by itself, but that's just lore, not dex specific, so that doesn't matter here, and looking at its height and weight, I think Tail Mask Ogerpon is fair. Yes, it's a pretty decent battler with nimble movements and kicks, but I'm bigger and much heavier, and size matters, so fuck you, I'm giving myself a fair fight on this one. I lose against Cornerstone, Hearthflame and Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, and Teal Mask Ogerpon is a fair fight. See, now here is one of the reasons I was claiming that not every future Paradox Pokemon was made of steel. Let's read Iron Boulder's Violet Pokedex entry, shall we? It was named after a mysterious object recorded in an old book. Its body seems to be metallic. Seems. Its body seems to be metallic. 1. They aren't sure if it's metallic, so it may not be. 2. None of the others mention a metallic body, so they don't bring it up, and therefore they aren't based on how this series is ruled. And 3, he's not even fucking steel type. He's rock type, and he's still got it, so it doesn't matter even if you're the steel type. You still might not be made of iron or any other metal. So I don't want to hear anything about how they're made of iron and you can't do anything to them. Anyways, this dude's like 160 kilos and has giant horns, so I lose. Yeah, this dude can fire razor sharp blades in all directions to cut you and your whole lineage into teeny tiny bite-sized pieces. It's not huge, but for something on all fours it certainly is. 5'3", and also it weighs almost 160 kilos, much like Boulder Boy, so yeah, this Paradox Boy wins. I lose against Iron Boulder and Iron Crown. First off, holy fucking shit, this dude is genuinely enormous. 11'6" and weighing 590 kilos. I couldn't even lift this dude's cock off the ground. But I digress. He apparently has very few reported sightings in the wild, and then in the same dex entry, it mentions that there is video evidence of a rampage he went on where he was shooting off flames and shit. I can't believe this and I want it to end. Yet again, this boy is gigantic. Never did I assume I could do anything against a prehistoric giraffe, but fuck me, I want to think that I might even be able to get close to it before it struck me with actual lightning. But no, I'm forced into a fight that will start with me running towards Raging Bolt before there is a flash of light and suddenly I am a charred corpse on the ground. Fucking dinosaurs, man. I lose against Gouging Fire and Raging Bolt. This dude got 2 entries and that's all it needed to fuck me up. It actually only needed 1. One says the beam it launches when down on all fours are tremendously powerful, and the other says it digs holes on mountains, great, and also that it's so durable that even being caught in a cave-in won't phase it. This is a 6'7" dinosaur bridge that shoots railgun beams and punches mountains apart for breakfast, and it still weighs less than me. Regardless, I lose against our Chaladon. Now, Terapagos in its normal form is killable, yes, but here's the issue. Since it doesn't need an item to change forms, I might never even see the normal form. Well, the terrestrial form is small enough, right? So surely I could. Also, no. Yes, it's very small, but you gotta consider that it is just made of crystals, and also apparently vibranium, since every hit you land on it, the shell absorbs the energy and transfers it to Terrapagos. And I feel like once I'm out of energy, a few well-placed punches from myself will be more than enough to put me down for good. And regarding the stellar form, it's just the terrestrial form but the size of a human and abnormally stronger, so take from that what you will. I lose against Terrapagos. Tomorrow is the final day. Well, this is it. The final Pokemon in the series. And since it's the last, let's read its dex entries together. Scarlet says, it feeds others toxic mochi that draws out desires and capabilities. Those who eat the mochi will fall under Pecharunt's control, chained to its will. Well, luckily, I'm not going to eat the mochi, so that's good for me. And Violet says, its peach-shaped shell serves as storage for a potent poison. It makes poisonous mochi and serves them to people and Pokemon. Wait, that's it? It just makes mochi, and if you eat it, then it controls you? Sure, it makes a potent poison, but can it fire it? It doesn't say. Am I going to willingly ingest it? Of course not, you stupid bastard. I guess that after all of this, after 1024 other Pokemon, and the many, many, many deaths I have suffered at the hands of them, it seems only fitting that the whole series end with a win. Thank you everybody so much for watching. For almost the past 2 years, it has been a pleasure. I win against Pecharunt. I'll see you all in Legends ZA.